Good morning, traders. Who's ready to try to get the trophy today? Who wants the trophy? Chicken dinner? I'm trying to get some winning back. Was definitely in the red yesterday. Gonna bounce back. Of course, we got Zunaid, Lord Ryan. Let's get into this market and see what we can find.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Those words have been dancing around my head all night. Oh, it's Vegas lore, that phrase.
All right, let's go ahead. Let's take a look at what's going on in the markets. Let's bring on the boys. The boys are here, of course.
We all here.
Yeah, we'll see if Zunaid's alive. I think he's muted, but you good, bro? Good?
I am good and ready to go. What is going on?
Let's do it. We'll get right into the market action. I'm going to go ahead and share Ryan's charts. I'm going to be stepping out for just a few minutes. I'll leave you with Ryan and, of course, Zunaid. So you guys will be in good hands. No worries. I'll be back. I got to take a short little trip to the airport, and I'll be right back, guys. I'll make sure that I get back to at least get a trade in, and I'll leave you guys with the boys. Can't go wrong. All right, guys, I'm going to throw up, let's do Ryan's charts today. Start it off here. We're going to go ahead and get in the background. You guys take control. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right, sounds good. And Mitch will leave us in good hands. Zunaid and I will do our best to have fun today. Zunaid, I think with Mitch gone, we should just spend the entire show making jokes about him. That seems to be the regular course of action. All kidding aside, good luck on your trip to the airport. Let's dive right into what we see here today. First thing on the movers tool is going to be MAC. You can see that there's already a catalyst here. Merrimack Pharmaceutical shares are trading higher after their partner Ipsen reported Onivide met its primary and key secondary endpoints. Merrimack is eligible for up to $450 in milestone payments for the pancreatic cancer treatment. So pancreatic cancer is definitely going to cause a reaction. You see that here in the stock. We've already missed the move from this news. It's worth noting that if you were able to trade early, there was a substantial move in here that you could have captured. But if you were like me and sleeping and getting ready for the day, you missed that. So what we're going to do now instead is we're going to wait for setups on day trading opportunities here. I've actually never traded MAC before, so I'm not going to take this right out of the open. I want to see how it trades. I want to see what the spread is like when the market opens. I want to see where this finds support. Right now, looks like we really need to hold the 280 level. I would imagine, let me go ahead and mute that here for you. They're talking about snow and I'm jealous. I think that this could pull back, and we do have kind of a gappy area here between 1280 and 11. So I want to see where it actually finds support in here. I feel like I'm missing a line. I suppose I could add it here with the top wick of that candle. But we'll see. We'll see where this ends up. Maybe it will end up at 12. Mac, this is going to be one of the stocks I'm going to watch for today. This one could be wild. Next on the list here is going to be NRBO. And remember, we saw a gigantic sell-off in NRBO 2 days ago, or 3 days ago. We actually saw another leg down yesterday. So a couple of things right here. This would obviously be a bounce play. I don't have any kind of edge on the company. So as always, definitely not going to swing this, definitely not going to take this overnight. However, if we take a look at the chart here, one of the things you'll notice is that if we take out 169, if we take out 169, 184 should be next. Let me go ahead and make these a little bit easier to see. 184 should be next. And then if we take out 184, you're actually pretty gappy up to 214, which was the low print on the close from the 7th. Everybody's not murdering those birds. And if we can cross into this actually might be a pretty good trade here. This is pretty gappy. And again, if we're able to break that, which I'm not sure we'll be able to do today, but we'll see. Looks a little gappy up to 267. So we'll see. NRBO, this has the potential for some fireworks today, but keep in mind that this was recently sold into pretty hard. So it's going to really need to firm up in order to bounce there. Next, I'm going to steal one of Zunaid's because I'm assuming he's going to talk about this. Taking a look at Meta here. So Meta has a catalyst. They're laying off about 11% of the workforce, but they also reaffirmed Q4 revenue guidance. So the thought here is that the reduction in employees and payroll expenses plus the reaffirmed guidance means greener pastures ahead for Meta. We'll see if that ends up materializing here. I did mark off some of these levels where the stock changed. There's not a whole lot of movement between these levels. So I actually think in this case, these levels would work better for stock trading than option trading. But if you're going to play on, like, for example, if this does come back down to 100 and we're going to play for 102, buying calls at the money or already in the money might still produce some pretty decent profits. If I'm probably not going to trade Meta just because I have such disdain for this company. But if I were to trade this, I'd probably use stock here unless it really put in some kind of crazy move. Not saying that we're going to do that. One thing here about the gaps as well is that really we would need to take out 105, 106. 105, 106 gets taken out, then we're in a pretty gappy spot here. Better for options, especially if we get some pretty big movement there. So Meta, pretty interesting. Looking at the market, I see here that Cold and SOXS are on here. These are some of the ETFs that we occasionally trade that mirror the market. This one's the semiconductor bear. Obviously, with the election last night, it looks like there's going to be a split Congress. I think the House is definitely going to the Republicans. We're not sure on the Senate. In fact, I think it's going to come down to a runoff in December in Zunaid State to determine that. So I'm not sure that we can really draw any inferences on what the next theme is going to be based on the midterm results, which I don't think are going to be in. Instead, I think that the bigger data point is probably going to be the CPI print tomorrow morning. And that might cause that might tell us where we should go next in terms of actually lining up trades. So just something to keep in mind. Definitely going to watch that today. I'm going to watch some of these other ETFs, SQQQ, TQQQ, Boil and Cold if we're going to trade natural gas. And we'll also watch the semiconductors. So that's pretty much what I got on it for you today. The one thing that I will say is that the whole stuff that's going on in crypto right now, pretty wild. Yeah, I've said before, I don't actually trade the coins. Generally speaking, I don't necessarily understand or really believe the connection with some of the stocks that mirror some of these. I'm speaking more about Raya and Merit, but those might be in play today, given some of the news that we're seeing here in crypto. Looking at Riot here, we're actually down pretty substantially. This chart looks pretty ugly. I'm probably not going to trade this, but worth watching just to see what happens here with Bitcoin. Today, what do you got for us, my man?
Yeah, let's go ahead and check out a little bit of Lucid. I'm looking for the $13 area to go ahead and go short on Lucid. So that's something where I've got my alerts nearby set, looking to go short LCID. You did cover Meta, so I'm going to go ahead and cover it. From my side of things, you guys know I love the hold number $100. Look how many times it's already bounced from there. 1, 2, 3 in the past 30 minutes or so. I've got a bunch of orders here from starting from $100.10 all the way to $100.01, just so I can get my fills in nice and easy. But of course, we'll go ahead and see if it wants to break out of 2, then retest 2. Would be interested in going to the long side on ticker META. Hope all is well on that drop. Let me see what else we got. Matter of fact, someone said, is it a bad skid? Is he actually going to the airport? Mitch is actually going to the airport. So it's not a bad skit that we decided to do early in the morning. And I just did something.
Well, I have a bad skit playing out here. My cat stole a flash drive off my desk and was batting it down the hall. First time I've seen him steal a flash drive. So sorry about that. Sorry, I had to get there.
That's quite all right. Tesla, this was a nice short for me yesterday for the 195 level. You can see it just could not do it, so I grabbed some options and got a chance to play this to the downside. Let's go back to our good friend Coinbase, since we have some time, since Mitch isn't here. This stock, so we went short in the morning around this area right here, right? We went short, we lost money on it, came back, and then we made an educated revenge trade and we made up losses, right? So I was down $1,000. I made 700 on the revenge trade. I was still down 300. But then the news came out about how, you know, the FTX situation, whatever, which I thought was going to continue this sell-off, ended up having a reversal in terms of good news and how Binance was coming out to help on financially, this, that, the other, whatever. And then you saw a huge rip up. And obviously, you know, I went ahead and got stopped out. But Ryan always says, you know, your first stop is your best stop, because if I didn't, those options that I purchased for like $2.66, they were worth less than $1 on this run up. And then, of course, I stayed patient. I saw that Bitcoin was selling off. And then you know, when this trend broke here, the trend line, I went ahead and grabbed some more puts. But then you can also see the main reason I want to go over this trade is how you always want to kind of look left, right? So if we go ahead and look left, we see that 54 was support. And so once 50, and there was support here in pre-market a little bit as well. And then once it broke the 54 support area, you can see that it broke it. And then it went ahead and tested it at 1 p.m. And that's when I went ahead and grabbed some more puts and played it to 52. Now I sold everything at 52. And the reason is because you can see here, this was resistance. So I assumed that would act as support. And it did. It went back up a little bit, but then once this went ahead and cracked, I grabbed some more puts and played it to $50. So overall, I was able to, you know, make up the money that I lost on the afternoon. But I wanted to go over this fact that, hey, once you're wrong, just get out of the trade. Just get out of the trade. It's okay. You know, you're not going to be able to hold on to it and have hopium. Obviously, hopium did work out in this one. I didn't hold it, but don't let this be the reason that you hold on to losing trades, because it's just not going to work out in your favor. That being said, let's come back to Coinbase, because I am definitely looking to go short Coinbase if it gives me an opportunity once again around $50. But for now, I wish I would have held on to the options and swung it, because I had a feeling it would go ahead and gap down, but I don't like to trade on feelings. I'll leave that to my love life. But right over here, you can see it's gapping down a little bit. We'll see which way it wants to move off the open, but for now, I'd be interested in going short $50. That is the whole number that I want to take a look at. Let's go ahead and check out Tesla here. We already talked about Tesla, I believe, the 195, right? Yeah, so Tesla, if it comes back up to 195, I'd be interested in going short this one. I'm not quite sure what I like in terms of a bounce area. Maybe the 190s we can go ahead and try to play as a bounce. So I'll go ahead and have that, have an alert set around here. But for now, that's the $5 range that I have on Tesla. Let's go ahead and check out Google here. No real levels that I like on Google. Maybe the 87.50 you could play off of that, but it's not anything too strong for me to consider. $64 on AMD. You can see support, crack, retest, and it broke down above. So clearly that's an area that a lot of people like. You can possibly go ahead and try to play this at 61.50 for a bounce, matter of fact. So we'll just put that kind of right here. Oh, did it work? I don't think it worked. All right, right there. And then maybe we can just go ahead and purchase some. Let's have a stop loss of about 20. Right there is fine. And then see if we can take some profits right about there. Whatever. All right, cool. Who just emailed me? I will figure it out later. But that's what I've got on AMD. Someone wanted me to take a look at some point, I think institutions will buy coin. Well, I mean, yeah, I have no idea.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I think some of the fallout from this Bitcoin stuff is going to be more regulation, and I think coin will survive that. And to that point, Humble, I think that might be one of the things where institutions start buying with spec money.
Spec money. Oh, like speculation?
Yeah, like I think that basically, I think if we get regulation in this industry, Coinbase is one of the stronger players, and that might be one that actually garners some type of investment from the institutions that Humble's talking about. Yeah. A lot has to happen for that to take place, I would imagine, and there's still obviously uncertainty, but I feel the same way long term.
I'm kind of curious if I want to go short Meta right out the open. But you guys know how degenerate I am. Sometimes it works out. Oh, look at that. Bounced off of 102 one more time. Maybe it does. I don't know. My only fear is if it cracks above 102. I don't want to play it. But regardless, let's move on. Looking at the SPY, the 385, again, those whole numbers, especially when they're 510s, you know, those types really, really help out. And you can see it just kind of rejected. That's actually a reason that I also went short Teslas, because it just couldn't get over this 385 on the SPY. And of course, Tesla couldn't get over the 195 either. And that's why you saw this huge drawdown on the SPY. And of course, it bounced right from the fib line that I had drawn, a while back. So on SPY, though, the game plan for me at the moment, just see kind of where it acts. If it goes ahead and breaks like this 378 area, I'd be interested to the short side, but we do have CPI tomorrow. So maybe we just end up trading in a range, especially if you don't know where the Senate's going to go, this, that, the other. Maybe it's just a rangy day. I have no idea, but we're going to try to stay disciplined and then give up and then take some trades, even though it might not be the best setup. Taking a look at Carvana here. This one here, this 750, or excuse me, I believe every single 50-cent area has been a bounce. Yep. So here's a 650 bounce on Carvana, and there's a $7 support on Carvana. And I believe this one only went 10 cents above that one. So here is where I got stopped out because I tried to go short. But the point being is let's pay attention to this one. If it wants to come back and test, you can see here it has a little bit of resistance area where it's a sell right over here around this 780 area. But if it gets to 8, I'd expect a little bit of volatility in terms of to the downside. So I'm actually going to place an alert right over here in case it wants to alert me. And that's why I can go ahead and try to short to $8. Ride, we took a ride on this one. Unfortunately, we missed our profit targets by a few cents. And then my luck. Of course, it comes right on back down on Ride. So I have no interest here. I'm going to go ahead and get out of it. Mac, however, if we can get Mac to $10, I'd be interested in this one. You can see how it was resistance, 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 support, 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 held 10, and to the upside we went. Now, there are a bunch of other support areas before 10, which I'm afraid will not get me to 10, but you've got 12 right there. You've got 11 right there as well. So all those hold numbers are holding, but I want the best one. And to me, the best one, let me actually just place this order on TradeStation because I know it's going to be more annoying if I do it the other way. Give me a second here. Go ahead and do that. What the? Yes, I don't care. 10.02. Stop giving me warning signs. I don't care. All right. Anyway, so that's what we've got on Mac. Hoping for that $10 hold. And if we can get a bounce for like $50, or it's gonna be 50 cents or $1, that would be superb. But we've got about 275 left to go till it comes down. What's a T1 code on a halt?
It's news pending. So he's talking about Veru real quick. We just got word here. Veru's halted, news pending. So
yeah, so they've got something coming up today. I forgot what it was.
Well, remember on Veru recently, we've seen a whole ton of buying, right? Not yesterday, but the day before, we saw huge buying in Veru. We've actually held that level here. Now we're halted, code news pending. So expecting something to be released here.
Yeah, and then it was expected that something was to be released today. I just don't know what it was. Hang on. Veru, November 9th release. There's something I know that because I remember last night, in group chats and whatnot, people were mentioning that Veru is going to be halted today for XYZ. And if you know that a halt is coming, then clearly, some data is supposed to come out, good or bad. But anyway,
yep.
Hopefully
we'll
it works out.
What that data is actually.
Yeah. So
you're welcome,
we'll see. You're welcome. Sorry. Thank you, Ryan, for telling us what a T1 is. And we'll pay attention to it. $14. Look, let's be honest. This could be a crazy runner to the upside or downside. I'll have no idea or inkling on this one. But hopefully, if you're in this already, I hope it works out in your favor. Who went ahead and did you type in news pending?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay.
I was just answering the question.
Yeah, no, I just didn't know. What else we got here? Let's take a look at Apple. Yeah. Apple's looking all right. Nothing too crazy here for me that I'm interested in. The 140 level definitely can be an area if you want to try shorting Apple. But for me, it's not the cleanest. So I'm going to stay a little bit away from that. Where is Amazon? Amazon, $92. Nice little rejection there. Couldn't quite get there, so I didn't get a short on that one. But we'll see if Amazon wants to go to 92s. And then I definitely, here we go. You got a nice little support area right here on 88s. So if Amazon comes down to this area, I think you can buy it for maybe a $50 to $1 bounce on ticker AMZN. Let's see if they're, you know what? HubSpot. I know this one was around 250 a couple of days ago, but I did not get a chance to play it because AB didn't bring it to my attention until way too late. But that's a beautiful 250 bounce that I've been waiting for. Haven't gotten a chance to get it. The $300 rejection on this one. So it looks like this stock likes the whole numbers, and we'll see if it ends up giving us an opportunity in either way. But what a beautiful move there. I just don't like any levels here on HubSpot. And then let's see if there are any tickers in the chat. Is AB
250.
my watch list? AB likes to, he's my guiding counselor. What'd you say?
I was going to say, well, first of all, you have the same watch list every day. We can see it on the side of the screen. So
Yes.
But anyway, HubSpot, one of the levels I like here, 250 on HubSpot. If we end up getting down there, looks like the sell-off is kind of slowing down as if it's trying to find some type of near-term bottom. I think you probably do get a bounce off that 250 level if you end up getting there.
Yeah. Just like your exes, Shelly. And then let's see if we've got anything else on. I think we've already talked about everything. Here you go. You might get something here on Tesla off of the 190. If it wants to give it a balance, I'm going to wait and see how things work out. But the main thing that I'd love to go short, as a degenerate, could be this 102 area, man. But here's the thing, though. TradeStation, let me try it here. But usually TradeStation doesn't let me short something if I have a buy order out there. So I might have to do this on 101.97. Sell short. Yeah, see, it rejected my order there. I'm going to try to place this one on E-Trade. Where's my E-Trade? There it is. Let's see, Meta. I'm going to take a very, very small size on Meta. See if I can get the 101.97 sell short. Cool. You know what's interesting is E-Trade let me short Coinbase yesterday, but TradeStation didn't. I thought maybe TradeStation would have better locates, but clearly I was wrong there. But anyway, we'll see. We've got about 3 minutes till the bell. My order is out there. Maybe I will end up getting my short position here in Meta before the market even opens. Let me go ahead and change that to a market order. Where's the E-Trade? There it is. And there's a ding on something. And that means LTID is getting closer to $13. And I guess it was just a weird wick, which I don't care about. So I'm going to set another alert there. I got about a couple of minutes till the open. I think someone in the TTD.
Yep.
Trade desk. Oh, man. I don't know if I have anything on trade desk here.
I'll be right back before we open.
No worries. No worries. Take your time. I'm not quite sure if I have anything on trade desk besides the $50. Let's see how $50 is held in the past. It isn't as clean, but you can see it's kind of like a range of $1 above and below $50. I'm sorry, I don't have the cleanest trade idea for you. Obviously, there was some news. I believe it was earnings there.
Earnings, yep.
So maybe you can try to see if it breaks above 50, retest, and then takes it. But I know it's like $3 away. I don't have the biggest thought they were getting rid of the smoke alarm. What I do, thank you for reminding me, is I mute it to you guys. So you cannot hear it, but I 100% have to have my alerts. So that way I know what other ways there are for me to go ahead and lose money out there. And I just can't miss those opportunities. They're the bread and butter of what I do.
I think he meant switching it to a different noise.
Oh,
So
I tried. I couldn't.
alarm.
I looked how to do that. I couldn't. But if that's what you meant, I'm sorry for misunderstanding. So far, is it above $6? No, it's around 5 actually. How is it? Man, this thing looks like it's barcoding, like just this weird. $5 though. If you want to try and take a shot at SoFi for $5, be my guest. But yeah, this just looks weird. But $5, maybe you can get a scalp on it, but you can see it. Yeah, it's just not the cleanest. All right, we are open, and let's see what Meta does right off the bat.
We are open.
Can I get Meta? Yes, we can. All right, did I get filled on my short, though? No, I have not. I am not short Meta yet.
AMD first move here is up.
I'll go ahead and put up
Checking on
a couple of charts. There's Meta. There's Tesla to the downside. Good thing we didn't try to get that 190 dip. And holy smokes, there's Amazon to the downside. What was the level I had? Why didn't it show up here? I thought 80 was a level I had, but whatever. Come on, Meta.
NRBO 158 here. I'm looking for a move through 163 on NRBO. 163 now on NRBO.
Bro, where's my short? Thank you. All right, now I'm short 101.97s on Facebook. My stop loss is going to be 102.27, which could be ASAP.
Mac pulling back towards the VWAP here. Well, the first move was. Might reverse here. Let's take a look at Mac. I'm actually going to NRBO. Looks like it's trying to pop here. Through 163 again. I got a high print here at 167 on NRBO. See if that goes here. Mac flirting with the 13 level. Actually want to watch Mac and watch that level too.
Bro, what the? All right, stopped out of meta, but why am I hate this, bro.
What's
Why
wrong?
are my well? So my levels on SPY here just don't translate over to the other. Like, it doesn't sync. So if I pull up SPY here, and if I pull it up here, the same drawings and everything I have.
I gotcha.
How do I? It should be somewhere to sync. So stupid. All right, whatever. We'll move it. Anyway, SPY coming to the downside. I did go ahead and get stopped out of my meta, which you can go ahead and see here. It popped away above.
Roblox reported earnings last night down. Looks like we're up off the lows here on Roblox. Yeah, $3, 3 points up off the lows here. Roblox really hurting. We're through the VWAP. I don't know. I don't know if I like that to the long side.
And there's Meta said, please let me break your stop, and to the downside I go. Meta went from 102.60 straight down to 101s here. That's cute. Thank you for that. We'll see how it wants to behave. But I'm still staying here at $100 in case it wants to go ahead and buy.
Oh, man. Clovis. CLVS reported earnings last night. 20 down 30 cents right now. I mean, I guess it's trying to come up off the bottom here. This seems like high risk, though. Possible bankruptcy amid liquidity concerns. Yeah, I think I'll pass on that one, folks.
Yeah.
Clovis has been a decent day trader for us before. Maybe we do get a bounce. I know we've seen some of these bankruptcy stocks get crazy in the past. Maybe that happens again. 30 cents here on Clovis. I'm probably going to look for something else, though.
Let's see. You've got Tesla possibly coming to this 186.74. You're good. You're good. Mac
through 13.
The upside, downside. All right, to the upside.
Upside, yep.
Let's go ahead and have that on. Let's go ahead and turn that on.
Jay Rice taking a look at Axon, AXON, Axon Enterprises, saying it's a beast. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, up 11% here. Earnings, right? Better than expected earnings here on Axon. Let's see, what do we have for levels here? Oh, this is a really big move. You're right, Jay. Good spot here. Axon double top around 212-ish. That second top was about 209.
Full transparency, I'm back in Meta short here at 101.97. If it works out, I have no idea. But for now, I'm short. Waiting for 101. Stop loss is going to be 102. Stop loss is going to be 102.27s. I want like 101s on Meta. I'm being greedy. I don't care. I'm in an annoying mood. What's up?
I see some talk here about Disney. Disney, of course, reported earnings. Worse than expected Q4 EPS and sales results. Company also reported average monthly revenue per paid global Disney Plus subscriber was down 5% year over year. You know, we discussed Disney on the Happy Hour show yesterday, and there was one of the gentlemen that was in there had recently bought a laptop. And with his laptop, he received 6 months of Disney Plus for free. And one of the numbers that Disney reported yesterday, let me see if I can grab that here out of the Benzinga Pro headlines. There was let me see if I can find that. Come on, where are you? Here we go. Disney Plus paid subscribers as of October 1st, up 39% year over year. So that number looked pretty good, but that number is actually kind of fake because some of these subscriptions are being included in other products that people buy, which means they're going to end up churning out at the end of that free term. And on top of that, you're seeing that the subscribers, paid global subscribers, are actually down 5% year over year. The other thing about Disney here is they talked about raising the price of Disney Plus. So they're raising a price going into a recession. We'll see if that ends up working out. Some brands are going to have pricing power. We'll have to wait and see if Disney is one of those.
This is a reminder to go ahead and have your limit orders out there when you're trading. I did not do that because you can see it went ahead and reached my profit targets at the 101s on Meta, but I didn't take it. And now I'm going to look. Something just got filled, and that might be my AMD. All right, AMD, we are long a little bit. Let me go ahead and cover my Meta. Should I have an order out there to cover Meta at 101.10s if I can go ahead and get it? The order is out there. 101.10s is my cover on the profit side. And Ivy, I saw your message. I'll try to be more clear on if I'm long or short. I got you there. No problemo. We are long AMD at 61.54 with a stop loss of 61.25 with a take profit of 61.87. We'll see what happens with that trade. Let's go ahead and check in on AMD.
And real quick, Paul is saying Verizon also gave away Disney Plus for a year. So that's also factoring into those numbers. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah.
Getting requests to look at Cala and Plug. Becca, did you find another one for us here? Let's check out Plug. Plug right to the highs. So this is going to be one of those alternative energy spec plays, right? Let's see if there's any other news here. Maybe. Okay, so they had earnings yesterday, reaffirmed guidance, missed on EPS and missed on sales, but market not really caring here, trading to the upside. Plug here at highs. Let's see if we can get any key levels here from the daily chart. It looks like it came off that support area here. Plug. Okay, interesting stuff here on Plug. Looking at this, we got some pretty thick consolidation between what 14 and 20. So right here, I'm not sure if it's trend. This could just be a bounce that ends up getting sold here. Let's see if we can find any other levels that are closer from this. Here we go. Right up into a resistance level from the end of October. So if we break out of this, we're probably looking at what, 1675 and then maybe 1720. I guess you could throw 17 in there. Yeah, so this area here, we got a couple of areas. Becca, this is a good spot, by the way. So we're into one of these consolidation areas. I think we've got a resistance area here between 1675 and 1725. Break above that, we're a little bit gappy to 18. So Plug's going to have some work cut out for it to move higher here, but this one definitely strong this morning and on pretty good volume. We'll see if that volume sticks around. Oh, for heaven's sakes, I had Zunaid's thing up the entire time I was doing.
Sorry.
Oh, Becca, I'm so sorry. I just did all of that for nothing.
My apologies.
Okay, let's real quick. So just to kind of give you an idea of the levels that I'm looking at here. This is the area that I'm talking about. I think we've got some resistance here between 1673 and 1720. So we'll see if Plug can end up taking this out and then making a run back towards this 30 handle. We shall see.
Sorry, Becca.
Sorry about that. I know. God, I'm so sorry.
I was too frustrated with Meta. Well, let me show my frustration if I can with Meta. Let's go ahead and talk about. So this is why what I get. This is why on
bounce in Tesla.
Sorry,
whoa.
What?
Look at the Tesla candle.
Oh wow, what happened there?
I'm looking.
Volume absolutely increased there. Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
Ryan Dietrich making a case for a strong close of 2022 for stocks. That's one of the things we've been talking about. That's cool.
This is why you want to have your limit orders, because remember I went short here. I tried to cover at the 101s. I was too busy doing other trades, and I didn't set a limit order in terms of covering. And then when I did, it absolutely ripped above, and just disgusting. And by the way, UPST has been halted. Hello to the upside, 1550. That's a stock I didn't think I was going to talk about today. But here's Meta strong to the upside. Let's see what else we got here. AMD went ahead and dipped below. Now I'm interested to see if it's going to come back and reject, if it's going to hold. But I did get stopped out of my AMD trade. I'm down 50 bucks on the day. Let's see what happens on this 5-minute candle. All right, Tesla's trying to get above the 105 area. Excuse me, 195. What's up?
Affirmed, which reported really bad earnings yesterday, trying to bounce here. Currently coming off that 13 level, really would need to take out 14 to get into this gap, which would close right about what, 1530.
Yeah.
So let me not make the same mistake again. So Affirm here again, really bad earnings, worse than expected. Q1 EPS results and sales guidance below estimates. Now we are trying to bounce here. Hi, buddy. We are trying to bounce here, but we'll see. This I'm not a fan of Affirm. Would love to hear Jonathan. Jonathan, I don't think you're here, but would love to hear your thoughts on Affirmed here this morning. I know you were trying to short that to zero at one point. Mac, by the way, breaking down 1150 here, right through the VWAP, and then back tested it as resistance several times. Check on NRBO here. This is one we talked about earlier. Did this end up moving? Sure did. So, okay, so we took out the level. Look what happened when it took out these levels, right? That move through 163 on that second attempt had juice. Took out 169. Now we're heading towards 183. Good spot there, Wissing. Yeah, I totally agree. That is going to be your next spot. We'll see if we end up getting a move here on a pop above. Wouldn't be shocked if this got pulled back after taking that out. We've seen that quite a bit here recently. At 180 here, some sellers took that out. 183 up now. Took it. A little bit more size here at 184. And they're taking that. Let's see if they clear it out. On NRBO. Yep, took that out too. 185 up next. So I'm going to wait for this to set up. Good spot here, Wissing. You think you guys were talking about this. Yeah, nice call back here while I was messing around with the charts. This is why I love having a team here, right? Because when I get tied up with something else, you guys are here to pick up the slack. Absolutely amazing. Big wall at 188. That's going to be your next spot then, Wissing.
Interesting. You've got the 108 calls coming in on the ask on Meta, about $100,000 worth almost. So that's interesting. Definitely can see some upside. Unfortunately, it didn't give us $100 fills. So let's be honest. I'm just going to go ahead and cancel these $100 fills.
Dan giving us a good plan here on Mac. Wouldn't touch Mac until a 10 test. Might bounce a buck or two from there. So there you go. If you're looking for your Mac trade.
Amen to that.
Yeah, Dan, I'm going to mark this off on my chart. You've been really spot on with these levels here.
Yeah, we were waiting for 10 here on Mac, as you can tell from the charts. And there is AMD. After it stopped us out, decided to come right back up. But that's just the way things go. You've got some more calls coming in on Meta, the 102s. I am looking to go short Coinbase if I can get a fill at 50, aka 49.90s is where I'm looking to get a fill. And then, of course, 50.74 is where I'm looking to get a fill. I'm not sure if we'll get that high. But, again, I'm not going to make the mistake I made yesterday. I'm going to wait for my entries and not chase them. Meta, 103s. Let's see if this area ends up rejecting on that. I don't really have anything here. Mother, how the heck do you go that high and then come back down? All right, bro. It's crazy to me. Whatever. Let's see. Ooh, Netflix just kind of consolidating here. Wonder which way this one kind of craters a bit. Veru is in a FDA meeting. That's what it was. It was scheduled, is what I was trying to say earlier as I fumbled on my word. UPST unhalts and unhalts to the upside. And now let's see how this puppy wants to play. 16s on UPST. Do we get a break of 16? Do we get a break of 16 or a rejection of 16? There's the break of 16 to the upside. Yeah, Meta's absolute. So Meta is just going to continue pushing. I don't want to chase. I want to wait for this 102 level to come back. I would love nothing more than to try to purchase some Meta at 102s. So I'm going to set an order out here at 102.09s. If we get it, that would be lovely. Disney broke 90, you say? Disney did break 90. Ooh, was 90 an area or 89s? 89s is an area. So should we go short?
He was talking about the expected move from the options implication, so it put in the expected move that it needed to.
Mm-hmm.
Or that was predicted, I should say. Some of the pot names running. CGC spiking here. Coming off the bottom. Looks like it bounced from 3, currently at 330. I also saw Tilray on the list here on the relative volume scanner. Remember, we saw GRWG trade up after earnings. Looks like all of these.
Good morning, Mingo.
Mingo. Sydney and Judge, welcome. Grow generation continuing here. 480, what? 483 the high? Yep.
Wonder if NVIDIA goes ahead and breaks this. Let's see what else we've got going on. Amazon trying to get over VWAP, couldn't hold it.
NVTA, big move here this morning.
I'm really looking forward to this $10 fill on Mac if I can get it. But I believe Mac also has options.
Mac currently at like 1187 though.
Mac does have options, but boy, they are spready.
Yeah,
not going to play those. Mac going up against 12. Disney getting 85 puts coming in. Let's check out Disney, see if it, yep, $90 reject. Tried to break it, couldn't. Downside we go. And now it's going to try to test the lows of the day. Meta, we're looking to get filled at 102s. Or a few cents away.
Car Gurus, Jay, you were shouting Car Gurus here. This is bouncing pretty ferociously here, but again, poor earnings and guide below estimates on Car Gurus. Man, NRBO going here. Great volume here on NRBO today.
Where is my...
And that 167 high break, really good trade there. NRBO, let's see where we can go next here. Maybe we are going to test some of these gaps. Yeah, Wissing, you're right. Huge volume coming into NRBO right now. Biggest stick of the day on that last push up here. 183 is that key level that we identified. We took it out, but we yanked right back beneath that. Let's see where we're going next here.
Let me put your charts up before.
Zunaid, good looking out.
All right, on Meta, we went ahead and sorry, real quick. While you, we'll go ahead, I'll come out after you.
2 going to be your next step here.
All right, on Meta, went ahead and took some quick gains. Quick little scalp here off of the VWAP and the 102. So we bought some. We bought 100 shares at 102.09. We went ahead and sold them at 102.46. So we're good on that one. Now you've got Tesla. I bet you didn't crack above the 196. No, it didn't. Man.
Yeah, a lot of fake outs here this morning, at least on my end.
Well, I'm in this NVIDIA short. That's not faking out. A high day is going to go ahead and stop me out on ticker NVDA. I'm short here at 141.46. I have not gotten into any options so far. I promise I'll call them out if I do. But so far, I am not in any options at the moment. Matter of fact, how's the market doing? Because I want to take some on NVIDIA, but at the moment, I don't have any. All right, NVIDIA. Let's see what we can get on NVIDIA. I am going to go out all the way to January, though, if I can go ahead and find a liquid contracts that are not too crazy, and I believe I have found them. All right, I'm going to go. I'm going to buy the 140 puts expiring. Sorry, on NVIDIA, ticker NVDA. I'm going to buy the 140 puts expiring January 20th. My fill is 1335. If NVIDIA does go ahead and break high a day, I will go ahead and get stopped out. My first target is VWAP. My second target is going to be approximately 139s. I'm going to buy
NRBO going for highs again here. TJ 3300 asking, what do you mean by liquid? TJ, what we're talking about there is volume, right? There has to be enough to be able to get out of your position. It has to be liquid enough. There has to be enough shares trading for you to be able to buy and get out at the prices that you see.
And of course, in this case, I meant on the option side, right? So for example, the more liquid the options are, the tighter the spread should be, the bid and ask, and then the better fills I should be able to get. Because imagine if there's only 5 people in the world trading it and they can't really agree on a price and the bid and ask is way too far apart. And by the way, here comes our first target profit on NVIDIA coming up approaching the VWAP. It's tougher to get filled because then you're trying to pay $10, someone else wants $11. It's crazy. But if you have thousands of people trading it, then you're okay negotiating a better price. And there's the first target on NVIDIA on the option side. Unfortunately, since I went all the way out to January, they didn't move as much. You're up 3%, which is approximately $30 per contract, I believe. Let's see if we can get a fill at 1375 on the first one. 1375, I'm looking to sell. If I can go ahead and get that fill, 1375. Come on, you got 1380 on the ask. Can I get 1375, please? Nope, I can't. It bounced up a little bit. My take profit on the equity side is going to be 140.28 on this one. If it bounces from VWAP, that's just been my luck this whole morning. You're using the bid and ask to determine liquidity? No. So when I'm trading options, I'm determining open interest is the number one thing I'm looking at. So the contracts that I'm currently in, there's an open interest of 8,000. By the way, just got... No, I didn't get filled yet. There's 8,000 open contracts. And then I'm taking a look at total volume, which tells me how many contracts were traded today, which does not impact open interest until it's recalculated tomorrow morning. And then I'm taking a look at the bid and ask. So first open interest, then total volume, then the bid and ask. And I did just go ahead and get filled 1375 on the option side. And I did go ahead and get filled on my short on the equity side, as you can see right in front of your screen right there. Let's go ahead and check in on AMD, as that should be coming to the downside as well, as the market is rejecting from VWAP. Man, let's see what else I wanted to go ahead and trade. Meta, we already took profits in Meta, so we're good there. If this cracks 102 to the downside, you can go ahead and see VWAP break and then possibly go ahead and get that 101 test. Plug, let's go ahead and take a look at Plug here. Oh, you know what? Call me crazy. Call me crazy. But sometimes I enjoy wasting money. I'm going to start just a very teeny position here, because once this goes ahead and breaks the VWAP, I want to get more shares short on this one. But for now, I'm just looking at 25 shares, and maybe I'll get some options. But Plug, I didn't really see anything on Plug except a $15 hold number if you're interested in that.
Kind of in no man's land right now on Plug as it pulls back here. Well, someone else was asking about Cala earlier, Zunaid. Let me flip over to my chart real quick. Cala, strong. The volume seems to be dying off here, so I'm not sure if we're going to have enough juice to get through the 756, 787 level. Let's see if this sets up again. Let me roll back to your screen here, Zunaid.
You're good. Someone talk. Good.
I was just going to say, I'm going to try to do a better job of switching screens so I don't have a repeat of earlier.
No worries, pal. Someone talked about Amazon breaking down. If Amazon can close a 5-minute candle below this 88 level, it could be interesting for a short for sure. As you can see, that's kind of like the level that we talked about, right? The past couple of days, that 88's been strong. But let's see how this last 24 seconds behaves on Meta. By the way, what did I just get filled on? I just got filled on something. Looks like I just got stopped out of Meta. So this is why we take a small size, because we know it could get ugly quick.
Tesla reversing, going to the downside here.
Let's see what we can play on. Let's get a little risky and frisky on Amazon, shall we? We're going to go ahead and take a couple of the $87 puts expiring this week on AMZN. I got filled at 153. If this goes ahead, matter of fact, let me go ahead and do this as well. Short on the equity side as well. My stop loss is going to be 88.28. Looking to take profits at 87.58 on Amazon.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought
it's all good. I'm done. It's all you.
I was going to say, for Amazon, I think a really good spot there is going to be the low 80s. I think if you back out to the daily chart there, you can see 81.80, some pretty heavy support there for Amazon. I would imagine, given the precipitous fall that we've seen here, that's probably going to be your next test, right? Look at that right in there.
Yeah.
80 to 84, really. But I mean, the bottom of those candles there, I mean, to me, it looks like Amazon's still going lower here.
I will be a happy camper if it does. Amazon to the downside. We're in the money now by about 20 cents or so. The contracts that we purchase are up about 3-4%. Again, I purchased the $87 puts on AMZN expiring this week. I got filled at 153, currently going for 157 on the bid. And there's Amazon to the downside. Let's go and check out NVIDIA. That one broke below VWAP. So I'm going to stay to this trade. I'm going to stay greedy. And I only have one contract remaining on my NVIDIA put, which I'm going to wait to break low a day if I can to go and execute that one, or I get stopped out. We'll see what happens.
Pot names moving to the highs here. CGC looks like it wants to test 360. We have Tilray up, ACB up. Lot of this entire sector running here, or at least putting in a move here today. Interesting, the first move here was down, been really, really strong, and volume has just been expanding here on these names. CGC, Tilray, Grow Generation, which is GRWG, ACB, all of them here on relative volume scanner. So prospects looking better for perhaps a federal legalization.
Wouldn't that be something? Still going back to Mac here, nowhere near an area that I want to purchase this one, which is of course $10. We're currently at 12. We need it to come down $2. If you're looking to go short, it's testing VWAP and it's knocking. And like the FBI, the more it knocks, the better chances of it coming down and breaking the door. And there's the fill on Amazon. Got filled on the equity side on the short, so we're good there. Let's see what our options are worth. Our options are worth a 10% more. I'm surprised these didn't move much more. These are weeklies out here. I guess because they're out the money. Oh, man, this is awful. All right. Anyway.
Which contracts did you get again?
I got into the 87 puts expiring this week on AMZN. I really thought these would move a lot more, but I was clearly wrong. We're up 11% now as it's going even further, but I expected a better move. But regardless, at least we went ahead and cashed in on the Amazon. So many bangers today, I can't keep up. I know. I talk very, very fast. I apologize. But let's be honest. It's been a bad couple of days, so it's probably a good thing you didn't get my trades.
Zunaid, we all believe in you, man. We all believe in you. Come on now.
Oh, man. Like, I think I need to find a way to simplify things, right? Because, like, up top, I'm looking at options. Down here in the middle, I'm taking a look at StreamYard. To the right, I've got TradingView. And then I've got my E-Trade. I've got my Trade Station. And it's just like, bro. It's all good. It's all good. I got what you meant now. But, yeah, I just need to be, like, focused in 4 stocks. That's all I'm looking at. Because I kind of bounce around, you know. It's like, oh, what's this doing? Squirrel. All right.
Zunaid, I'm going to run to the washroom here real quick. Can you hold it?
No problem. I sure can. I'll try not to burn the house down. 102 area held very well. Somebody tell me why I was a lunatic and tried to go short before this even broke. That's actually a silly, silly trade I tried there. Absolutely should have been a long, but that's hindsight 2020. The question is going to be, can Meta go ahead and break the 103s? To the upside. I literally even said a break of 102 and a retest, we try to go long, which I did go long and I made money, but then I tried to be cute and go short. That's on me. That is 100% on me. Tesla has, for now, made a higher low. If it can break above VWAP, it could be an area to possibly go long on Tesla. Are 20,000 shares on Amazon a lot? I have no idea, to be honest. And let me not make something up. I have no idea. No clue whatsoever for the answer to your question. I'm really annoyed with this Carvana trade because there's no way on God's green earth this thing just went up 60 cents, took me out on my stop loss, and then came right back down below to my profit target area. It is just ridiculous, but it's fine. I'll cry home to somebody else. It is what it is. You know what? Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching a revenge trade live in front of you.
I came back at the right time, didn't I?
Oh, you did. Oh, 100%. Here we go. You 100% did. Here we go. Revenge trade is on in Carvana. It's going to be a crispy $56 loss. I am short, which means you should go long. And let's see what's going on with Lucid. Did it ever get to 13s? No, it did not. It just failed before then. If you're interested in going long Lucid, take a look at the 1150 areas. That's where it bounced in the after hours yesterday. Microsoft hasn't really done anything within that range. If it breaks low day, it could possibly go and test this 226, but that's the area you want it to break. That 226 could end up being huge on that one.
Lots of 10 puts flowing in on Lucid, by the way.
I just saw that,
December 16th. Looks like multiple orders here. 57-cent contracts. but those are moving up here. Plug 1550s now.
Can Mac just get to 10, please, so I know if I'm dead wrong or dead right? Like, come on, bro. Why are we doing this?
Still holding there at 12.
Yeah. Meta should go ahead and break this. Okay, look, if you want to go ahead and have another area for Meta, right? It's this puppy right here. 103.20, 103.36 is the next, obviously, resistance here. If it breaks this one and retests it, that could be an area for entry to go long, similar to this 102, which I went ahead and took, but then I also went and tried to be cute and short before it, but there's that 103 rejection right over there, 103.36. Let's see what Meta NVIDIA is doing.
Seeing some 120 calls for December on Meta. And some 1125 expiry 110 calls on Meta.
Oh, yeah, we're going to get real cranky with this one.
Pot still at the highs. NVTA really kind of flirting with this 3 level here. It looks like it got a 3 magnet, wants to take that.
Netflix coming down here. Has it been 30 minutes? It has been 30 minutes. Testing that. Are you going to break it or are you going to come on down, pal?
Wow, 3D systems at the highs here too. That's going for 9.
DDD.
Yep.
Traded this one back in college.
Yeah, this was up 15% here today. Looks like they reported last night. Missed sales estimate. Let's see what else we have in here.
Your screen is up.
Doesn't look like a great. I guess they're improving the outlook. No gap. Yeah. This one kind of run away from us. This is a huge move here. Would have loved to have caught this here, but looks like the first reaction after earnings was not good and just punching highs here. Looks like this is going for 9.
If this 5-minute candle closes above VWAP, I would be interested in going long on the SPY. But,
okay.
Yeah. But for now, let's go ahead and check out. So look here. Okay. Here's something cool happening. Here's something cool happening. And this is, something I can't always capture because I'm bouncing around trades, but $88. We said that was a level on Amazon. You can see it held support. Then it broke, tested it, came down, and that's what we cashed in on our 50-cent trade. And now it's looking to test it again. I'm expecting this one to stay resistance, but if you'd like it, you can maybe try scaling in here and then go ahead and take your full short right at the VWAP. But let's see how it behaves on this 88. Somebody, what we got here? The 120s are coming in on Facebook now. So definitely some interest. Is there a gap on Facebook that I should be knowing about? Oh, I see it.
That's Amazon that you're looking at.
That is Amazon I'm looking at. Good gods. Took too many pills this morning. Joking.
Jesus.
Completely. Please don't tell my bosses.
Jesus.
I pass the drug test every single time I take one. What? I'm just saying. This is what happens when Mitch leaves. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is why I have a chaperone.
For the first time this morning, Zunaid?
I've never in my life had a full cup of coffee. Fun fact.
Did you have even a partial cup this morning?
No.
Maybe an espresso shot?
I have not. I did make my bed though. It's actually now 33 days straight that I made my day. That I made my bed. I made up to 33 days, but I have been consistent with it. It's a habit.
I love that you're counting them. First of all, one of the things about my bet, my buddy normally takes it over while I'm on the show here, and then when I go to try to make it, he's sprawled out in the middle of it playing King of the Hill.
Oh man, see, there's that short working out. I really want to go short Amazon. Should I do it? No. Well, so it's coming up to that 88. It's knocking.
Brian wants to know what your secret is to passing the test. Brian, Zunaid is clearly subbing. I mean, let's be honest here. He's clearly subbing.
Does that mean I'm using someone else's? Is that what subbing means? Oh, okay.
Yep.
Cool.
You're substituting clean for yours.
I miss my substitute teacher from middle school. Anyway.
Okay, I'm going to try to bring this back here. NRBO trying to break out of this range. Yes, Buddy is the cat. Buddy is the cat.
Oh,
NRBO
Lord.
high here of 188, 186. Currently, they're hitting it here. Still some pretty good volume. I'd like to see another stick match the stick that we saw earlier here right before 9 o'clock. That would probably break us out of this range here. NRBO doing a good job consolidating around this 183 level, to be honest here. So I'd really love to see a push up out of here. I'll watch this one. I'll keep this on the screen.
I got into Amazon, the $88 puts expiring January 20th. My fill is 649. If this 5-minute candle closes above this 88 area, I will go ahead and get stopped out. But I'm going to wait for the close. I've positioned my size accordingly to where I'm going to wait for the close and not just a crack above. And of course, if we look at NVIDIA, that one's come back to the upside. If this 5-minute candle closes above you, matter of fact, let me just go ahead and get out of it. The one contract that I have remaining on NVIDIA, I'm going to go ahead and get out here at 1349s. So we got into this trade at 1335. We sold majority at 1375, and then I just sold it at 1349 to close out the contract itself. But I do believe Amazon is moving to the upside. Yes, it is. It poked above. See, that's why I wanted that 5-minute candle and
nice
not just a little sneaky peeky.
Nice.
Yep. Let's try to stay out of the rabbit hole. Hey, listen, once I dig, I keep digging like holes, you know? RBLX. Let's see what we got on that. 29.50 puts coming in on RBLX.
How much does Buddy charge for media appearances? 1 bowl of food per appearance is all he's interested in. That's it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now short even more on Carvana. This could get really ugly. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, because as long as Carvana stays under that VWAP, I like that to the downside there. How are the options on Carvana?
I'm not sure, but right now it ain't looking pretty for you. Pretty for me, rather. What broker are you using? Any recommendations for Canadians? I don't have one, but I can tell you someone who does. Ryan, do you have anything before I...
No, I know that some of our Canadian customers, I think Quest is one of them, IBKR, of course, and I think TD has has like a branch in Canada that you can use. But I don't know off the top of my head. If you got one, go ahead and give it to me.
Well, I was going to say, I believe Interactive Brokers should be a good one. Yeah. I believe there's also Centerpoint, but check out Humble Trader. Yep, and because Ryan did a phenomenal interview with Humble Trader, so make sure you check that out. But check out Humble Trader. She lives, I believe, in Canada. That is public knowledge. So check out what brokers she recommends, and check out her other videos as well. She does a great job.
By the way, NRBO, which we've talked about quite a bit, backed off that 188 spot, clearly sized there. That's going to be your level. If 188 falls, I think NRBO pops. And the more attempts it takes to get through this level, the better. This is what we're waiting for here. Let me go ahead and mark this. That crack right there, 188. We'll see if we end up getting it. NRBO wall at 189. So there, it looks like it's going to be that 188, 189 Wissing. Are you in this, Wissing? You've been all over this one.
Yeah, Trade Zero is a solid one as well. Just depends on, you know, what you're all about in life. All right, this Amazon, it's above the 88, but it hasn't gone over VWAP. I am currently down on my contracts. I am down 2% on my contracts on ticker AMZN, and there is Carvana looking to break to the upside. Can we draw a little pretty drawings here? Yeah, it's not gonna matter. It's already above it. Invalid.
188 spot up now here. They're clearing it. There it goes. And huge pop to 190. I guess not a huge pop. Pop to 193 and then an immediate yank back here on NRBO. So that level cleared out. Here we go as it starts to gear again. Let's see if it takes out 188 again. I might try some here at 188. Okay, 187 right here. Let's see if we can end up getting another push here. I'm going to have a pretty tight stop 180 here on the downside. I'm hoping. So the reason for my tight stop here is I don't want to get an immediate yank, right? We just cleared out this level. I want to see a push towards 2, which I've identified. And it looks like I'm going to get stopped out here. Real close. Let's see. We just need to push back above here. Nope, feeling a little heavy. It might have been a little too early on this one. Might have been a little too early here. Let's see, maybe.
I'm going to go ahead and get out of my Amazon puts here, even though I don't want to, but I will stay disciplined. Let me tell you my exit here. So we got into the Amazon puts at 649. I just got out at 644. Told you guys if I, this 5-minute candle closed above, I would be out. I am. It's rejecting VWAP, which I like. But again, I'm going to follow my rules. And, if it breaks down below it again, I will go ahead and enter. I have no problem getting back into the trade. Unless this thing just suckers. Okay, all right, bro. Can we not do it that quickly though? Can we wait? Can we hold on? Bro, relax. Let's go ahead and check in on Carvana. Ooh, that VWAP rejection, baby. Look at that. Coming to the downside. I'm not going to celebrate yet because we need to break this 765 level. What we got right there? Boom. And boom. If it goes ahead and breaks to that, we should go ahead and get 755s. Something I didn't know I had a trade on. Something that filled. Oh, there's a quick little scalp on that one. Boom, boom, boom. NVIDIA to the downside. Of course, that means Amazon's going to go down too. Yep. Just with my puts. I hate being disciplined. Can I check Apple? Anything for you? Here we go. Apple with the 138.20 rejection. Why do I have a line there? I don't even know why I have a line there. If I don't know why I have a line there, I take it out. You can see it kind of got above VWAP, obviously, but then it didn't quite get above the EMAs that I have here. So the trend is still to the downside on this one to me. Let me see if there are any options that we can go ahead and take a look at that might have come in on Apple. I don't see it. Most of it is just Meta and Amazon that I'm seeing. On Apple, I don't really have a good read. If it goes ahead and breaks the low a day, sure. But you did have support here. It's just a lot of mixed signals for me, similar to our relationship. I don't have a good read. I'm sorry. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure.
You do have the jokes, though.
I do. That I do. What strike and puts? So I'm out of the trade. However, ooh, is this going to be my entry?
Stopped out at NRBO. That didn't work. Sorry about that.
I was in the January 20th puts on Amazon, but I did go and get out. The exercise, the strike of it were the 88 puts, but I got out. And see, look, this is another example of why you wait for the close, at least for me, to make me feel like I'm a good trader, is because if I would have gotten down here and tried to short, I would have had to stop out because this wick would have gotten me out from the short that I like to be in, right? So this is why I like to wait for the close to get in and out of my trades. Not in anything at the moment, at least that I know of, unless TradeStation wants to give me a surprise. What is this? Oh yeah, that's right, Carvana.
Rippin, Mac really kind of held that 12 level, right? And as soon as it couldn't really break down from 12, we kind of pushed off here. It looks like we're going towards 13 on Mac now. Even Mara went green. You don't say.
Did point ever come back up? No, it did not. Oh, would you look at that?
Indeed, Mara, big move there. Jay, you don't trade Mara and Riot, do you? I can't remember. I can't remember if you're on the Mara and Riot train or not. Just as trades, of course.
Tesla went ahead and held that 190 level. If you like Tesla to the upside, I think this is a solid risk reward. You can go and get stopped out of here at the 190.79 or the 190 break. So if you believe in the market to the long side, and if you believe in Tesla, you should believe in a trade here near VWAP. Why do you take puts in January instead of this week or a few weeks out? Great question. The reason is because theta is on my side, aka timing. If I take a contract that is going to expire this week. I need that move to happen real quick. And if it doesn't, I lose a lot more money if it goes against me, right? So for example, if I went ahead and took an Amazon put that expired this week and I was incorrect, I would have probably lost about 10 to 20% of the value of the contract, if not more. The January ones, I would have probably lost, I think I lost, you guys saw that. I lost like maybe 7 cents, if even that, right? So for me, it's like, hey, I want to go ahead and have time on my side. That way, if I'm right or wrong, I can feel comfortable with the movement in the contracts. That's the main reason. It's just theta. That's THETA. Feel free to Google it and get some more information. Those are the Greeks. It's one of the Greeks when it comes to trading options. And look, beautiful opportunity cost save by me here, not getting into the Amazon puts, waiting for the close. It didn't happen to the target that I wanted. And there it is to the upside. This is why you want to be patient, let the trades come to you, and not chase them, as Amazon is looking to go to the upside here. And of course, Carvana bounces as well. Would not be surprised if I lose out on this trade, even though I was doing well in it. This is slanted, isn't it? I think it is a little slanted. Yeah, whatever. We're still going to stay tight and put on our 755 targets. If I lose it, I lose it. Whatever. Let's see. You've got NVIDIA here as well, continuing the downwards trend. What's the SPY?
Nice job on your trademark.
Ooh.
Scalp and Calla done for the day.
Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done.
And NRBO, your first stop is your best stop as that continues to take the next leg down here. This is why I wanted to keep that stop tight. Because if we're not going to get that pop above 188, we're likely going to test some of these other levels. You can see we went right down to this 169 level, 163 next if we keep breaking down. Took a small loss, but kept the loss small by being conservative with the stop. So I'll take that.
Would you consider holding until January, even if it didn't pan out today? Or no. Look, I'm not interested in swinging one way or another. But I don't want a day trade to turn into a swing trade, because then it turns into an investment and then it turns into me filing for bankruptcy. So no, if I know that I'm going in with an intent of it being a day trade, I'm closing that puppy out. Matter of fact, in the past 6 months, I've probably only taken 2 swings, and that one of them was on the Tesla puts that I took a couple of days ago. But besides that, no thank you. Becca is mentioning SKYT, Ryan.
Yep, this was from yesterday. Great call yesterday on this one. Looks like we're holding. Seems to be holding from yesterday. So absolutely. In fact, here, check this out. So we actually had levels that we put in on SKYT when we took a look at this yesterday. And Becca, you're exactly right. First move here out of the open was a back test of that 11 level. I have it marked here as 1096. Let's just call it 11 for the sake of ease. It went really as low as what here? 1087, but has bounced pretty strong from that. Looks like we're actually running into some resistance here at the 12 level, which we were unable to break yesterday. Taking a look at the daily chart, I think we took a look at the daily and some of the 15 minutes. So here's the resistance level that it looks like you're running into right now. This is going to be that 12 to 1220 area. We can pop above this. I think we probably go towards 14, another 2 more points here. And if we can continue some of this move, or if we can continue the trajectory of this move, perhaps we can even trade back up here. You're absolutely right. The fact that it's holding here today, back testing one of these levels and then moving away from it, definitely a bullish thing here. So I'm not in this. I didn't trade this yesterday. I'm not in it today. But looks like you found one here. I'll probably have to do some more due diligence on this one.
Oh, man.
NRBO trying to bounce back off that VWAP yank. Yeah, SKYT, this is looking pretty good here. Yeah, 1250. I'm going to mark this level off here. This looks good. 1250, probably your next spot if we can take 12 out. Looking around, looking at Twitter, seeing if I can find anything.
You've got, I mean, just taking a look at meta here. You've got the 102 as a level, the 103.36 as a level, and 104.24s as a level here of resistance every single time. And well, look at that. We talked about the retest. Here's the break. And then there's a retest, and there's a pop above. I mean,
That's
meta's been
exactly what we
beautiful.
just saw on SKYT, Zunaid. That's exactly it.
And we saw it here at the 102s. We saw it again at the 103s. Do we get a break of 104.24s? Should we be degenerates? I think we should be degenerates.
I mean, aren't we all the time? I feel like that's our MO.
Well, here we go. I just went ahead and went short Facebook because I can. My mom would have slapped me across the face if I ever said that's the reason I took a trade. But whatever. We'll see if we can make a quick 30 bucks in front of you guys, or if I just lose a crispy 30 bucks. Am I eating Applebee's tonight, or am I having water?
I had butter chicken last night.
Oh, did you?
From the restaurant. Yep. Samosa
Nice.
chat, butter chicken, jeera rice, some naan. It was a good day. It was a
Very
good
nice.
dinner.
Very
By the way,
nice.
TripAdvisor might have a potential trade brewing here on Trip. We think this was an earnings pull. Let's go back and check from a couple of days ago. Pretty sure it was. Yep, sure was. One of the things that they said here is that they're implying a modest slowdown from Q3 on TripAdvisor. Now, they've got more Asia exposure, and obviously they're dealing with some COVID lockdowns over here. But I think over there, excuse me. But what's interesting here on TripAdvisor is this gap that we're looking to play here, right? I'm actually going to mark the bottom of this gap right here and make sure I have my charts up. Okay, so this area in here, I think, is what people are going to try to trade for. We can take this area out. If we get some more juice here, and we take this area out, there might be opportunity to trade this for 2 points or so. One thing to keep in mind here is that this might not happen today, but if this firms up, this might be a possible move for tomorrow or maybe even Friday. So we'll keep Trip on the back burner. In fact, let me go ahead and make a note of this so that I don't forget it, because I likely will. Trip. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on this. This one, I want to see this. I want to see this area fall here. First 20 and then maybe 20, 25 into this gap here on Trip.
SPY looking to break to the upside. Excuse me. Trying to break that 381. Meta, we were in the money by about maybe 20 cents or so. Now we're in the red by about 16 cents or so. And I could get stopped out here very easily. And I might just get stopped out here. Ooh, it's flirting with that line, baby. It's flirting with that line. Here, let's go on the minute chart so you can see all the odd action. It's just so close to stopping me out, but it was so close to giving me gains. Which way are we going to go? Part of me wants to move my take profit, but what's up?
Justin was saying he really liked the butter chicken that I was talking about. Says I'm half Indian, so it runs in my blood. Justin, you're lucky, man. I got to be honest. Indian is probably my favorite ethnic food. I have so much of it that it's probably running through my blood too.
LOL. That's funny. Do we get the break of 103.80s? As you can see, we've had bounce, but we need a break. And if we do, we should get a flush. See, a part of me wants to go ahead and just see if I can get a little greedy with it. What do you think? Should I be greedy with my take profits here? And move it down. Nah, we'll leave it at 101, whatever. Full Indian. I am full Indian as far as I know. Made
Ancestry,
in India.
GRWG, by the way, hit that 5 level we talked about.
These
These pots are strong, man. It would be interesting to see how long this move lasts. I'd like to have a pullback and like a hold on a level before setting it up again, but these are definitely strong here today.
Mac went ahead and bounced above VWAP. Now it's holding the 1250s. Never gave us a chance to even think about it. Something just got filled. Was it to the upside or downside? It was to the downside. Meta. That trade worked out very well. Sometimes it pays to be a degenerate, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes. Now you got to see if that 103.36 level holds. Let's see what's going on with Amazon. Amazon's above VWAP.
Let me switch gears. Sorry, it was nice job, Andy. Nice to see Mighty Soldiers trades in the chat here. Nice taking profit on GRWG. Andy,
Very nice.
If you can you remind people what your entry and exit trigger was on GRWG? He's probably going to say the 65 EMA.
Andy, I sent you an email. We'll connect, pal. Come on, baby. We're still in Carvana. Ooh, I might be in trouble. Luke sent me an email and I forgot to respond. He just bumped it. Ooh. Luke, if you're watching, I know you got better things to do right now because, you're running a company. My apologies. Sorry, Luke. All right, come on. Can Carvana just break this low, please? Can I just get my cha-ching on the 755? Good Lord. Come on.
So, Mighty Soldiers. I grabbed it a day ago because I thought it was too easy. That was going to be after the earnings, which were really, really good. Nice job taking profit here today. Nice job, Andy.
Okay, hey, here's a question. I'd love to get some insight from you. I have a lot of drawings on my thing, right? So let me just close everything off. All right, everything is out. Let me remove all my drawings as well, whatever. On this daily, how would you like to trade this gap trade? Like, how would you, let me
also asking
me? Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Let me go ahead and remove my, how do I remove these executions? There we go. How would you try to play this gap trade? Would it just be from here to here and just see if we can grab like out the money calls, or?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I don't know. I would check the pricing of the calls. Let me do that. Well, since you're asking me, give you some real numbers here. Let's check
because you're gapping it. You're gapping it from here to here is where you're painting it, right? By the way, it looks like my limits on here. I'll go back to Carvana. Carvana went ahead and give us cha-ching there, so we make money on that. But like you're painting the gap up from here to here, not from here.
No, I would do it from the bottom of that candle, that green candle. So what's that, 122?
Oh, so you would do it here?
Yeah, I would, just because there's so much room in there. I would imagine that there'd be some type of test in there. I mean, the true gap is that spot down. What did you have that at, 127-ish? Yeah. But I would imagine that you'd run into some type of resistance around what is that, 122? What's the top of that box there?
This right here is 122.60. Yeah.
I would imagine you'd get some resistance there. And I mean, look, you're talking about what, a 20-some point range, 19 point range, still pretty good there. I'd probably look at the 110 calls. I'd probably pick something out of the money just to kind of reduce my cost that is in the middle of that target.
And on the other side, you've got a gap here that you need to paint, right? We just gapped up on Meta. So if this goes ahead and actually breaks 175 and especially 100, you could go ahead and get a solid $2 move to the downside, I feel, on Meta, ticker META. But let me go back to CVNA real quick and show you guys that trade that ended up working out for us. Let me go ahead and add the settings, add the executions. All right, there we go. We went short here at 769. We went short at 781, which was a VWAP. And then we went ahead and locked in some gains at 755. And of course, 751 was the bounce. I wanted to get in at least before the 750 level because I expected that to be the bounce. Let's go ahead and turn these puppies back on. All right. AMZN, are you going to give me a chance to go short? Ooh, yes, you are. All right. Let's go ahead and see if we can get into some shorts on Amazon. Just picked up a few contracts. Grab 4 contracts here on the January 20th expiration with the $88 puts in Amazon. That's ticker AMZN. January 20th is the expiration. $88 puts. My fill, I got a whole bunch, but my average fill is 647. First target is going to be 87.50. Stop out is going to be 88.50 close. Let's see if it works out. Thoughts on Rivian earnings? I have no clue whatsoever. I unfortunately do not know jack anything.
Yeah,
No idea.
my gut would tell me that they're probably not going to be great. But the one thing to keep in mind here on Rivian, you take a look at the daily chart, this thing's down pretty heavily. And it's really kind of formed a base here since May, right? We've really kind of hung out between this $20 and $40 range. I guess right now we're kind of hanging out between 30 and 40. Okay, we're at 29.50 or abouts here. I'm skeptical of it, but didn't they have a big recall, Rivian? I feel
I
like
have
they
no idea.
recalled a whole bunch of their trucks.
I
would be shocked. The one thing that I will say here is you might have that effect of a stock being really beaten down and having a bear market, bounce on earnings. If the stock reports bad earnings and doesn't really sell off a lot, I think that might go towards kind of confirming a bottom here, and or at least near. So just, yeah, I don't have an edge on this. I wouldn't play this either way. My expectation would be that the earnings aren't great. However, I can't predict which way the stock's going to trade. If earnings aren't good and the stock doesn't really trade down, I think that's really a good sign long term. I hope that helps. Really not seeing much here on Twitter either.
I went ahead and took a short on SPY. Let me go and share my screen. Went and took a short on SPY here at the 379.73s. My take profits. Oh, wow. I never get this nice of an entry. Went ahead and also on the option side. Okay, well, these
Bitcoin
options have already
killed.
moved.
Bitcoin getting absolutely destroyed right now.
Ooh.
And I bet that's going to affect some of the other stocks that are tied to Bitcoin too.
There's Coinbase. Yep.
Right,
damn.
yeah,
bro.
Look at that.
We missed our short on coin by about 30 cents. Mother lover. All right, we'll get you out of that one. But yeah, so there's definitely some news, some tweets happening, and there is the fill on the SPY short that we go ahead and cash in some money. The Amazon puts that we went ahead and grabbed, those are up 3%. That's about 20, 30 bucks per contract. Let's go ahead and take a look at Amazon. There's Amazon reaching our first targets. Let's go, baby. And there's Amazon to the downside. Amazon low a day. Come on. Yes, baby. I don't know what happened, but let's go. All right. The SPY contracts that I took, which unfortunately I didn't get to call it because as soon as I took it, this dump happened because the world knew I was going short, apparently. Let me go ahead and lock in some of these gains, though, before I lose my money. All right. Let's see. SPY. Oh, and we got the low day. Did we get the low day break, though?
Ooh. Okay, so sorry. Unusual Whales just tweeting here. Justin, Binance is highly unlikely to go through with its proposed rescue of FTX.
Yep. That's what I was afraid of.
Crypto exchange books per CoinDesk.
I was really afraid of this because remember, it was a non-binding situation, right? And Binance even said, hey, we're going to do our due diligence in the next couple of days. It was non-binding, and that's what happens when it's non-binding. So look, if you believe in more pain, let's go ahead and see Coinbase. Obviously, it's bouncing up, right? But Coinbase can be in an area where you can go ahead and go short if you believe there's more pain in the crypto market. You got a little bit of bounce here, but keep an eye on it. And let me go back to my positions here.
BITO is halted, by the way. That's the Bitcoin ETF, BITO halted here.
Oh, I didn't even know there was such a thing. I would have loved to trade this yesterday. Boy, I got to get more educated on this. Now, look, this is why you go ahead and take profits, because you can see the bounce from Amazon. You can see the bounce in the SPY from the low a day. This is why you lock in some gains and not try to hit home runs. I had about 4 contracts, I believe, on Amazon. Now I've got 1. I am seeing a lot more
playing the
puts come in.
Bitcoin futures.
I'm not gonna lie, I am seeing some Coinbase puts coming in, the $42 puts expiring next week, approximately $60,000 worth. What's GFI? GFI? This is GFI. Gold. Gold. Give it up, give it up.
Probably having a good day.
And there's Carvana break-in, which, you know, whatever. It doesn't matter. Ooh, nice little bounce from VWAP. For Meta. Meta's absolutely strong. So if you believe this market is going to come back and bounce, you may want to consider betting on Meta, M-E-T-A. Let's see what Mac's doing for fun. Mac is down in terms of where it was. $13 rejected. Now it's at 12. We're waiting for 10s. We're waiting at 10s. I wonder if Mitch is long BTU. Mitch is long traffic. Hopefully there is no traffic where he's at, especially this time of day.
Mitch probably got caught in airport traffic. You're right.
Yeah.
And now entering the ring at a measly 5'9", 155. Your boy's back. Let's go. Sound the alarm. Money Mitch is here. Let's go. The force is with you. I'm back. Let's get it.
Okay, so I gotta say, Mitch, that's a good entrance. You had the flashing red and blue lights. You had the Viking Gallarhorn. I heard Chewbacca in there. Then I heard some more Star Wars music. So great way to welcome you back here.
Oh, man.
Stuff's going on. Hopefully, did you get stuck in traffic? Were you good?
No, it wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. It's a little ways, but I was able to make it back. Not too bad. We got here. I was about 8 minutes after where I thought I would get here. 10:30 is when I thought.
What an entrance!
You know,
what an entrance!
Let's go. Let's go.
What
Let's
an
get.
entrance!
Hey,
I love it.
What can I say? I don't shy away, man. Let's get towards this market. Let's see what the trading action's going on. Are we up? We down? How we doing? You guys fill me in. If I was a new trader and just jumped into trading, fill me in. What's going on today?
Bitcoin is really having a tough day. That would be what I would lead with here.
Bitcoin's on a tizzy. All right. What's it down to?
Let's check here.
I got it right here. 17,283.
Ooh.
What?
That's what I got it right here.
17.
17.
You guys know my sweet spot, 10,000. 10,000. That's where I'm going big on Bitcoin. I'm going big on Bitcoin in 10,000. The fourth wave, the third wave, you don't want to be missed out on. I think this is going to be the third wave. And then by the time the fourth wave, it'll probably be like in the 20,000, 60,000 range. So I think that right now you're going to get an opportunity soon, in especially the crypto space. It's going to go through this prolonged winter. I think at least it's probably going to take, I think, till 24 really to get moving back again. But who knows? Maybe it comes back next year. But one thing that I don't want to miss out on is for sure is going to be that next wave. That's why I think it's important to find opportunities. You know, I'll do a little plug here. Check out our Future of Crypto event in New York City for opportunities like this. But
that event should actually be fun.
Yeah. I mean, there's amazing guests going to that opportunity. And then one of the things you get to hear, and you get to, of course, hear the questions about them going through the struggles right now. What are they building on? Because that's what you want to be a part of, right? There's so many also projects that are coming up in kind of the Web3 space that if you're looking for jobs out there and you're looking to kind of be a part of a team, this is where I would be looking. You know, usually the winter time is when the building happens. And then by the time you get that next wave in price appreciation, because that's what it kind of is. It's a asset appreciation. Once that comes back, that next wave, I think you'll really kind of take off. That's when I think you eventually get that $100,000 on Bitcoin. So I'm still positive on Bitcoin in the long term, but in the short term, I'm looking for opportunities on these big dips.
That sell-off, it actually bounced about 3/4
I'll tell
of
you,
that level. So
I'll tell you, I'm a happy man and not a happy man in certain areas. So in BTU, I got stopped out of the swing trade. It pulled back right towards my entry. So I'm kind of break even on BTU. Let me go ahead up and bring up my charts here. So BTU got stopped out in BTU, but Tilray, we're still in that, and it did do a nice little spike there to 4. I want to see if it can spike again here till 4. I might actually even add to my position because I'm not too far from entry here. Just need to kind of figure out if I can get a little pullback here towards around 385. Maybe ride this back up towards 4. A little Tilray action move. Gonna maybe take a little trade on Tilray. Who knows? A little cannabis action. See what I got here. All right.
You've got sorry, where's my Amazon trade? Amazon again
Boom, boom.
to the downside. Those puts that we have, they are up about 6% here. So the January puts that we got are up 6%. That's about $40 per contract. Our SPY puts are up about 15%. Let's go ahead and check out the SPY. Looking to break the low a day. You see it's holding. This puppy is holding.
The puppy's holding.
Yeah, we'll see if it goes ahead and cracks low a day. But for now, it's holding on to support. Let's see what else we got here. Time to get some fresh air. I agree. I'm about to take a break. We got an interview coming up at 11. So I'm going to go ahead and get ready for that. But 190 has gone ahead and cracked on Tesla as well. So to the downside we go.
To the downside.
Carvana, interestingly enough, coming back up here to test the 750s. Could be a good area for a short, but I'm not going to go ahead and touch it. 103s here now on Meta. 103s here. I like this short here a lot better.
I like this Tilray, adding to the Tilray here.
All the pots are running today, Mitch. Grow Generation, I know you hate that one. TGC, ACB, Tilray, they're all moving.
Well, I'm adding to my Tilray here, so now that's moving up my average a little bit. Now I'm up towards the 80s, but let's get this going now. I see support at 80. That's why I was willing to add there. Now let's see if this can really start moving. Let's just show my ad there on 67 there. Let's see if I can get this going. But I'm really closer towards the 80s because this was a swing from yesterday, just adding to the position. Let's see if we can get back to $4. $4 with some volume, and then maybe get a little push above 4, and then we can sell most of it. And then we can look to hold a little piece if it wants to run. How's the solar names doing today? I definitely wanted to keep an eye on solar today, but it looks like it's like an all red theme, at least out there, at least from what I'm seeing on sectors. So this is fun because a lot of times I'm watching the action all day. Well, right now I'm going to really quickly run through kind of sector and industry analysis to find what's moving in what direction, right? Where's the rotation? So I got you guys. I'll take a look here. Well, Tilray's getting a little pop there. So that's the good news there. Tilray towards 390s. We'll look to see if we get through the 4. Let's take a look. What else is in the green? Actually, real estate is in the green there. Let me see at least what stocks are doing well there. Yeah, you did get. Yeah, that was a report today, and that's DHR.
DHI is DR.
DHI.
That's up
Thank
here
you.
Today, yeah.
Yeah, that one's probably doing well there. I'm looking at what stocks are doing here. Well, it's a healthcare facility name. This has to actually play alike. Because the reason why is that healthcare is doing so well. It's a healthcare facility. Maybe this is not a bad play right here. It is gapping up there. I think it had earnings yesterday, WELL. Need to look it up, but I like this play here. I like this pullback. There's a VWAP right around 67.30s. It just bounced off of that VWAP, and it looks like it wants to get back up here towards 68. So you're looking at a good risk to return. I'm going to look for one more pullback towards 67, like 35. If I can get that, I'm taking my shot here, and we'll see what happens.
Interesting here. DR Horton missed top and bottom line, still trading up, 6.5% just about.
Another one in real estate, 4. Of course, be careful with well because it's kind of lower volume, but at least it's getting decent volume for what it normally does. I'm sure this had earnings probably yesterday. It's getting a pop. See if it continues to push. Total target on well could be as high as 68.50s. So we're looking at a point of return or more. So we can risk about 20 to 30 cents. So it doesn't seem bad if I can get it around like 36.40s and then risk down to 67.10. Sounds good to me. We'll see what happens if it does the pullback or not. All right, what else is doing well? Healthcare in the green now. Let's see what's starting to shift on over. What's having a good day there? There's some cheaper names that are doing well. I'll just name one here, ADAP. So you guys can take a look at that one. That's a biotech. It had a good day yesterday, continuing to run after a big pullback right to yesterday's support around the 207s. That's not a bad one to keep an eye out for. Let's go to some more higher cap names. You guys know I like to stay in kind of the bigger names here. AbbVie having a really good day, pulling back right now towards the support. This one doesn't look bad right now. I might actually take this one. Just need to kind of fully do the analysis here. Support is 49.11 on AbbVie. That's ABBV if you guys don't know the ticker. Trying to come in with my trading shoes. All right, can I get a little bit of a pullback here on AbbVie? There you are, getting a little bit of a pullback. Took a starter there. Can add. I'm going for like about a third position here in AbbVie. Starter there, 149.37. All right, let's see if we can start getting this going. I'll show you guys the trade right here. So this is the trend line coming down. You guys can see kind of how the support is right underneath it here. Looking for it to come back up for that level. Healthcare sneaking into the green here. So I kind of like that also. And if I look at my healthcare sector, it looks like it's kind of bottoming, needs to kind of get a little bit of a lift, but I'm not in a bad area right now. AbbVie is in the drug manufacturers, and it's the leading industry in healthcare today. So I'm just trying to stick to this sector, this industry. Let's see if we can add on a nice little pullback towards 49.11. That's where I want to be adding close towards that 49.11. Can risk off that 149.
SPY at lows here, by the way.
SPY at lows. Tilray pulled up to about 391, but then pulled back a little bit. Just want to keep seeing higher lows on like the 5 minute. What's going on, chat? How we doing? Mitch, I hope that was your DJ intro. You already know DJ Hoch in the house. Money Mitch. What?
I like the record scratch there.
Yeah. You guys know it. Whoop. All right. Let's see. I'm trying to.
Gemini asking, implied volatility, what percent should that be? It's not necessarily a percent number that it should be. The higher the implied volatility, the higher the premium, because the more those contracts are being traded. So generally speaking, if you see high implied volatility before an event, you can expect that after the event, that implied volatility will come in, and so too will the premiums on the contracts that you've been trading. So not thinking, not necessarily a specific number that it should be, just understand the difference between higher and lower implied volatility.
Like this pullback in AVV, I'm trying to add, but I'm trying to be patient here. Let it come to me a little bit more underneath that 149.25.
You're
I
trying
saw
to play it long on a break of that trend line?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm more than willing to see like a wick down here, and I'm getting filled on these wicks. I already got one fill here, so if it just breaks out from here, it's not much difference than what my original entry is. So I try to use those ads to actually give me a benefit, right? If it's not going to give me a benefit, because if I add there, like let's say really close to this entry, then that's just increasing risk. That's not really giving me a benefit on the entry. Maybe I'll go down a penny or two on the average. But when I want to go down on the average, I want it to come down really closer towards my risk. And so what I usually do is I'll do like a little bit of a third piece here. And I would be looking to add like, let's say maybe like the 18, the 11. So I'm adding really kind of closer towards 149.15 versus this 149.37 that I'm at right now. So that moved me closer towards maybe 149.20. And then so I have a pretty nice risk off of that 149. That's only a 20-cent risk. The reward to this could be up towards 150 and above, 150.20. So you're talking at least a point on the return. So I always try to keep in mind the profit to loss ratio. And if I can stay in these type of trades, well, then I'd only have to be right 30, 40% of the time, and I'm in the green.
Mitch, I'm going to hop here and get rolling with my day. I got a whole bunch of stuff I got to take care of, but good to have you back,
my friend.
We will see you again tomorrow. Take care, chat.
Yeah.
Be ready for that CPI print tomorrow. Tomorrow should be a big day.
All right, looking good in that AVV. I can look for some other trades in this area. Let's take a look there. What's doing well in this sector? So Merck leading the rally here. I'll show you guys on the right-hand side. I'm going to take Tilray off. I'll try to keep my eyes on the trade here on my top chart here. But let's go to Merck here. I think this is an important one to see here. And you can see here, this is a drug manufacturer major, right? So Merck getting some nice lift there, continuing the nice rise there on Merck. Another one having a nice little VWAP bounce is Bristol Myers. So that's BMY. You guys can see here, the VWAP is like right underneath this wick here towards the 80-40. Not a bad little area to see that nice little bounce there. AbbVie, you guys know I'm in that one. Lilly is right underneath. It's kind of on the support, so you guys can be looking at that one. Johnson & Johnson just pulled back after trying to make a move towards the high of 174.50. So we're looking good in AbbVie. I can look for a nice little pullback. Right now, it's starting to go in my direction, so I'm not going to add here. I'm just going to let it go if it wants to rip. And if it still pulls back, I'm still adding into those positions, knowing exactly where my risk is towards the 149. All right, catching up with stocks from the chat. Enough of, exactly my outlook. I'm sure you guys are enjoying it, but if you guys see stocks that you guys want to call out, make sure you guys call them out. I can take a look. Like Martine calling out Oxy right now. I can take a look. Let's go ahead. I'm just going to leave AbbVie on the left-hand side because it's kind of like the trade that I'm kind of more focused on. Tilray is more that kind of swing trade size, so I'm not really stressing too much on that. Just keeping an eye on it. It's kind of pretty much balanced right now. We'll see what happens there. Let's go towards some stocks there. Oxy. All right. How's energy doing overall? Energy's down 1.5 from the open. And so it looks like you're getting that downward wave here in Oxy. I thought we can maybe get a pullback. And, you'd probably kill me, Martine. It was sounding bearish, but I do think that this is starting to drop off. Is it going to be complete disaster? No, but look how Drip looked today. Really bullish pattern there. That shows me more and more that this is a kind of a pullback. XOM. Let's get XOM, ExxonMobil here. Take a look at that chart. There you see it. It's just definitely getting hit hard here. Is it going to be a complete disaster? No, but it could pull back. As far as first thing is the trend line on like an XOM, that's going to get already tapped right now. So then you'd be looking at the next support, it coming down towards the 108. Then from there, 104s. From there, you go towards the 102s. So there's definitely layers. Let's go to Oxy. I know Oxy was close towards the 52-week high, And I think that that's what happened here. Yeah, you hit the top there. And from that level, look at this. Sideways, it goes right to that level. You hit that 52-week high. You went right back to it. And it didn't get to this wick spot, but this kind of closed spot right here where you're getting up there. You rejected there. And now you're right back down to support. You want to see this support hold here. So you can use this close here. And you're going to the left or to the right here. You draw it. And you can see here how we kind of been holding here. You just want to make sure you hold at least the low that you put in already. And make sure that you're not breaking down towards the 70. 70 is going to be that area where you can start really breaking down this chart. There's also an uptrend here on the right-hand side. Look at this trend line towards the up. You're starting to break that right now. That's what you want to see it kind of hold right underneath there. Maybe you even can put this at the 70 where these wicks are. And now you really got kind of your outlook right now. As long as it can hold in this and then maybe recover towards 72. But if not, you're looking at the pullback. And then the question is, how far are you going to get that retracement? You can maybe use the retracement tool and look for a 50% retracement. So that's it. That's going to be a trick that you can be doing there. Looking at AbbVie right now, it looks like I might get my opportunity to add here. Okay, a little bit more. Just want to see a little tick down here, and I'm going to add into AbbVie. It's not a bad thing if it doesn't want to go towards it, right? So here's the 22 on the offer side. I'm going to look for a little bit of a tick down here. Nah, it's not catching it right there. Try and be patient. There's no reason to rush. If anything, I can get into it in a second here. 5 minute kind of rejected the break of the trend line. Can do kind of the rule of three. Start looking at that. Up one, down one, up two, down two, up three. Yeah, we still can get a down three to 149.11s. So not going to overreact here on this pullback. Really looking for that like around 149.18 area. Then we can add towards 149.11. We'll see what happens here. All right, don't forget to hit that like. Appreciate you, Gary J. Boyle, says Shannon. Let's take a look at Shannon. Always a bear. Rawr, Martine. Actually, I've been kind of bullish on the market, so it's kind of sucky to see that the market's coming down right now. At least in the kind of short term. CPI, I think, is going to ruin this, though. But hey, you never know what can happen. Let's go to Boyle. How's our natural gas doing today? It is taking a little bit of a hit there. It looks like a kind of pullback. One thing I like to use on Boyle is use like a deeper time frame, like a 4-hour chart or a 1-hour chart to see if you really are seeing kind of breakouts or not. Looks like you got a hard turnaround there around the resistance. So you're not getting that complete breakout. One of the things I think that we're going to need in natural gas to continue breaking out is that you really need this. And look at that reversal in AbbVie. We're looking good, at least on that end. The volume didn't completely just kind of kick up. If not, I would probably add here. But the volume's pretty low still. So we're just going to give it time to develop here. But it's starting to look a little bit better. But Boyle, one of the things about Boyle here is that I think we need to hear about the first real true winter wave hitting Europe, where you're starting to hear that houses are struggling to pay the bills, or that they're struggling to meet the supply, right? That there's shortages. Let's wait a little bit here. I feel like natural gas is going to play some games with us. And we know how they call Boyle the Widowmaker. So we could be heading right back down towards the lows. And that's the hard part of the natural gas trade. I feel like it's really savage on the down and upside. So you have to be really quick to pull in the trigger on both areas. I feel like the risk and also the reward. Sometimes you got to understand that these things are going to be very volatile and have some complete swings because it's going off based off of news. News catalysts are the stocks that can swing, and they can even swing just overnight. So you got to be careful with stocks like this. Right now, it seems like they're both on big pullbacks, UNG and Boyle. What's up? What's up, Zunaid? Zunaid's joining in here. He'll be right with us. Give us
I
about
gotta
2
take
seconds.
care of this sun.
You
That's
got that
right in my
sun,
eye.
man. You're going to get
bro.
blinded, my friend.
I got blinds right here, but this is, oh my goodness.
Jesus
Let me
trying to
see.
put the light on you, man.
Let me see what I
No
can
worries.
do.
You can work on that.
This is.
I'll put you in the background.
It's coming from me. No, I'll leave it here because I can see where it's blocking. I need it.
Okay. I got you. No worries.
There we go. I think we're good there. Whew, that was fun.
Looking good. Looking good.
Yeah. You know. We're just trying to get ready for the interview.
Look
You
close
gonna
up.
put
Look
me?
close up.
Bro, I got
close up.
Thankfully, you can't see it, but I got like a little zit happening right
Little
smack
sit,
dab.
No worries. I feel you.
in the
Feel
middle
you,
of my
life,
nose.
Man. Hey, what are we gonna do, man? What are we gonna do?
Yeah.
Can't worry about that life. We're looking good, man. Representing.
Appreciate it.
So what do we got
Appreciate
coming
it.
up?
Yeah, it's going to be a fun interview. It's going to be with, let me get the ticker for you guys right over here. But basically, they reported earnings yesterday. Where you at? Talking to me?
I'll put the banner. Ba-bam!
It's going to be interesting because they just went ahead and reported earnings, right? And they kind of had an update in terms of their guidance as well. So that's definitely a conversation that I want to go ahead and have. So you've got the CEO, Matt, who we're going to have a conversation with, ticker APPN. And the main thing I'm interested in is the guidance situation. And that's the main thing that I want to kind of talk about. So we'll have that coming up in just a little bit. But the market looks to bounce right from that 377.50. But we'll see how it kind of it's just within that range so far. It peaked below, but it did go ahead and come back in the range of things. And of course, Carvana, I got a chance to short that one more time. But that's coming. Let's see if that 750 breaks on Carvana, and maybe we can go ahead and get the 725s, give or take, on that trade there on ticker CV and A.
All right. I'm going to stick with my AV, and then I'll let you take control in a second or two here as we're going to shift over in a second. But just wanted to kind of give my last outlook here.
Please.
I'm going to look to add to this position. I really like the setup here. I don't know if you can have taken a look at this, Zunaid, but AV right now, it's a nice little setup here for the upside towards 150.20. Looking to add on the pullback now that we're starting to really get above our levels. We're towards 149.67. We can add here towards 149.45s on a pullback. We'll see if we get the pullback. If not, let it go. Let it run. I'll take the little small share size and I'll let it run there towards the high of 150.20 on the day. Of course, this is a good area that I'm starting to see lift, and just continue to watch the industry to see if we can continue to see it kind of push out. And that's drug manufacturers, the major ones. All right, that's probably going to do it for me. I'll keep watching, of course, the markets in the background, team. You guys can always communicate with me in the comments during the interview. I'll be right there trading along with you guys, but also check out a new opportunity. That's what I always like, finding out stories of stocks, right? You guys always hear me mention, has the story changed? Is it in favor? Because that's what matters a lot to me. And that's what I'm going to be looking for, always trying to figure out where is the story and when is it coming in our favor. That's an important thing to be looking for, because when we can find certain industries getting in favor, when I can find some rotation to kind of hang on to and maybe find. Right now it's been healthcare. That's why I'm trading AV. We'll see what happens.
Sweet. Appreciate that. Let me go ahead and take care of a couple of things here, and then we should be good. Let me go ahead and turn these notifications on. Matt, you give me a thumbs up when you're ready to go, and then I can bring you on in about 10 seconds. I've got the thumbs up. Mitch, any final words before we get this going?
You guys have fun. I'll be tuning in, listening into a new story. Let me know. I got to find out. We'll definitely be tuning in, and I'll be trying to put up some graphics so that you guys can check out the company also.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. And it's time for another interview. I absolutely love doing these interviews because you get to hear from the executives from publicly traded companies. Any questions you guys want to ask, feel free to have them in the chat. Of course, I've got some questions of my own. So, of course, without any further ado, let me go ahead and introduce you guys to Matt, who is the CEO of APN, ticker APPN. How's it going, Matt?
It's going great. That's Appian.
Appian, thank you so much for coming on here today. Hopefully, I know you guys went ahead and reported earnings yesterday. I'd love to hear about that in just a moment. But before we get to that, if you could explain it to me like I'm five, what is it that your company does?
Great. Appian is a low-code platform, which is basically an easy way to develop new software. It allows you to develop software by drawing a flow chart instead of writing lines of code, which means that your developers are faster, and some people who weren't developers otherwise can be developers now.
Now, I'm glad you brought that up because I've tried to get into like coding and different things like that, and it is tough. Like I tried to do the first lesson, and Matt, I couldn't get past the 5-minute mark. But obviously, we're talking about more in-depth stuff here, but it's definitely, tricky. And the biggest thing is, I know here at Benzinga, when we have new ideas that we want to kind of go ahead and take care of, it takes a long time to take care of the coding aspects of it, the errors and different things like that. How long has it been since you guys have been in this process, and how much success have you seen with this software?
I founded this company 23 years ago. I've been running it since then. We've been public since 2017, and we've been growing steadily. So we've done this for a long time. I discovered this idea 15 years ago, maybe almost 20, and I loved it from the beginning. The idea that you'd be able to easily create software through a drawing, I felt that's just what the world needs. We have to empower people to make more software and work with machines better. So this is something we've been working on for a long time. We're the pioneer in it.
I love it. Now, you guys just reported earnings. Could you give us a little bit of insight about your earnings report?
Yeah. Well, first of all, the top line's totally solid, right? We're at 30% growth, cloud subs revenue, 29% subs revenue growth, 28% revenue growth. In fact, not only is the top line great, it's accelerating lately. In 5 years since we've been public, the best 4 revenue growth quarters on a percentage basis that we've ever had are the last 4 quarters. So we're building speed as we move into what it could be an economic difficulty, and we come in with a lot of confidence. At the same time, we've got a little bit of dissonance here in that we're hiring, right? We're not only not laying out, we're hiring, and we're building the team at this moment. And we assembled our team for 23 a lot faster than we thought we would. It turned out to be a great hiring environment. So we've brought costs forward into the third quarter of this year, which means that third quarter stacked higher on costs. And so there was that was a notable feature of the third quarter, is that we just brought those costs forward.
Now, I see that it's also, your subscription revenue increased by approximately 29% year over year to approximately about 86 million. Can you tell us about guidance for Q4?
Yeah, it's worth noting, by the way, that all of this is done with an FX headwind, right? Exchange rates are tugging us downward by 5% this year, and we're still setting records in revenue. We've still got solid 30% growth on cloud subs revenue versus last year, and that's with a 5% headwind on top of it. Yeah. So anyway, your question is about guidance. That's
The
right.
guidance,
Well, yeah, that's right. We've put up guidance, right? Our expected it's negative 75. Don't quote me actually, because I don't have it in front of me.
Sure,
but
sure. Yeah.
Guidance is on the record.
Yeah, I got you on that. And now, with this being, are you ever looking to different anything in the pipeline that folks can kind of take a look at, whether it's different types of subscription models that might be coming through? Any insight on that?
Yeah, Appian is a really strong firm, strong in its relationship with its customers. We have a 99% gross renewal rate, which is almost unheard of in software. That means 99 cents out of every dollar is going to be renewed next year. We go into the potential recession not only with accelerating revenue, but with a rock solid loyalty of our customers. We're voted customer's choice literally every quarter they've run the poll. We're in a very good position of strength. Big market, growing concept, very strong relationship with our customers, accelerating revenue. And that's why we're undertaking this divergent and somewhat dissonant action. The market's looking for slowdowns, consolidations. We see the opportunity. And so we're moving into it by making those hires. We're opening up a new dev center in Chennai, for example, which we achieved faster than schedule, fully staffed, open this past quarter. Now that did add some to expenses, but opening a new dev center is a big thing for us. We're going to need that in the future because we're in a great market and we're the pioneer.
Yeah. Now, if you're planning on increasing dev centers, I also believe in the note that I have here is that you plan on reducing losses to 10% of revenue by the second half of 2023. How are you going to be able to do that while also building and growing as well?
That's right. That's our austerity commitment. We want to be sure that we grow, but we grow with caution. You may not know this, your listeners may not, but Appian is originally a bootstrap. We got all the way to our IPO with only $10 million of outside investment. Pretty amazing these days in software to grow that far with that little investment, but that's what we're like. And so we know what it's like to live off the land and be scrappy with our expenses. And so what we're going to do is re-examine all the expense operations we're running and whittle them down so that we're only doing really necessary, effective things. We're going to do a sweeping review of the organization in that, and then we're going to focus our investment on the most, the best opportunities that we've got in front of us. Pick just our very favorite things. One of those is the Dev Center in Chennai. Another one is our winning solution in government, the government acquisition management solution, which is proving to be a home run. We're going to invest in that. We're going to choose very narrow places where we're going to put our biggest growth. And otherwise, we're going to be focusing on austerity.
I believe you mentioned currency impacts that you're kind of having to deal with. I want to talk about possibly, the conversations of recessions, this, that, the other. But on the other side, so many people are always, my friends and family are like, oh, you got to get into coding. Doesn't matter what type it is. That's the future, this, that, the other. How are you guys kind of set up for success? And especially taking on the challenge of possible recessions with possibly subscriptions being canceled, XYZ.
Yeah. Our community is, in a recession, people go toward things they trust. Our community has grown 222% in the last 12 months. We're seeing an extraordinary rush of interest into our technology specifically because it's a solid way to earn a living. The demand is extremely high. There's contention for resources, and it's very easy to get into it. If you've got some degree of tech skills, even if they're out of date, you can rapidly learn our low-code platform and be an expert, a certified expert within a month or two. And that could be an enormous career boost. Thousands of people are doing this, and we're encouraging it. So that's, in a recession, people flee to quality. And I believe we've got a quality product and a quality proposition to people who want to be involved with Appian technology.
Yeah, people want to stick to like the core of, needs and not wants. And especially if this is a need that the community feels that they're going to stick around with it. Let's talk about, if you don't mind, the health of the financials on the company side. If you could give us a little bit of insight on that.
Yeah, well, super strong, particularly given that we always know how to operate at a profit whenever we want to, because that's our heritage. But we did just recently add another $150 million to the balance sheet with a new debt arrangement we put together. So we did that because we wanted to enter the recession from a position of cash strength if there is a recession. And we're also, as I say, very good at controlling our own costs.
And another thing I wanted to talk about is, obviously there's a tech sell-off, right? We're all kind of seeing that. But I wanted to talk about how Appian is able to kind of buck that trend, if you will, and why you guys are having much more success than everyone else. And I'm not specifically talking about just the chart and the technicals, but obviously the fundamentals of the company more so.
Yeah, well, the fundamentals of the company are fantastic, but we are by no means bucking any tech sell-off. In fact, we're absolutely participating in the tech sell-off, and perhaps even a little bit extra participating, because we're not going with the Wall Street expectation that every business should now consolidate and shrink. We see the opportunity, and Appian plays the long game. I've been here 23 years, and my instinct is to run profitably. And right now we're investing because we know it'll pay off in a few years. So we haven't dodged any sell-off, that's for sure. But we're doing the right thing for the business, and we're playing the long game.
Yeah, something that so many great people have said, especially CEOs, executives, is don't worry about the price. You just continue building. You just continue what we're here to do, and then the price will reflect that in the long term itself as well. Oftentimes I feel like companies have these question marks or misunderstandings from investors, from retail investors, and all that. Are there any misconceptions of what Appian is in the field?
I don't know if people misunderstand what Appian is, but they might underestimate the power of this market, and they might not understand the degree to which we're pioneering it. Even though we're a mid-sized tech firm, we put the flag up on low code 5 years ago in 2017 when we went public, and we have continued to innovate. Our latest innovation is to put together a data fabric that connects all of the data of the enterprise so that it can be easily accessed through low-code means from any application that you create on our platform. It's a great breakthrough, and I don't think people truly understand the power of that just yet.
All right. And one final thing, I'll kind of give the floor to you, Matt. If there was anything that you kind of wanted to discuss, anything you felt like our viewers should know about, anything you were hoping I would ask you about that I didn't, the floor is kind of yours here.
I've been here a long time, right? 23 years. I'm the biggest believer in this company. I'm the biggest shareholder in this company. We focus on the horizon. We're built for the long run. We know what this market could be worth, and we are optimizing not for next quarter, but for next decade. And so the number one thing you should know is that we have the future in mind.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Matt, for coming on and having a conversation with us. I appreciate it. And Matt is the CEO of Appian, ticker APPN. Thank you, Matt, once again, and congratulations on success. And I really look forward to those hirings and those dev centers. And maybe I'll join up and try to learn coding a little bit here and there.
Thanks. Good talking with you.
Take care, Matt. That was always great. And, you kind of get to hear, especially when they just reported earnings, you kind of go ahead and get to have a conversation and kind of get some insight on the financials, where they're looking to go. Because it's cool learning about, where they were yesterday, but you kind of more importantly want to focus on where they're going tomorrow. And if your hard-earned money is worth it to investing in it as well. And I'll be honest, like, I truly did want to learn coding, and it's just hard. My brain just doesn't function in that manner. Right. And Mitch, you can hop on whenever, but for me, I'm a visual guy. So it's a huge for me to be able to kind of, like he was mentioning, like Matt was mentioning, like draw it, visually see it. And I love their tagline of, they believe it was idea to something there. But let me go ahead and get back to the charts here real quick. What's up, buddy?
What's up? What's up? Back to the action. What's going on, man?
Let's go ahead and take a look at SPY. Ooh, nice little bump up in SPY as we're now above VWAP.
Yeah, mine's not doing too bad here. AppV got close towards my profit take, almost to the high of the resistance there already. So nice little breakout there. AppV, we'll see when we get towards the profit take. I have an order out there just above here towards 150.18. We'll see if we get another little drive. I'll be able to take some out there and then look for the big breakout. Let's see what happens.
Yep. All right. I got to get going here, but appreciate you hanging out. Appreciate you producing in the background. We'll go ahead and catch you guys. Tomorrow's Thursday, right? Or today Thursday? Today's Wednesday. So we'll catch you guys tomorrow. See ya.
See you, my friend. Have a good one. Never know. Always at it, though. That's for sure. Yes, Zunaid will be back, of course, like always, tomorrow. Definitely hit the like button. Don't go anywhere, team. Don't go anywhere. We still got a lot of action here, and I'm still trading. I'm still trying to take some more trades here. So if you guys got some tickers that are moving here, let me know, because I'm looking. All right, going to go ahead and I got to close some windows up here. Just give me 1 second. Bum, 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 bum. All right, let's look around. Let's see if we can find something good here. Starting to get into the green. Real estate is deep into the green, so that's not doing too bad. Earlier, I was looking at certain ones here, so I'll take a look at how those are doing. Some of those were like, let's take a look here. We got Well wasn't a bad one. It did get a little bit of a bounce there right off of the VWAP. It got up there close towards the second resistance towards 67.89. That wasn't a bad one here. I'll show you guys that. We had talked about that trade and see if it was going to go well. That's kind of funny. But there you guys see it. It's still battling right now. We'll see eventually if it comes back up there. Looking around to see what else is in the green. Utilities getting into the green. Healthcare is in the green, so I'm not feeling too bad about trading in healthcare today. What's deep? Still in the red. Energy still hasn't turned around and is weak, guys. It's been weak pretty much since this morning, so I haven't seen a turnaround there. And technology, Apple down, Microsoft down, Google trying to hold the little bounce there. Maybe Google is not looking too bad. If you're looking at one that's maybe holding in there. Meta bounced 3 times off the VWAP. I feel like if it starts breaking through 103, though, you might want to get out of that one. It looks like it's trying to break down. We'll see what happens there. ASML, definitely a bounce off of VWAP off of that stock. Not looking too bad there. Trying to push back up towards the upside there. But technology, definitely a good area to be in right now. Residential construction doing well. Home improvement. Home Depot having a good day. Lowe's having a good day. So keep your eyes on stocks like that right now. There's AbbVie starting to get a push. I'll look to see if I get that next level up there. How's the drip? The drip. There's the drip. It's up there towards 12.05, starting to slow down a little bit. We'll see if that oil trade gets back at least to the VWAP. What else are you guys taking a look at? Shannon says Generac. All right, not a bad stock to take a look at. I was taking a look at Generac the other day. I'll keep an eye out for that. Valero is another one that I've been looking at. I'm sure that's starting to turn around. Not looking good there. But let's take a look here. What else is making moves on the day? Basic Materials getting hit today, guys. Yesterday was a gold day. Today hasn't been that gold day. But look to see if they catch the bounce now. They're near the support now. So maybe you start getting that push there. GOLD looking good here off the 1550. You're looking for a move to 1575. That's not looking too bad there. It's just a small move. But we'll see what happens there in some gold names. NEM, there you go. NEM with a nice little breakout. AU with a nice little breakout. So here's NEM. Show you guys that. Newmont looking good there. Nice little push off the 1 minute. Here, let's look at that at 5 minutes. 5 minutes looks better. You can see yesterday's push there. You take a look at how it's moving right now. Not a bad little chart. Just pushed up there. Not looking bad there. NEM. AU is another gold play that I like. It is starting to get back towards the green there. So, hey, who knows? Maybe gold finds the bounce and starts getting into the green. DOLD off the support also. Not looking too bad. There's support. There's VWAP right there. This one's not looking too bad there to get back towards the 1575. Meta. Did I play Meta today? No, I did not. But Meta is not a bad play. But honestly, I think this eventually gets hit hard on the downside because it is like this is that kind of rally that I don't think it's really based on what they're doing. They're cutting jobs. They're showing you weakness, but it's getting a rally. Why is that getting a rally? Because they're cutting cost, right? But at the same time, is it a, like a $6-7 rally off of this? I don't think so. I think eventually this comes right back down there towards 96, but just got to wait to see it turn around. Right now, it's still on the rise. I would look at like a 15-minute or an hourly chart and wait for that to turn around. Right now, it isn't the time for me to battle on Meta, but we'll see what happens on AbbVie. If I can finally get that little last push towards the high there, wanted to push through towards 150.20, take half of it out there and let the rest of it keep running. All right, looking around for some other trades. I'll keep watching what you guys are taking a look at. Migo says Hasi. I'll take a look at Hasi. All right, let's take a look there. Hasi is a $29 stock. I don't even know this one that much. Let me look at what this is in just so I can see how the sector is. Looks like it's a REIT and diversified. Not too bad. The kind of the third leading industry in REITs. So REITs are not doing too bad today. So it's not a bad area to be in. I like kind of the hourly chart there. You can see here, you kind of had this like kind of push out. Now you've been building up the support. You just broke through here. Now you're getting that next level. You're looking like it wants to run to 30. You might have that nice little run and push towards 30. It did get a nice little VWAP bounce around the 29.12s. So it's not too far off of that. I like that little bounce there. You can see it also on the 15-minute here. Let's go towards the 15-minute. I'll show you guys that on Hasi, how you're kind of building up a little kind of flag pattern here. It's more like a symmetrical triangle. Look to see if you can get that 29.40 break, because it looks like you turned around right around there last time. You got 29.55 there on the intraday. Look to see if you can get back above that 29.50. It'll be looking good for a 30 run. We'll see what happens there on Hasi. All right, time to keep going. Let's look at Upstart, or I'm sorry about this, but I call it Downstop because it's just these are companies that I don't think will survive, but it is getting a little bit of a bounce today. Looks like it got the bounce after getting beaten down. That's actually a good level to look at if it could come all the way back there, but I think this is bounced pretty far. I honestly don't like stocks like this that, down gap and I'm playing the up move, but it has gotten the up move on the day. The only question is, when will it turn around? I say you can watch also Affirm. Affirm is actually in the red, and that's what concerns me. Is a stock that's very similar is in the red here. So we'll see what happens with Affirm. You guys know how I feel about it. I think eventually this stock disappears, so be careful there on Upstart and stocks like that. Lucid down there towards 11. You guys remember when I was calling this short at 19? Been calling this short for a little while there. The Lucid Dreamers definitely giving up on Lucid today, down there towards 11.24, or maybe they're just, lucid dreaming around. We'll see what happens. Peloton getting some lift. Oof, let's see. All right, that's a battle there. There's a battle. Let's see if it can get back through the 950. I don't think that's going to survive, but if it's one of the companies you think will disappear, it very much could. Young Killer, you might be right on that. All right, let's keep going. I'll take a look at some other stocks. What is getting that lift? Come on, AbbVie. Get the push. Get the push. Let's keep looking at that. NVIDIA's down 4% on the day. That's not a good outlook there. That's not going to help these stocks. TSM, not in the green yet. I'm taking a look to see if these stocks are going to get into the green, like Google. Look at Google here. I'll show you guys that. It's an interesting chart to take a look at right now. If you look on the 15-minute, you can see here, been just kind of building sideways here since the open. The open is like right around here. And so you're just kind of sideways right now. Just looking to see which way it wants to really go here. Let's go towards the hourly, see if we can see a bigger time frame trend. Yeah, you can. You can see kind of how this is acting as support all along here. You got kind of a trend line that you can kind of draw on this side. You got a nice little resistance area right around here where 89, above 89, it definitely looks like a breakout. We'll see what happens. It's definitely topping out right around here. 88s on the downside is not a good outlook. That's definitely a breakdown. So we'll see what happens here. If this starts going and flushing here through the 88.50s, we could be heading towards 88 on a breakdown. So I'm not going to overreact here. I'm just going to wait, and then I'll look to take a trade on that. Right now, it's kind of just battling. It's battling, trying to get towards 89 or 88.50s and start cracking down. AbbVie starting to get that lift. We're not looking too bad on that. Let's see if AbbVie can keep pushing on the day. We just need a little bit more to take our first profit. We'll see what happens here. Let's go, Google. What you gonna do? All right, taking a look. Beware the zombie stocks, Yeah, the zombie stocks. You got to be careful with those. Those can keep disappearing. How's the SoFi doing? Ooh, it's still getting hit down to $4.99. Remember when this popped up there towards the $6? It came right back down. My Tilray position, I'm going to have to probably cut that. It's not holding this 380s. Was looking for that next push. I'm holding on right now. I'm willing to hold it towards around kind of low right below it towards like 77, 78, but needs to hold this 80 and get another little push. See if we end up getting that push there in Tilray. Nice support underneath it. Just needs to kind of push up, not crack down. See what happens there in Tilray on the day. Cannabis stocks. What's going on with you guys? I'm trying to get high. All right. AB should be joining us soon here. It's about 11:28. We'll be getting you guys over to Benzinga Live. Don't go anywhere. Just trying to get another trade in. Trying to get some green. AbbVie, let's go. We got close there. 150.10. Still hasn't really taken off there. Let's go towards the 15 or an hourly. Look for that bigger time frame trade there. Yeah, and that's a break above the levels that we're at there, that 150.20. It could get a nice little breakout there. So I will take out some profit there and then look to take out the rest on a bigger time frame move. SPY overall, where we're at. Looks like we're just hanging out there off of VWAP. It's not doing much right now, so there's not much action. I think that there's maybe some slowdown. Of course, the CPI going to be coming out this tomorrow, so keep your eyes on CPI. That's going to be moving the markets. So if you want to see what will shake us up again, well, you just only got to wait one day till we get the CPI report. All right, team. There was definitely some stocks today that had some good earnings, some bad earnings. I'm sure AB will be covering some of those coming up next and getting into it with some different traders. So stay tuned. That's coming up. Benzinga Live. Don't miss it with my man AB. Wonder what he's taking a look at today. Maybe he's taking a little YOLO action. Tesla selling. I'm pretty sure he'll probably be talking about Elon selling some shares because Tesla keeps coming down. It's down now towards 187.38. Man, I was talking about Elon this morning. I kept asking the question, when it was down here in the daily range, if Elon sells, where does the stock go? Well, I got my answer through support, and now we're down there towards 187. And some people think that he still needs to sell more shares. And remember, he just told us that, that he was going to stop sharing, that he was going to stop selling. Well, stay tuned. I'm sure AB will cover that in his show at some point. I know my man likes a little Elon Musk talk. We'll see what happens there in Tesla. AbbVie, well, I'm going to hang on this. I can even let it become a swing trade if it stays up here. We'll see what happens there on AbbVie. SPY looks like it's rejecting a little bit. Remember, oil not having a good day today. Technology not having a good day. We'll see if those stocks reverse. And solar stocks at least getting into the green today. EMPH, First Solar, man. I've been watching these solar plays. Keep your eyes on these guys. First Solar getting a nice little lift today. The run starting to get into the green. Keep your eyes on that one. SPWR is trying to get into the green. That one had a good day yesterday. We got good earnings from Array. Array kind of pulling back. Look for this eventually to maybe catch a little bit of a bounce. That's what I'd be looking for. There you see that kind of inverse head and shoulders pattern. If you guys like some patterns, that's an inverse head and shoulders there. You see that head, shoulder, left, right shoulder, bullish pattern, holding the pullback right around here, around the 1890s. Not looking bad for that nice little move outside of the pattern, pullback, and then a nice little up move there for Array. We'll see what happens in some solar names. And SEDG having a good one there. One that I called out, CSIQ. And where did I call this out? I called this out on At the Close. Don't miss it, team. I call out trades there all the time as I'm taking a look at the market. And what did I see? I saw all these daily levels all around each other. And I said, you know what? This is a nice little setup. If it can get back through 35, I like it. I like it. Look what happened today. Nice move through 35. Didn't even take a single cent on the downside of risk. Boom. Nice little move up there to 36, 33. Not a bad one there. Canadian Solar. All right. I'm going to start getting the wrap on. Get you guys over to, of course, none other than Benzinga Live. Don't miss it. And of course, check out the future of crypto.
What is up, everybody? Happy Wednesday. Crazy, absolutely crazy day as far as news today. Of course, yesterday, crypto markets absolutely wild. FTX Binance deal announced, and today, it might not be happening. Sam Bankman-Fried, people talking about it on Twitter, has lost over $15 billion. And if you think that's a lot, not even close to being the billionaire that's lost the most this year. If you're wondering who that is, that would be Mr. Elon Musk of Tesla, who has lost more than $90 billion, according to Bloomberg. But neither here nor there. I'm working hard over here to find us some good guests to come on and talk about the Binance FTX situation that might have some more knowledge than I do of what's going on in the crypto world. But right now, there's a lot of speculation going on exactly what CZ, the guy who's in charge of Binance, kind of this eccentric leader who was kind of in the shadows of Sam Bankman-Fried over the past year or so in terms of who's the golden boy of crypto, who's looked at as the biggest. And there's a lot of speculation out there about kind of what exactly he did as just some with the FTT token, all this stuff. And I don't want to speculate too much because, again, I don't think I'm the best person to exactly explain all this. But before the end of the show, I promise we are going to get someone. I am swinging. Zuck had lost the most, but I think according to Bloomberg as of like today, with how much Tesla stock has been over the past couple weeks, I believe that's now that is now Musk. But all right, guys. Let's go ahead, and while we're waiting for before we get someone on to talk about this Binance, because again, this is absolutely going to go down as so far. This will be the biggest story, the most pivotal moment in terms of crypto, at least over the past 5 years, since this will basically decide what the crypto industry looks like over the next few years, what goes on with this Binance and FTX deal. Of course, Binance, the world's largest crypto exchange, FTX, the second largest. If you want the dumbed down TLDR, too long didn't read version, essentially Bankman-Fried got a little in over his head, a little too leveraged. He had his crypto hedge fund, I forget what that's called, Altidin, whatever, something with an A, that apparently had just been in a very bad position, was using FTX's native coin as collateral against this hedge fund, which is kind of a big no-no, right? When the markets are going bad and you're leveraging and you're taking on too much debt. Basically what happened with Fried, kind of an Icarus, flew too close to the sun. And that's what I'm curious about. Like, to me, it seems like there was really no need for it, right? FTX had a solidified spot in the global market of cryptocurrency, good reputation, all this, and just tarnished all of that, threw it all away to try to grow too much too fast, got a little too greedy. And I think, with Sam Bankman-Fried, he's obviously a very smart guy, essentially a genius. But at the end of the day, the saying holds true. Bears get rich, bulls get rich, and pigs get slaughtered. And this is, to me, a pig getting slaughtered. Sam Bankman-Fried saying, I wanted more and more and more. I wanted to get bigger and bigger and bigger. I made, $15 billion in a few years. That's not enough for me. Got to get more. And then eventually ran his company into the ground. Not just to the detriment of him, but to thousands and thousands of people who had assets held on FTX, employees of FTX, all this thing. And what happened yesterday was Binance stepped in, basically said, hey, we'll come in, bail you guys out. Over the last 24 hours, I guess Binance has taken a look at the books of FTX and said, hey, maybe we don't want to take on all this debt and whatnot. So, again, I have no clue what's going to happen. We're going to get someone on the show to talk about it. If not at the very least, we're going to get some of our in-house crypto guys, Logan, maybe and Ryan on the show to talk about it. Do you have 5 minutes to join our? Here, you know what I'll do? I'm just gonna share my screen so you guys can see. You guys can see what I'm doing here. And then if anyone has any suggestions on who to invite, who would be a good guest right now to bring on to talk about this crypto situation, then 100% we should do that. But that's been the craziest news so far today. But like I said at the top of the show, this has just been a crazy news day in general. Last night's elections in the United States here were one of the craziest election nights I've ever seen. I mean, obviously 2016 when Trump won, when a lot of people thought that wasn't going to be. All right, so I'm messaging this Everett Randall guy. Hey, Everett, do you have 5 minutes to join our live stream to talk about the FTX Binance news? I liked Everett's tweet, which is why I'm reaching out to him. This FTX Binance thing is some true Rockefeller robber baron shit. Just that right there, I just love that. This FTX Binance thing is some true Rockefeller robber baron shit, and the closest thing to the 1800s Standard Oil, Carnegie Steel. I thought there was another tweet that I saw that used the term robber baron. I mean, I don't know, man. This has been Binance, the CZ dude, played the hell out of SPF, played him like a fiddle, and then went on Twitter. This was the craziest thing. Went on Twitter and basically started talking shit and was making fun of almost essentially how Sam was running. How Sam was running FTX. 2 big lessons. Never use a token you created as collateral. Don't borrow if you run a crypto business. Don't use capital efficiently. Have a large reserve. So he's basically saying, he basically took to Twitter and said, hey, I'm bailing you out. I'm going to buy you out. But here are some 2 big lessons. Obviously, subtweeting Sam Bankman-Fried here. CZ just going for the absolute throat here. All right, back to the Twitter DMs. All right, anyone any suggestions from the chat? Market low, market no volume, slow SPY, long Amazon, Enron worthy news. All right, let's go pull up my Benzinga Pro while we're waiting for some of these potential guests to hit us back. I mean, literally there should be like 100 different crypto reporters from CoinDesk, Decrypt, these different outlets, and one of them should be able to come on the show and talk about this. I mean, this has been the craziest. Daniel Vosk. All right, there we go. Shout out Robert. Finally, we've got a suggestion in the chat. Where is Zoli? Is Zoli watching the show right now? I think Zoli, all right. Let's pull up my Benzinga Pro. Get to check out this news on Enron. I have no clue what it is, by the way. Amazon, we'll check out Amazon. We'll check out Apple. We'll check out Tesla, the news that Elon Musk sold over $3 billion worth of Tesla. Whoa. Let me just get in Benzinga Pro. Come on now. All right. First, we'll start with SPY, as we always do. Take a check-in on the overall market. S&P 500 trading down about 0.7%. I think at least a good amount of the price action we're seeing today is due to the election. I think, probably the market was hoping for Republicans to win the Senate, like we talked about yesterday. Any time historically, or not every time, but most of the times historically, we've had a mixed government in terms of one party in the White House, one party controlling the Senate. Stock returns have been pretty good. That isn't what looks like it's going to happen, so the market's kind of selling off a bit. But to anyone out there who thinks, okay, the market's about to tank because Democrats won control of the Senate, or looks like Democrats are going to win control of the Senate, I wouldn't really bank on that, or essentially like I'm not going to go out there and rush and buy SPY puts on that. And I think what you're seeing today, I mean, the S&P 500 down about 0.5%. Like, I think that's good conviction showing you it's not like, even if we do get confirmation that the Democrats win control of the Senate, we're going to see some 5% sell-off, and they're going to say, oh my God, this is terrible for the markets. If anything, you could make an argument that maybe returns will be a little bit more muted over the next 2 years than they would have been under a Republican Senate. Sure, I'd hear you out on that, but I don't, again, think that, okay, the way this election goes, that means the market's going to tank. I think actually historically, after the midterm elections, the markets have done pretty well, regardless of who wins, who wins the election, which party. More about focus change to CPI. Yeah, I agree. We had 2 big news catalysts this week. Election day Tuesday, CPI Thursday. We're now kind of through the first one, and now looking ahead to the next big catalyst of the week, of course. Wait, what? Is someone trolling me? Actually... Oh, okay. Easy Mike, I'll be completely honest. It's been such a whirlwind, crazy day, and I didn't get enough sleep last night. When you said Enron worthy news, I thought you were talking about Exxon and that like there was actually worthy news for the company. But now I see what you're saying is that the FTX news is like a new age Enron. I don't know. I mean, Enron was such a massive company. Like, I think Enron was one of like the top 10 U.S. companies in terms of market cap. I'm not saying it's not a huge deal or not comparable, but I don't know if we've seen anything really like the Enron collapse in the last 20 years, really, since that happened. To answer Jay Rice's question, no, I stayed away from Disney. I think I said I would rather wait till after the earnings report, especially for any sort of like swing trade or anything short term. I think I would have said I would have been okay buying it before the report if I was going to hold this or plan on holding it for a very long time, which I still agree with, right? Like I if you bought it before the report and it was at $100, you know, my thing is I think in 5 years Disney's going to be up more than $100. Is that a for sure thing? No, of course not. We'll see. And by the way, kind of tying back to what we were talking about earlier with the elections, I mean, Florida, the Florida Disney story is not over there yet. And you can see now just how much really power and, political power DeSantis holds in Florida. So if DeSantis wants to keep going after Disney, if I had to guess, though, I think with how many people Disney employs in Florida, I think how big it is for the Florida economy. I mean, I would be shocked if DeSantis and Disney don't come to some sort of, kind of agreement, or if they have not already. I will say, I last night, I don't know if we were looking at the different predicted markets on the show yesterday. I did go ahead last night and deposit some money in there, and it's actually like, I'm kind of hooked on it. It's really cool. It's like basically trading stocks, right? I bought essentially shares of the outcome that the Democrats are going to win the Senate race in Georgia. Literally, this was like last night based on what had already happened in other states. You know, like for example, Pennsylvania, going into the election, it was looking pretty decisive in Oz's favor that Republicans were going to win the Senate in Pennsylvania. And what ended up happening throughout the day was, oh shit, voter turnout for Democrats was actually higher than expected, all these things. And that those themes in Pennsylvania that you saw, I'm not saying that they were exactly the same across the country, but that theme was there around the country where Democrats had been doing better than expected. And so to me, when I saw Georgia was trading at 48 cents, so it was basically a 50-50 bet, 50-50 odds, I bought some shares of that. I made, I guess, a market investment of $120. My max payout is $237. So essentially an 100% gain from there. I'm so far up $50 on that trade. I could sell those shares right now, walk away. I mean, I put in $250 into this account last night. I'm up to $350 now. So if I really wanted to, I could sell all my shares of the things I bought last night and just take that $100. But I'm feeling pretty confident about basically all of these picks. So if I just let them ride out and they all end up happening the way I picked them, then my max payout will be 92 plus 145. Okay, that's about 237 plus another 237. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna ride it out, honestly. But again, I don't know if anyone else has done any predicted trading, but it's actually pretty fun. And I like it. It's cool. It's kind of confusing at first to get to understand how the odds work. Well, it's intuitive, right? So which party will win the Nevada Senate race? Democrats 71%, Republicans 40%. So it's on the dollar. So if you buy 10 shares of Democrats at 72 cents, that's going to cost you about what, $7.20. And then if it ends up happening, you get paid out $10, $1 on each contract or $1 on each share. So you bet $7 to make 10. Is that return crazy? $3? No. But if you had like a lot of money and you put 10,000 into it and you made a quick $3,000, then that's not nothing. So kind of like stock returns, the more risky you get, you can buy some penny stocks that are more likely to go to zero, but you get paid out a bunch if they win. Something like this where it does look pretty decisive that the Republicans are going to win the House. I would bet on the Republicans here just for that 10% from 88 cents to $1. The margin calls bother me. There are margin calls on this site. All right, let's go back to my BZ Pro. All right. I think I found the thread I was looking for. Well, this is a good thread. Actually, I'm going to reach out to this guy too, and then we're going to read his thread. Hi, do you have 5 minutes to hop on our live stream today to talk FTX? All right. I'm going to give this guy a follow. I'm going to give this guy a like. Oh, I just realized you guys can't see my screen. Sorry about that. Bad podcasting. How about me? All right. SBF versus CZ drama explained. So SBF, for those who don't know, SBF, the founder, CEO of FTX, the second largest crypto exchange in the world. CZ, the founder, CEO of Binance, the largest crypto exchange, with chronological link to their tweets. Binance received FTT, which is FTX's native token, as part of its exit last year from an early equity position in FTX it had since 2019. All right, so Binance had already had a stake in FTX going back to 2019. As part of an exit from this investment, they got some FTT. We will try to, so let's pull up CZ's tweets from here again. This is from a few days ago, November 6th. As part of Binance's exit from FTX equity last year, Binance received roughly $2.1 billion US dollar equivalent in cash, Binance US dollar, and FTT. Due to recent revelations that have come to light, we've decided to liquidate any remaining FTT on our books. Okay, so Binance is holding a certain amount, a large amount, about, I don't know, because it's $2 billion worth amount of BUSD and FTT. I don't know how much of that is FTT. Let's say $1 billion. Holding $1 billion worth of this native token to FTX. What I can imagine happened is a CZ, not a dumb guy, looking at the overall landscape, looking at Sam Bankman-Fried's crypto hedge fund, looking at FTX, saying maybe this company has like a lot of debt, and this FTT token might not really have that much like inherent value. If the underlying company that's issuing this token is having liquidity issues and has a lot of debt, then you can't really argue that that can be worth that much, right? It's like if a company or if a country is in a lot of debt already and they start printing more money, how that money's not, it becomes more and more worthless. So anyway, so he says they start to liquidate the FTT, which is obviously going to have a crazy effect on the FTT market. Since SBF released the blog post that proposed several restrictions against DeFi, he's been under a lot of scrutiny. So here on October 19th, this was less than a month ago, Bankman-Fried wrote a blog post basically calling for certain regulations. And then it has been revealed by CoinDesk that Alameda, that is the hedge fund research, has significant exposure to the FTX tokens FTT. So Alameda, Sam Bankman-Fried's own hedge fund, was investing in FTX's, his own company's stablecoin or native coin. Alameda held assets amounting to 15 billion FTT accounts. Okay, so almost a fourth, or more than a fourth, no, a little bit less than around a fourth. We'll say around a fourth of Alameda's investments were in FTT. FTX and Alameda Research are closely tied. A recent Alameda document showed that the biggest asset on the organization's balance sheet was FTX's FTT token. If TTGG, Alameda GG. So if FTT token goes down, so does Sam Bankman-Fried's hedge fund. Alameda is artificially pumping FTT. FTT has no organic demand as Alameda hold more FTT on their balance sheet than tokens currently in circulation. So basically, the whole FTT market was being propped up not only by Sam Bankman-Fried's hedge fund, but also by this amount that Binance was holding on to from its investment in FTX back in the day. So this was the thread that brought light to Alameda. Here, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go over to this thread real quick. Dirty Bubble Media, fish in a barrel. Boom, you earned yourself a follow. You earned yourself a DM. Say, hey, do you have 5 minutes to hop on our live stream today to talk about the CZ FTX news? All right. You guys are seeing me in real time do some scrappy producer work. All right. Going back to the thread, this was the thread that brought light to Alameda. We can go through this thread really quickly. So new is Alameda Research insolvent? According to a recent leak, the firm's finances rely on the same scheme that destroyed. So I'll start also, first of all, I love how much kind of both citizen journalism and real like investigative, like a lot of this wouldn't come to light without these leaks from Alameda, without, whistleblowers essentially coming out and saying, hey, I, have some knowledge of Alameda and they might be kind of screwed. Oh, Daniel Vosk is Vosk Coin. All right, we'll reach out to Vosk Coin on your suggestion. Vosk Coin. What's what about that Up Only podcast? That's like the biggest crypto podcast, right? Hi, do you have 5 minutes? Let's do the Up Only one as well. That'll be good. Up Only. Kobe. All right. What about Kobe? He doesn't have DMs on. I'll do a tweet at him. Watch this. How do I do that? Do you have 5 minutes? Bam. All right. There we go. All right, back to the thread. Is this an AB tries to find a guest stream? Most people would do this behind. Oh shoot! I just undid it. Most people would do this behind the scenes. I'm trying to give you guys a first look insight, a behind the scenes peek. It's like Wizard of Oz. We're going behind the curtain here, showing you part of my day to day. They just let me buy more ETH. Who? On where? Get your arse to Mars. Elon boy will soon have to lay off his plans as Twitter. Day in the life of AB. Easy Mike, you are his sis? No, that'd be weird. All right, back to the thread we were on. So a recent report from CoinDesk showed that Alameda's balance sheet is dominated by holdings of FTX's token. All right, so we already knew all this. Again, kind of the same thing that happened with, what did he say? Oh, that happened with the Celsius network. And this is funny too, because if you go back, and I've talked about this on the show before, I want to say this was maybe in like May or June. when Sam Bankman-Fried went on the Odd Lots podcast with Joe Wiesenthal and Tracy Alloway from Bloomberg, and he basically kind of same thing that I was just talking about, kind of Wizard of Oz unveiled the curtain and basically said, yeah, a lot of these stable coins are essentially Ponzi schemes. And a bunch of people were like, huh? The biggest guy in cryptos, the smartest guy in cryptos, Sam Bankman-Fried, just basically, said the quiet part out loud, that a lot of these projects are essentially Ponzi schemes that are reliant on new buyers coming in, and if that demand wanes, so does the so-called promised returns or the 10%, interest that you were supposed to get on these things. So again, flywheel schemes. If you guys want to read more up on this, I'll drop this thread in the chat. But this, again, was kind of a tangent thread from the original thread we were on, so we'll go back to the original thread. Elon got bullied by Stephen King from dropping the blue check mark from 20 to 8. Yeah, I saw some people speculating that $8 was always going to be, $8 or lower price range, or lower price range, and $20 was just kind of an anchor to make the whatever they ended up deciding on seem more realistic. Because if they start with $20 a month and you say, no way in hell am I paying that. And keep in mind, Stephen King is a multi-millionaire. I don't even know what Stephen King's net worth is. I'd venture to say over 100 mil. I mean, dude's written so many books that have been turned into movies, etc. Even TV shows. I mean, they made that Hulu 11/23/63 show a couple years ago. That was based off a Stephen King novel. But either way, I mean, if he's not going to pay $20, then a lot of people aren't. All right. So this was the thread that brought light to Alameda. They explained the reason behind the repercussions and impact very well, too. So again, this is a great thread if you guys want to check it out. Dirty Bubble Media, Fish in a Barrel. On Sunday, CZ Peng announced decision to let go of FTT gradually to prevent a crash. So, okay. To CZ's credit there, it seems like he wasn't, didn't have this nefarious Stephen King 500 mil. Holy shit. That boy he's got Larry David money. He's got Larry David money. 500 mil. All right. On Sunday, CZ Peng announced, so it seems like he wasn't trying to intentionally cause like the FTT token to completely crash, because he said instead of selling all of our FTT at once, we're going to kind of gradually do this. 6 reasons for his exit. Post-exit risk management, learning from the Luna crash, but we won't support people who lobby against other industry players behind their backs. Onwards. So regardless, like this alpha tweeted out earlier in the thread, when Sam Bankman-Fried on October 19th put this blog post out there saying, we want some of these regulations in crypto, whatever, CZ did not like that. He was like, what are you doing, bro? We're supposed to be on a team here, and you're trying to make it harder for me. You're trying to make it harder for my, Binance to grow. You're trying to get these dirty regulations in here that are going to screw me over. So he says, but we won't support people who lobby against other industry players behind their backs. So it's clear that at least, some percentage of CZ was ticked off about this thing from Sam Bankman-Fried, and maybe would have been okay, just biting the bullet and holding on to the FTT, to kind of help keep FTX afloat. Because CZ's not a dumb guy. He knows seeing the second biggest crypto exchange in the world collapse is not a good look for crypto, does nothing to help give people more trust in the industry that has already waned a lot over the past 6 months, a year. So is it a ploy to destroy his competitor? Apparently not, according to CZ. I think that CZ Binance played this very smart. He sold his stake on FTX over a year ago and held the tokens he received until the perfect opportunity arose. Now that Alameda is over leveraged against his FTT stake, he dumps the tokens and does max damage. So this is kind of what we were, the other people that were kind of tweeting about the robber baron shit, that he basically was just like, business at the end of the day with low interest rates since 08, 09, businesses have gotten kind of soft. Like in Silicon Valley, the Twitters, the Facebooks, like all these companies working with each other. It didn't used to be like that. Things used to be a lot more cutthroat. And now that a lot of these companies aren't having as easy months as quarters as they were a year ago with low interest rates, it's getting a little bit more cutthroat. And I don't know who's to say if CZ knew all this was going to happen intentionally, or if he was basically just saying, hey, I was being nice before, but now if you're going to start talking about, crypto regulations and all this and turn your back on the industry, maybe I won't be Mr. Nice Guy anymore. Hey, Rand, do you have 5 minutes to hop on to talk CZ FTX news? All right. I'm doing more reach outs, guys. Sorry, guys. Give me 5 seconds. Is there anyone out there in the audience that's like still holding crypto? All right, we still haven't finished the OG thread we were on, so let's go back to that. So CZ, where we left off, CZ is kind of denying the fact that he's or denying, not the fact, but he's denying the notion that he's intentionally trying to screw over his competitors. But anyway, apparently not, according to CZ. SBF then responded with his thread that ensure FTX has enough to cover all client holdings. There was FUD spreading around, ends with, I'd love if we could all work together for the ecosystem. This tweet was deleted by the... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're kind of... I don't know where we stand right now. No, I know I'm doing fine. Easy, Mike. I'm not worried about that. I would have more fun if someone that is like that like covers the crypto space generally, wanted to. Oh, I just remembered someone I can reach out to. Jacob Silverman. I'm racking my brain right now for crypto folks. I also want to talk to that Robert McCauley again, the economist who came on here, who argued that crypto in general is a worse scheme or a bigger net loss in the economy than like the Bernie Madoff Ponzi scheme. Essentially saying with the Bernie Madoff Ponzi scheme, it was essentially a zero-sum loss. Like, some people, a bunch of rich people lost money. Bernie Madoff made some money, lost it all. Like, there was just money exchanged hands. Nothing really like made society worse. Although I think a lot of like pensions and stuff did get kind of fucked over in that. So I wouldn't go as far to say that there wasn't any fallout from the thing. But his argument was that, and that with crypto, you actually have more of a negative impact in terms of environmental, the labor capital that goes into it, right? Because if you think about, the thousands and thousands of people that are working in crypto, and let's face it, a lot of them are probably freaking like Stanford grads and stuff that could be in other industries that are in crypto. And the question that a lot of economists have is, what value then is that bringing to the economy? What value does crypto bring outside of an investment opportunity to potentially get rich, right? For people, big proponents of crypto say someday Bitcoin's going to be a great, currency. Well, right now, it's not really that effective of a currency. So to make an argument that, there are other great use cases right now outside of just a way to make some money, I think it is a hard argument. All right, Jacob Silverman. Hey, Jacob, do you have 5 minutes to hop on our live stream to talk CZ FTX news? He said he has a Signal up here. I don't have Signal, I don't think. I have Telegram. Damn. Should I reply to this Dale dude? Is this too harsh to tweet from the Benzinga account? He said, I don't know how or why I'm seeing Benzinga post. I do not like you at all, nor do I trust anything you have to say. I wonder if he follows us. That'd be kind of funny. If he says, I don't know why I'm seeing your tweets and he follows us. No, he doesn't. Newton, I know, I was kidding. Newton Health saying, get ready, a whole lot of nonsense about to flood your local TVs. That's probably better. Yeah, I mean, okay, so here's the thing, is in El Salvador, where the president of El Salvador is a huge Bitcoin bro, they look up what's been going on with Bitcoin in El Salvador. They even went as far to give everyone $25 free in Bitcoin to try to get people to, you know, to get used to like using it as a currency, whatever. And then wait, what was this? What was the SBF tweeted as sarcasm? I know people I've seen people joking about that he said something that Binance didn't like. I didn't see what that was outside of the crypto regulation thing. What was I saying before that? I have literally no clue. I got lost. All right, I'll go ahead and pull my Benzinga Pro back up. We'll go back to stocks for a second. Shoot, I was on a train of thought before that, and I completely lost it. FTX faces U.S. probe into client funds in London. The El Salvador Bitcoin adoption. Thank you, Sydney Osborne. They gave $25 to every single person. The majority amount of people, what they do with it, transferred it to the other currency. They didn't even use it as Bitcoin. So that rollout has gone terribly, and I think is a really bad look for the people that are in the argument, essentially, that Bitcoin will one day be the, legal tenure and people will be using Bitcoin at the grocery stores. I think in places you've seen try to use that and adopt that, it hasn't really gone well so far. Again, I'm not saying, okay, because El Salvador's rollout of Bitcoin adoption was poor, that means there's no, path forward. Trust me, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that to me has been kind of a red flag, saying, okay, they've tried it. They sent it. The guy stopped talking about it and went with it and did it, and it hasn't worked out so far. So there obviously still needs to be developments, whether it's socially more accepted, whether it's technological developments, till we get to a point where crypto is more adopted. And until then, its main use case, its main instrument is as an investment device. And honestly, I don't even know how far I'd say investment, as sort of more so a, like get rich quick thing. I can't believe people aren't like dying to come on the show and talk about this news. This is like the biggest crypto news. I think I'm gonna go as far to say the biggest crypto news ever in the history of the industry. You know who looks really smart right now? I gotta say, and I made this point on the show. I've made this point on the show a while ago. To me, even at the height of Bitcoin, when you saw a bunch of real legacy players, I think even like the JP Morgans, the Goldman Sachs, the banks, of course, Tesla bought Bitcoin, all this stuff. It was always a big red flag to me about crypto that Apple, the company that the biggest company in the world, maybe not anymore, Saudi Aramco, but at the time, the biggest company in the world, the one with the most cash on its balance sheet. So the one that is in the best position to invest, to build something, every single person has an iPhone. If Apple wanted to make some native Apple crypto wallet that came with an iPhone so everyone could hold Bitcoin on their iPhone, they could have. But Apple made a strategic decision as a company to not invest in Bitcoin, to not invest in crypto. And to me, that was always kind of like okay, why would, Apple not want any exposure to this industry? And I think Apple has a lot of smart people, a lot of engineers, a lot of people that probably looked at this and said, okay, yeah, maybe we could make some money off of this, but we don't think this, industry is going to be around long term, or it's not going to be worth our while, or it might end up causing distrust with our users if we delve into this. If we launch Apple crypto wallet and then people lose a bunch of money on their Apple crypto wallets, maybe people aren't going to like Apple as much anymore. I don't know the exact answer. I'd love to talk to some Apple executives to see what those conversations were like behind the scenes, because 100% they happened. There were high-level conversations at Apple about crypto. What should we do? Should we spend some of our billions of dollars on our balance sheet of our cash to go to buy some as part of our corporate treasury? Should we, like I said, build an app on the iPhone? Should we partner up? Even especially now in the last 6 months when you've seen a lot of these things go down, Apple, if they really wanted crypto exposure, could have gone out and bought one of these companies for dirt cheap, but chose not to. So to me, seeing the biggest tech company in the world, the richest tech company in the world, the one with the most cash on its balance sheet, stay away from the industry altogether was always a maybe red flag isn't the right way to put it, but just something I always found interesting. I always, it'd be like if there was like one sports team that was always the best that didn't start, buying the same shoes as all the other sports teams, you'd be like, why aren't the Chiefs are always winning? Why aren't they? They're not wearing the same shoes as everyone. And it's like, oh, they've obviously got a reason. And I think Microsoft, didn't really do too much on the crypto front either. But really interesting. I mean, I think there's a lot of, I wonder where Square would be as a company if it really stuck to, being a payment operating system for small businesses and then Cash App. a Venmo competitor and payment operating systems for small businesses. I think you'd see, and I get Cash App. I think integrating, the ability to trade crypto on there, that's great. I don't think that in itself really hurts Block or Square. But I think outside of that, the exposure that the company got to the crypto industry just got a little bit too heavy. This is the same company that decided to have a different USB cable than everyone else. Oh, yeah. I think, by the way, that that might change. I think next year, the new. Oh, hell yeah. That would work. Can we get, by the way, holy shit. I'm getting frustrated now. All right, deep breaths, Aaron. My computer's like frozen. Trying to. This would be really cool. We might get Dirty Bubble Media, the guy who wrote that original thread on Alameda. And see, that's what I was saying. That's what I think is cool about. And honestly, like the one thing I agree with Elon Musk on, or at least recently, when he was talking about citizen journalism, is like it's not like a Bloomberg or whatever that broke this story from Alameda that's having billions and billions of dollars impact on these deals. It's this Dirty Bubble Media account that I've never heard of. Maybe I feel like, all right, I think a lot of the crypto people are on Twitter Spaces right now. That's why they're not joining the show. Some bullshit. Here's what I'll do. I'm just going to search. This is actually a good Jason tip. I'm going to search FTT and just reach out to some people that are talking about FTT. This is like Fidelity going belly up. What did I say? Language? Did I say a curse word? I'm sorry. I'll put $1 in the curse jar. Joe G, you'll join the show? All right. Joe G, shoot me an email, aaronbree@benzinga.com. All right. FTT. All right. Lucas Newsy. You get a DM. You get a DM. Pro tip, if you're ever reaching out to people, randomly on Twitter, hey, Lucas, big fan. Do you have 5 minutes to hop on the show today? I'm not going to say the show because that assumes he knows what we're talking about. To hop on our live stream today to talk CZ FTT news. Give him a follow because now he's going to get, maybe he doesn't have notifications on for DMs, but he might for when he gets a follow. And then now suggested, these people also probably talk about crypto because see, like this guy is a Bitcoin Core Org. Give him a follow. Hey, John. Do you have 5 minutes to hop on our show today? We made that one quick and easy. I think Coinbase is safe for now. Let's look at Coinbase's stock. I mean, here's the thing. All right. You guys want to see something fun? Or I saw this yesterday. I don't know what it is yesterday or what it is today. I've been kicking myself for not making any money shorting these names. Because if you guys watch this show regularly, I've been kind of like, I'll admit, I was not as into crypto as anyone else. I've never honestly even like been that heavily invested into crypto, but I've been pretty adamantly, I wouldn't say like a hater of crypto, but I would just say very, very, very critical. I brought that Robert McCauley on, who talked about, that he sees crypto in general as worse than the, Bernie Madoff Ponzi scheme. I actually got into a big Twitter spat with Billy, whatever his name is, the creator of Dogecoin. And he actually kind of agreed with me by the end of it about really how shitty I think a lot of the majority of crypto projects are, in the sense that it's really just a lot of fluff marketing and whatnot, and trying to make a quick buck, and not a lot of value really being brought to the economy or to people's lives, really. And I haven't really made a lot of money off of this. I've made some money off some Coinbase puts here and there. And I was bitching about it to my friend yesterday, basically being like, and I have texts where I was trying to outright short Bitcoin at 40K, because I was like, hey, this is all kind of on a house of cards. Once people start losing faith that Bitcoin's always going to keep going up, it could be, belly up, really. And so I have texts, I can prove it. I was actually even Shelly, because Shelly is international. You can't, on FTX, like on FTX US, you can't short things, but on the FTX global one, you can. I asked Shelly if she could short Bitcoin for me. But anyway, my point is, I was bitching about this to my friend yesterday, and he was basically like, dude, I mean, Coinbase's market cap is still, over $10 billion. If you really think the crypto industry is going kaput, that thing is going to get crushed. And I'm not saying, okay, I think Coinbase is going to go under, that the company's going to file for bankruptcy, anything like that. But if my prediction about crypto, and look, I'll say this, that I think Bitcoin, Ethereum, the technology behind it, that blockchain technology will be around, will be here to stay. But I don't know if crypto, as far as how we've seen it exist over the past couple years in terms of exchanges and this and that, I don't know if it'll be that similar. My point yesterday was, I think that even on the next Bitcoin bull run, you're going to have millions and millions of people. No, but Shelly, you can't. Not in the US. You can't do it on Binance. Trust me. I tried very hard, and I was going to go 50x leverage. I would have made a lot of money shorting Bitcoin, but it's whatever. Woulda, coulda, woulda. What was I saying? That the next Bitcoin bull run, there are going to be millions of people who might have been interested in buying it, who already bought into crypto and got burned by it, who are going to say, oh, not this time around. And I think the more that happens, like statistically, the way the markets work and stuff, you had a majority of people who had bought Bitcoin in the last 2 years underwater, that if most people investing and buying crypto are losing money, which has been the case, then it's going to be hard to grow. It's going to be hard to get those people back in. It's going to be hard to grow the industry. So I don't think, I'm not going to go short. I'm not going to go short Coinbase here, especially like already down 20, 30% on the week. I think I'm just going to monitor it and essentially say, any big rips, really. I might look at, at shorts puts on Coinbase. The other craziest thing is, how do you think Mr. Jerome Powell feels when he wakes up in the morning and he goes through his morning routine? Mr. Powell, he seems like more of an English, Earl Grey breakfast tea type guy than a coffee guy to me. He probably gets one of those. I think he still reads the paper too. I think he still gets a Wall Street Journal delivered to his house every day, picks that up. He doesn't strike me as an NPR morning edition type guy. But I know part of his morning routine is he goes to coinmarketcap.com. And how do you think Mr. Jerome Powell feels in our year of the Lord and Savior 2022, trying to get inflation to come down? How do you think he feels logging onto here and seeing Shiba Inu's market cap over $5 billion? How do you think he feels seeing Dogecoin's market cap over $11 billion? So right now, to give you guys an idea, Dogecoin and Coinbase are trading at the exact same market cap. If you're a long coin investor, that should scare the hell out of you, that this company is being valued at the exact same valuation that Dogecoin is. I don't know what inherent value is behind these 40 trillion Dogecoin, just like I don't know the inherent value behind, Coinbase's company and what it's holding on its balance sheet and whatnot. But that's a huge red flag that the biggest publicly traded crypto company is trading at the exact same market cap as a meme coin. I mean, come on now. If I'm Jerome Powell and I see Dogecoin's market cap above 10 billion after I've already risen rates for 6 straight months, I'd say, all right, guys, you guys obviously aren't getting the message. I'm going 8% here. Let's see Dogecoin's market cap when I go to 8%. Shroom Powell. Jerome. Wait. Zen Bullish. Oh man. I don't know. Where's the connection from Jerome to Shroom is what I'm curious about. He would rather adjust salaries. I don't know. Jerome should have started raising rates and tightening when the market and the economy were stronger. Yeah, I think hindsight's always 20/20. I think most people looking back on it now say that when CPI started to creep up, a while ago and the economy was still really strong, that would have been the time to start doing kind of small hikes. But at the time, you have to remember, we at that time were still not at our pre-COVID employment numbers. So we weren't close to being fully employed. And at that time, we had ran the deficit up, done a lot of spending, done the stimulus without seeing a lot of runaway inflation. So I think, for a lot of economists out there, a lot of kind of MMTers were feeling vindicated, saying, hey, look, see, we can run the deficit higher without inflation running crazy. No need to start raising rates now. We can keep doing what we're doing and try to get that number, our employment number, closer to that target rate. And honestly, I think it's a lot of people have really been, kind of harking on the MMT crowd, saying, see, like we told you guys, all this stuff. But I think part of it too, you have to realize is I don't think it's really as simple as saying, okay, we ran a big deficit with the COVID stimulus spending, and now we're seeing inflation because of that. I think there was a lot of increased artificial demand from that, which obviously doesn't help inflation. But I think without a lot of the supply side issues and supply side shocks we've seen, whether it's from the Russia-Ukraine war, I think a lot of that inflation would have proven to be more transitory. Again, I'm in a complete agreement that in hindsight, the Fed should have started slowly raising rates then, but I don't think it's as fair. I mean, from the deficit standpoint, like we've been running a huge deficit and haven't seen runaway inflation since 2008, right? We increase our deficit every single year to increase defense spending, and you don't see runaway inflation. And now you are, and I don't think it's fair to say, okay, it's completely 100% from the deficit, when again, I think you take out a lot of some of the supply side things and, Okay, so is that what, is that where it comes from? Jerome? I don't know. Because here's where I'm asking this. And I'm not talking about anything illicit here, but just mushrooms in general. I've heard this before. People calling mushrooms, again, nothing illicit, just mushrooms. I've heard people calling mushrooms Jerome, and I've never understood it. So if there's a reason, if this is this the reason, Michael Jackson? I don't know, maybe. I mean, you can argue about, you know, how the Fed exists, what its roles should be and whatnot. But I think if Arden, your ideal, if your solution would be to get rid of the Fed and just let the free market regulate everything, I think, you know, that's proven time and time again not to work. I mean, take COVID, for example. Without the Fed intervening, without the stimulus checks, without the Fed doing QE, like keeping a lot of people in job, like, and we talked about this during the time, in a time like the COVID, kind of a crisis time, national, global pandemic, the Fed's job switches from trying to balance its dual mandate of inflation and unemployment. That's the Fed's job. Try to balance inflation with unemployment. Try to increase unemployment, or try to increase and maximize employment without getting runaway inflation. That's the Fed's job. To keep monetary policy sustainable while growing, boom. That job goes out the window when something like COVID happens, and the Fed's job is to keep people out of the streets from rioting, to keep people out from trying to overthrow the government because people don't have enough food to eat, because people have all lost their jobs. So the Fed's dual mandate goes out the window during COVID. They say, okay, what can we do to provide social stability? What can we do to give people peace of mind that they're not going to lose their jobs and not have enough to eat, that they're going to be okay? And they did what they had to do. The Fed did what it had to do. Did it do everything perfectly? I don't know, but it was in a tough position. I get really confused about the public-private aspect of the Fed. It's a confusing spot. So, I mean, at the end of the day, most economists, whether you're in kind of the more, classical or Keynesian, whatever it is, what's Jekyll Island? Isn't that in Georgia? Is it from, are you talking about from the election? Most economists believe the government has to have some role in trying to provide, what economic stability, whether it's price stability and inflation. The problem is, and what you're seeing here is it relies on the Fed and government officials to kind of know exactly how much to turn the tap on when things need help, and how much to slow the tap down when things go bad. And so it's not really the market making those decisions. It's it's these, leaders of the Fed that may or may not, I'm not going to say know exact, but either way, they're going to have political influences, essentially, that Powell might not be out there making completely 100% Keynesian. That's how you say it, right? I know I'm always so bad at words that I read more than I hear, and that's one of those ones that I read and it's spelled out like a key that you turn the door with. So again, I think criticism of the Fed is fair, and it's proven to oftentimes not make the most efficient economic decisions for the country, for the markets. However, I don't think there's really a way out of having the government have some sort of role. And personally, I kind of vibe with a lot of the MMT ideas, in the sense that you can, as a government, spend more without seeing runaway inflation, and that, and a lot of times historically we would have been better off investing more, spending more, and that it can actually help limit inflation. Basically, MMT argues against the idea that spending more, it's essentially kind of like a Cathie Wood deflation way of looking at things, where, take example, anything we have right now, where any area we're seeing inflation right now because of supply side issues. So taking into account semiconductors. We saw during COVID, used cars, new cars, prices skyrocket because we didn't have enough semiconductors. All of our semiconductors are produced over in Taiwan. Even the U.S. Semi-manufacturing or semiconductor companies, NVIDIA, AMD, whatever, they make their chips in Taiwan. So we had a big supply chain issue, didn't have enough chips. So MMT would essentially say that even though we're seeing inflation in semiconductor, or because of semiconductors, that if we as a country decide to spend more, take on more debt, ramp up our production of semiconductors, eventually that will bring the cost down of semiconductors, and then be able to pay off that debt with the increased production, and end up being able to spend more, increase production without seeing a huge increase in inflation. Essentially that you'll start seeing deflation in some of these areas. I don't think that MMTers get right, or get everything right. I think we've seen a lot of issues with what's going on over the past 6 months. I think a lot of people, whoever commented that Powell should have started raising rates, I think refusing to raise rates because we weren't at that unemployment, that was basically what an MMT textbook would have told you to done. Said, hey, you don't need to start raising rates yet. We're not even at full unemployment level. And again, I think without all those supply chain shocks, maybe Powell would have been right about the inflation being transitory. So I don't think it's really fair to definitively say, okay, all the inflation we're seeing right now is because we didn't start raising rates a year ago. Again, hindsight's 2020. If Powell had a crystal ball and he knew everything was going to go on with the Russia-Ukraine war, all these things, maybe he would have started raising rates incrementally back then. I don't know. Someone brushed up on their fundamentals? Me? Moi? Talking about fundamentals? No, I really do like macro econ and talking about like central banks and different theories that people have, how things should be run. And the idea I think that a lot of people seem to have is that like any government intervention is bad and that we should just let the free market. I mean, it's just so idealistic. Anytime historically you've seen stuff like that happen, like what happens is corporations, like essentially there's a reason we have regulations at the end of the day. Jekyll Island Club Fed meeting November 10. Can you guys, it's just a shortened take on Jerome Shroom Powell. Well, I know, but again, I don't know where the shroom came from. Jackson said Jamone, not Jerome. Zen, I still don't understand the Jekyll Island thing. Can you ELI 5 explain like I'm 5? I'm a little bit slow today. All right, let me check back up on my Twitter to make sure no one has responded that they want to come on. What'd you say? All right. God damn it. Now my computer's freaking freezing up again. But yeah, essentially like the central bank thing, I think the Fed did what it had to do in COVID to keep people from rioting, keep people out of the streets. And it's been a tough situation. I've been saying that for like a year. The Fed's kind of in between a rock and a hard place here, between potentially letting inflation continue to run or engineering a recession brought on by an artificial, essentially drop in demand, a drop in demand only brought on by the Federal Reserve, not by any unforeseen economic conditions. All right, Zen, I'll look up the Jekyll Island Club meeting on All right. I'm sorry. I'm talking to Dirty Bubble Media guy, the guy who wrote the thread on All Media. That'll be a good one to have. Let me get. Alameda, not Alameda. I've been saying Alameda. I've been trying to. Warnock Walker runoff. All right, let's go back to my. Let's be a good time to check my predict it. Inflation has to be curbed. It's the greater of two evils. I agree. Although my only, I think, like flip side to that is right now. I don't know. We'll wait till tomorrow. I think from what you've been seeing in a lot of commodity markets and stuff, it's looking like, I'm not saying inflation. I mean, inflation might not be coming down, but at the very least, it looks like the pace that it was growing at has started to slow down to the point where even if prices never come down, if we're paying 8% more than things across the board right now, and those prices just stay there, it'll still be shitty that those prices never regulate and we're stuck paying 8% more across the board. But if it stays like that for a year, then we have 0% year-over-year inflation. And that's kind of my prediction. Is I don't really think a lot of these prices are going to start coming down, but I just think they're going to stay where they're at, and that eventually shows a decrease in inflation. And what's been really interesting about the CPI reports and inflation over the past 6 months to a year is it's seemingly every single report is a different thing driving the inflation higher. Because the way the inflation is tracked is it's not like everything across the board is exactly 8% more expensive. In fact, if that were true, that would be a much more, I think, true reading of inflation, because that would show that the value of the dollar has really like decreased by 8% or whatever. Whereas what we're seeing now isn't really that. It's not as much as the dollar decreasing in value. It's certain goods becoming way more expensive than they were a year ago. So if you think back to 6 months ago, the number one thing driving inflation higher on the CPI report was new and used cars. And a lot of people were saying, hey, look, like things weren't that bad in inflation, but new and used cars were 35% higher year over year, thus driving CPI higher. You know, you take that out, it looks really good. And that once you see those new and used cars normalize, inflation will come down. And that's not really what we saw happen, because as soon as new and used cars, started to normalize, guess what? Other things started popping up. Gas. Then gas started to come back down. Then it was rent. And right now, rent is one of the ones that is I think, the most sticky. But again, eventually, with housing prices coming down, with mortgage rates going super high, eventually you will see those rent prices come down. And I think we're already seeing that. Like the asking prices for rent on listed apartments has already started to come down. I don't know. I mean, I think, again, that the idea that the Federal Reserve shouldn't exist, I think you need some sort you're asking for trouble, essentially, to have people not have any sort of government entity essentially looking out for economic stability. All right, wait, hold on. If prices stay where they are, that would be zero inflation. No way that will happen. Inflation rolls through the economy, so different goods and services will increase at different times. Yeah, and that was my point, was that different pockets have been, I'm saying if across the board, right, like take example, like food has been one of the big drivers of inflation in the past few CPI reports, rent. So right now, it'd be really hard for me to imagine that rent continues to increase as mortgage rates rise and house prices and property prices. I know, Ed, again, I tried to make that clear. I'm not saying I'd be stoked at inflation staying at 9%, but I'm saying if the prices we are paying now that gets us at 9% inflation stay exactly where they're at, prices don't come down at all, eventually next year we'll be looking at 0% inflation. Jay DeRoma's point is that's not going to happen. All prices staying at zero across the board is just not going to happen. I just meant as a net, like if, some things might get more expensive, some things might get cheaper, but if across the board from where we're at now, things don't continue to get more expensive, which it looks like that is the case. I mean, even take gas, for example. Gas hit highs of like above $5 or above $4 a gallon on a national average. And we haven't really come close to getting back to that. Like gas prices fell for 70 straight days, started to come back up. Let me pull up the AAA gas prices right here. So again, like with housing, I did have a really, really, really hard time with what I'm seeing in terms of housing data and asking prices coming down. How rent would essentially continue to move higher from here. The Fed should have been tightening long before COVID, like in 2016 when Trump was saying the markets were a big bubble. I mean, yeah, I think a lot of people said that. And actually, Trump was urging Powell to not raise rates because Trump loved the fact that the stock market was doing so well under him, that the stock market was making new highs under Donald Trump. And he urged Powell. So I don't know. I mean, that's kind of a classic like Trump thing to do, to call the market a bubble, but then not want to raise rate. Oh, did you guys see the clip? I got to play it. It's so funny, that this clip of Trump where he says, then during COVID, they could have acted as needed easing, then tightening again last year. Yeah, again, my main point was the Fed is just that on the onset of COVID, its job wasn't to balance unemployment and inflation. It was to keep people out of the streets. It did what it needed to do. And then, oh, here we go. And it's been in a tough spot. And I think now, again, we're seeing the, please get Stephen Thomas on a report for housing. He's a great guest and can explain all of this. All right, Stephen Housing, adding it to my guest list. Again, if you guys have guest suggestions, always drop them in the chat. Love getting guest suggestions. Actually, our next guest that's hanging out backstage came from a guest suggestion as well. A great guest suggestion, by the way. Let me find who suggested this off Twitter so we can go ahead and shout them out. Let me find it. But anyway, guys, we're gonna go back to the biggest story of the day. We're gonna go back to the FTX Binance news. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, actually, I think I don't know. All right. If I get a thumbs up from Dave backstage, we'll go ahead and give Dave our very special intro and bring him here on the show. There we go. He's ready to go now. Ed's saying, good show. I'm enjoying this. By the way, someone remind me to play that little Trump clip. It's not even political. Again, we're not here about politics. It's just literally a funny clip that I wanted to play. It's like a 10-second clip. But someone remind me that after our guest. Mr. Dave Weisberger, how's it going?
Well, we're about to get hit by a hurricane, but CoinRoutes is a software company. We don't touch client funds. We're well funded. We're doing well, and we might be able to make some selective calls to some of the people who used to be employed because of this wipeout. But
so yeah, let's start before we get into all the craziness. And first of all, I appreciate you, Dave, hopping on the show so last minute. Really appreciate it. Let's start with what is exactly it is that CoinRoute does. How does it kind of differ from other crypto companies in the space?
Yeah, I mean, we are a pure software company that provides trading algorithms and an execution management system to firms. So basically, everything we do is about best X, meaning we're taking in the data feeds from pretty much every meaningful exchange for both spot and derivatives. The only DeFi exchange we have right now is DYDX because they're one of the only ones with an order book. And otherwise, we allow our clients to essentially post passive orders or break their orders up into small pieces in order to try to get them done. We trade. I mean, yesterday was one of our bigger days. Over 700 and some odd $1 million traded through our platform yesterday. The reality is our customers are almost exclusively, with two exceptions. One, our first investor, Bitcoin Swiss, who uses us to market the ability to get best execution for their clients, and SendWire, who uses us for best execution for their clients. But most of our clients are proprietary traders or funds, where the better they buy, the lower they buy, the better their performance. The higher they sell, the better their performance net of fees. And so we provide best X. I mean, I could go through data, but the reality is we charge a fraction, less than 20% of the provable value that we add to people who trade with us. So, it's robots trading on exchanges. So because of all that, we're processing like 10 terabytes of data a day, of market data. I can tell you, right now where the best bid or the best offer is. The markets are obviously messed up in the sense of FTX's, the price on the FTX exchange is higher by quite a bit than other exchanges, because for the same thing happened when Bitfinex was going through its problems years ago. The interesting thing about crypto is what's old is new again.
What about Mt. Gox?
Well, Mt. Gox is before my time. We started CoinRoutes in 2017.
Okay.
So we're approaching 6 years of doing this. And, we've seen the market mature quite a bit. I mean, in 2017, exchanges pricing differentials could actually reached over $2,000 in Bitcoin. It was insane. And that doesn't happen anymore for a lot of reasons. Probably the biggest one now is Fireblocks, allowing people to move coins among exchanges pretty quick. But the truth is that the markets are more efficient. This event is a basic failure, one way or another, to have technology and systems work the way that you say that they're working. I'm still having a really hard time getting my head around the fact that Sam, who has been so single-minded focused on real-time risk, allowed his liquidation engines to essentially not liquidate positions when collateral meant that the trading position needed to be liquidated.
I mean, to me, it's like a Icarus flying too close to the sun thing.
I don't think that's true. I think that there's certainly hubris, but I don't think it was too close to the sun. I think that, look, at the end of the day, there's two things that are very, very hard to unpack here, but I'm going to unpack them for you. There's the method that FTX's engine is supposed to work in terms of liquidation. So when your collateral value drops below when you have a trading position, and when your collateral value moves below a threshold, it liquidates the trading position, and then your collateral is just what you own. That is the way it's supposed to work. The problem is that it probably worked is they probably turned it off, but the real problem was, what was that collateral? So if your collateral is something like dollars or USDC or Bitcoin, there's a lot of liquidity. So let's just say a stupid example. Let's say you have $1 billion leverage position, and let's say you have 100 million in collateral, and let's say your leverage position doesn't move. It's fine, but your maximum leverage is 10-1, but your collateral gets cut in half. Well, you now have to sell $500 million of your trading position. If the engine says, well, we expect the collateral to bounce back, that's going to be a real problem. But the other piece to the puzzle, Aaron, is that now let's just, same example. You have $100 million, $1 billion trading position. You have 100 million in collateral. Collateral drops a little bit, the trading position drops a little bit, and you start to try to sell, and you realize there's no bid for your collateral. You think it's worth 100 million, but if you tried to sell even 10 million of it, you knock it down 10%. Then what do you do? And that is, I think, closer to what happened. The numbers are obviously different, but the truth of the matter is there was no bid. I mean, yesterday, FTT, which had been seemingly propped up at around 16 or so overnight, collapsed all the way down to 4 or below. Think about that.
And this was because CZ Peng from Binance announced he was going to start gradually selling some of the FTT.
That was when it went from wherever it was to 22.
Okay, so that was a few days ago, right, or a week ago? You know,
is people like to use the words in Bitcoin price discovery to mean new uncharted territory. Well, it's price discovery is where there's an actual bid for size as well. And the truth is that this became a self-fulfilling death spiral. It happens on occasion. The value of FTT is based upon the perceived value of FTX, the exchange, and people wanting to trade on it. And at the same time, if the value of FTT collapsed, it caused a bigger and bigger hole in FTX's balance sheet, rendering the value of FTT less, so on and so forth. And that's seemingly what has happened. There's not a lot of information, that's out there in terms of relative value. But the fact is, the notion of accepting collateral as part of your system that doesn't take the liquidity of that collateral into account is very problematic. And in point of fact, that is one of the only things. There are many things in traditional financial regulation of derivative exchanges that are wrong. That is one of the things that is right. Then you should be able to depend upon the value of collateral. And there's a word they use for your audience called a haircut. And what does that mean? That means if you think the liquidity of something is less, you only get 50% of the value of that collateral, or you only get 20% of the value of that collateral, whatever that number is. That doesn't seem to have been in operation here. And that's a real problem. And it is worse that it happened to have been recursive, that it was owned by FTX, FTT was FTX's collateral. But the same thing would have been true with any other, let's just use the word, any other shitcoin that had no liquidity, right? If you took a coin that had no liquidity and you took that as collateral and you gave full value for it, you have a problem. This is why, and it's really important. It's the one point that I made with Scott Melker this morning. We were talking about DeFi. DeFi would have blown up too if they did the same thing. If DeFi protocols allow you to post collateral, let's say they say we're really conservative, you have to post 150%, but the collateral itself could drop 80%. Well, then the DeFi protocol is going to have a hole.
Well, and that's why I think I, kind of got the notion from reading what was going on that it gave me, it reminded me of the Icarus flying too close to the sun, because, and I understand your point where you disagree with that, but what I was saying is the way Sam had this set up to where he had Alameda, his crypto hedge fund that was holding, billions of dollars, supposedly billions of dollars worth of this FTT token. Like, the whole setup in itself was kind of like, oh yeah, we can do all this. I can be this leveraged. I can take on all this risk, until it all blew up in his face. And then that might be the point where it's like, okay, you didn't really have to do all that. Like, he would have been fine. Like, FTX, I think, would have been fine without having to take on all that leverage.
I agree with everything you just said. Actually, I was just reading a tweet from Ari Paul, who who basically said, yep, probably the craziest part. Very common for founders to make this mistake, but thought Sam was smart enough to avoid such an obvious catastrophic one. Unwilling to take the small hit, wipes out all his wealth and introduces major jail risk. Crazy decision. Now, I don't know if he's right about the jail risk, but if he lied, then that might be true.
I did see a probe. I saw some probe about, whatever. And I mean, either way, it's more than money. It's a person's whole reputation.
I have had something I have said, and I have repeated it to everyone in the company, everyone I've ever known. I don't understand why people would take, what is the value? Maybe it's the poker player in me, but if you're to take a risk for your entire life, so that you could lose everything for a marginal benefit that is basically almost indistinguishable from your own future. I mean, you're talking about a human being who had more money than he could ever possibly spend if he didn't do anything stupid, who had actually committed to giving away money, most of it. Why he wouldn't just take the loss and allow everything to proceed? Why would he let the entire franchise go? I just don't understand. And it's not computing in my head. I think there's probably more to the story, and I hate to be judgmental about it.
Right, and I've already been thinking about that. Like, I can't wait to watch the documentary a year from now that talks about all of this. And I think one of the things I've seen a lot, like I was messaging his Twitter account earlier. It's like Dirty Bubble Media was the one that tweeted out there's a leak from Alameda that showed it had all this exposure. And there's like been a lot of cool, I think, community reporting, sharing of information. This story hasn't been one that's been dominated by like the big players in terms of Bloomberg, Wall Street Journal, whatever. It's a lot of this has been coming out from crowdsourcing on Twitter and Reddit and whatnot.
I mean, the fact of the matter is there's going to be a lot of people in the traditional financial community who is going to enjoy the Schadenfreude here. I obviously do not enjoy this. There's no Schadenfreude for me whatsoever. The actual truth of the matter is this will prolong the time period that people don't trust crypto. Sorry.
Yeah, and I mean that comes at a time where I think trust in the crypto industry was already at a questionable.
Look, we know what happened over the summer, but what happened?
Oh, sorry, I was just putting you full. So sometimes I like to do that with my guests to let them get our audience get. I'll keep me up here for you.
My wife says I have a face for radio, so I don't know that I need to be.
I don't think that's true, Dave. Maybe you should find a knife. Maybe you need to find a nicer wife.
Oh, I don't know. We've been married for 33 plus years.
I'm just playing around.
I'm fond of her, but yeah, no. The fact is, this summer it may turn out to be similar, but I don't think so. I think the bottom line this summer was there were a bunch of firms who took client funds, were providing yield, where when they started, the yield came from demand for borrowing, so they were an intermediary. They realized that the demand for borrowing was dropping because of things like Fireblocks allowing for for movement, so that the arbitrages in the system were not as obvious. And so they all made, in one way or another, started taking more and more risk without telling their clients what they were doing. The first one was BlockFi. They settled with the SEC, supposedly for security violations, but in truth, seems pretty clear that the GBTC trade was a large part of that, and other trades that no lender should have been doing, because that's basically turning a lending operation into a hedge fund. The difference is they got out of the trade before the SEC denied Grayscale's application, which caused the spread to widen from 20 some odd percent to 30 some odd percent. That the people who were in that trade, Three Arrows being most obvious, went kerflooey. Voyager, who had given unsecured loans to Three Arrows, obviously went kerflooey. There's no way their customers knew that was going on. Hard to believe that there's still nothing criminal there. And while I don't know that much about Celsius particularly, I'll leave that to people like Mike Alfred, who have been diagnosing it from the beginning. They clearly were playing in that trade and other trades. And when you're doing prop trading and you're telling your clients that it's actually a stable lending operation, that's going to be a serious problem. That is different than this. This is customer assets. It's like if you did a proof of reserve on FTX on their spot exchange, it would have been clean as a whistle. From what we understand, the reserves were all there. The problem is the owner of FTX, the exchange, also ran a derivative exchange, not spot. In traditional finance, spot exchanges are limited by Reg T into the amount of margin they can do. But even there, the spot exchanges are full flat. Even in brokerages, the cash accounts are treated separately from margin accounts. So they're not subject to the vicissitudes of what's going on the margin side. If right now, if Morgan Stanley went bankrupt, their holders of equities are insured with SIPC, but it's also ring fenced. So the odds are that that customers won't lose their actual funds on deposit. With FTX, there's none of that. Not necessarily for their fault, although the truth of the matter is obviously some of it. But the fact is there's no ring fencing. So you could have a spot exchange where everyone who had Bitcoin on FTX, everyone who had whatever that wasn't trading derivatives, their assets were accounted for. But somebody else, another person who had a trading position that, because it was whatever collateralized with FTT or it's fallen, might not just be wiped out as happens in liquidation, Aaron, but actually be negative, and negative so much that the entire equity of FTX is wiped out. That is the risk here, and that's what's going on.
So here, let's say, because I think that was a great explanation. Personally, I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that one more time after we're done, because there was a lot there, Dave. But correct me if I'm wrong. I'm gonna try to kind of break down what you said. So essentially, from a business perspective, FTX was fine in the sense that if you did a spy, if you checked its reserves, all the assets people had in there, you know, FTX had enough money to kind of cover that. But through Sam Bankman-Fried's various, you know, what he was doing to hedge fund at Alameda, whatever, that was putting.
Let me try again.
No. Okay, I lost it. I lost it there.
The customer. I don't know the relationship between Alameda and FTX and the ownership structure. That is an open question. I can't comment on it because I know nothing about it. I don't want to make allegations about it. But I'll tell you, Occam's razor, the simplest solution is generally correct. It's probably
like that,
more like this. FTX operates an exchange. There are basically two types of accounts on the exchange. There's a derivative account, which allows you to margin, and there's a cash account. So I can go and buy Bitcoin and just hold it there. And then maybe I can lend it out or whatever, but I can buy Bitcoin and hold it there. If I am not levered and I buy Bitcoin and I hold it there, my Bitcoin are there, provably so. If I put cash in, dollars in, my dollars were provably there. So that's customer one. Let's just say they had two customers. The second customer, on the other hand, decided to deposit FTT, $10 million of FTT. And then he decides to go long, say, $100 million of, say, Bitcoin. FTT drops, gets cut in half. The rules of the exchange are they need to then sell the Bitcoin, that Bitcoin position. Now, let's say Bitcoin drops too. They still have to start selling. That's what has to happen.
And sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, if that didn't happen because the liquidation engine was paused because they decided not to revalue based on the value of FTT as collateral. These are all big ifs, Aaron. I don't know what actually happened, but this seemingly was what did happen. That the value of FTT as collateral didn't trigger automatic liquidations because they knew or thought that it would knock the value of FTT down too much, and that would hurt Alameda's balance sheet or whoever owned it. And so they turned off or slowed down the liquidation engine. When you slow down the liquidation engine, you are now in the exact same risk that you have in TradFi, where something that, let's say a position goes against someone who's on the CME and it goes against them for 10%, and that will be wiped out. But you don't liquidate them because it's not time of day yet. You have to wait till the end of the next trading day.
Right.
So the next trading day happens, it's down 20%. And not only is that person wiped out, but is that position wiped out, but now you have to go to that firm and say, okay, well, you need another, let's say it was a $100 million loss. You need to give me another $100 million. In the case of a very famous case that happened in the 90s, a company called Baring Brothers or Barings Bank, one of the oldest banks in the UK, used to bank the English monarchy. It was from the 1760s it dated. They went under because they had a trader trading in Singapore in Nikkei futures who lost so much money that not just his collateral was wiped out, but the entire capital of the bank was wiped out.
That's impressive as a trader to be that bad that you get the whole bank wiped out.
That's right. So that happened. There have been other examples of this. FTX has always made the claim, and I think accurately, that their method of automatic liquidation is superior, and that couldn't happen. You're limited to your loss of what your collateral you've posted. But that's only true if the liquidation engine runs, not if it gets postponed. And we don't know if it got postponed. Once again, we're in guess mode now. But it seems to me that that's the most likely scenario, that the value of the collateral of FTT holding up a bunch of positions got cut and it didn't get auto liquidated. That's
wow.
The best case. I don't know.
Shout out Sask Farmer in the chat. Nick Leeson is the trader's name you were mentioning. Bonus
Exactly
points
right.
for knowing that name off the top of your head. But no, Dave, thank you. And again, I'm sometimes a slow down guy on the show. I like to break things down to make sure I understand properly, because we bring on a lot of different experts from different industries in finance, and there's a lot of times different terms, different things thrown out there, and I like to make sure both for myself and our audience. But thank you for that very succinct, concise explanation. And like you said, a lot of these things are unknown. We're going to learn more about the situation as time comes, as people look into this more. But I like, you mentioned Occam's razor, saying the simplest solution is oftentimes the or the simplest explanation. The simplest explanation is oftentimes the correct one. So trying to figure out in the most simple terms exactly what happened, instead of trying to, you can go on Twitter right now and find a million different conspiracy theories, but like you said, probably trying to figure out the most basic thing that happened is probably going to lead us on the right path.
Yeah, and look, right now there's so many price dislocations going on today because people don't know what's going on. I mean, just to put this in perspective, if you compare the price of Bitcoin's perpetual trading on the still trading FTX, it's trading around 17,190, almost 17,200. But but if you look at the same type of product, but the inverse version that's trading everywhere else, it's trading at 16,750 something. So you're talking about massive dislocations and mispricing because people can't get their assets on and off FTX.
Wait, is FTT still trading?
Yeah.
Wasn't at one point
1.156 bid.
after the Luna, there was like a degen Luna trade after Terra Luna crashed where you could have gone long Luna when it was trading for like basically nothing and made like 1,000%.
Right, and then of course it fell back again. But yeah,
right.
Right now there's a lot of no one really knows. There's a simple fact. I as a trader never want to trade in a situation when there's such a glaring unknown. We do not know the enterprise value of FTX compared to the size of the balance sheet hole. We don't. And CZ saying the leak that CZ is saying no, it's too big for us, doesn't actually answer the question, because the value of FTX's technology and client base to Binance is much, much, much smaller than the value of that to somebody else who could operate it cleanly as opposed to connected to an Alameda or whatever. And we don't know what that number is. As a result, we don't know if there's residual value in the FTT token. With Luna, it was certain from the jump that in order to maintain that peg effectively by code rule, so much had to be minted as to render it valueless. It was obvious. And so, yeah, people traded it like degens. You're totally right. By the way, people in crypto think that's a new thing. I'll never forget how many times we used to, as a market maker, when I was running Two Sigma Securities, we saw bankrupt companies that we knew were bankrupt and people were going to get nothing, have huge rallies because of some rumor here and there that ultimately ended up to being false. So,
well, David, that's what I've really enjoyed about this conversation. I think this is our first chance getting to speak with each other, but I can tell that not only do you have a very wide knowledge of the crypto space, but kind of coming into the crypto space, it seems like you had a lot of experience and background in the traditional finance. Because from what I've found is in talking to people in financial media, for the most part, they're either people that are really knowledgeable about traditional finance or really knowledgeable at crypto, and not a lot of people like yourself who I've found to be very proficient in both. So I've very much enjoyed this conversation.
Thank you for that, Aaron.
No problem. You mentioned earlier, you said Mt. Gox was before your time. You said you started in around 2017 in the crypto?
Yeah, what happened was, it was actually funny. I had left a company that I'd gone to a small software company after I left Two Sigma during my non-compete year. And that got bought by Market, which got bought by IHS. And I found myself in a huge software company running global market structure and other sort of stuff. And I really wasn't thrilled. So I raised my hand and said, please fire me, because they were doing reductions in force and it would have vested my options. So in early 17, I was sitting with enough money to be able to take a couple of years off if that's what I wanted to do. That's not really me. Anyone who knows me knows that. But trying to figure out what the best opportunity. And at that time, my son, Ian Weisberger, whose idea was CoinRoutes, came to me and said, hey, I'd like to build something to help people navigate, or as he called it, mediate between crypto exchanges. Let's see what we can do here. I know you know stuff about market structure, which is kind of amusing, having spent my whole career in market structure. So we started in early 17, writing, designing, building our MVP, applying for patents, one of which we're still quite significantly pursuing, etc. So he brought me in. I didn't know there was even Bitcoin and Ethereum in early 2017. But the first thing we did was analyze the market structure. And the market structure of crypto is very different than traditional finance. There are commonalities, but there's a lot different. And so we built CoinRoutes from the ground up to take advantage of the fact that crypto posting, it's dramatically more order fragmentation. It's dramatically biased towards posting passive orders if you can. It's more technologically complicated to do it, but we did all that. So that's what we've been working on. So we've been studying the data in the crypto market since, I'd say, mid-17, when right in the formative stages of the last bull run. We've had two bull
That was
runs.
a crazy one, right to 20, and then back to 5 real quick.
Yeah, well, it was really interesting. First of all, Bitcoin never traded as high as 20, in the sense of there was the highest you ever had to pay to buy Bitcoin, in other words, the highest lowest offer, which happened to have been on either Kraken or Bitstamp, was in the mid 17s. Yes, it traded at Coinbase. I think it hit 20 on Coinbase intraday.
Okay.
But
I think it's just one of those round psychological numbers that
well,
thinking
right.
back on it, people.
I.e., some people paid 20, but you never had to. There was always you were always able to buy it no higher than the mid 17s, and that's
really interesting. So okay, right, and that was kind of lead me to my next point. You said you started in 2017. What I have always found fascinating about FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried's story is that's about when Sam Bankman-Fried started in crypto. All these people had been in crypto since 2010, 2012, and you just let this guy, waltz in here in 2017 and figure out this arbitrage trade that no one else. And you kind of just mentioned it. If you could sell something on Coinbase,
it wasn't just that. There was definitely money to be made there, but you had to be able to do three things. He did all three. And believe me, we thought about it. He started 6 months before we did. He started in late 16. We started got going in mid 17. So, and I've been reminded about this. I was talking about this morning. I feel like at CoinRoutes, we're sort of the tortoise, and we watch Voyager.
Well, I was gonna kind of jokingly, tongue in cheek, ask you, did you always know you were gonna outlast him? You guys started at about the same time.
No, I actually had a lot of respect for Sam. He did three things that were really, really smart. And he had a massive locational advantage. First of all, he was sitting outside the United States in Hong Kong, which there were a lot of exchanges that even then it wasn't really easy to get dollars or move stuff around to be able to trade. Second, he had contacts in Korea, and the kimchi arbitrage, the one in Korea, was the biggest one. And the hard part there is getting won-dollar trading done, and he was able to figure that out and get it done. Plus, he had access to capital to be able to trade from his old Jane Street buddies that he was able to put in and get it all done and built quickly. So he managed to create what effectively was a money machine with a non-capital letter. So let's say he made $1 billion. Then he had vision and said, well, you know what? The money machine is great, but it will eventually go away because every arbitrage goes away. There's no arbitrage that's ever existed that doesn't go away. And I started with program trading in the 80s. So trust me, I remember what index arb was like in the United States in the 80s, sitting on the desk at Morgan Stanley, and then in the late 80s to early 90s in Japan. And those were incredible trades, but they'd only lasted a few years. So he knew that. So he started FTX, and his goal at FTX, he always said it this way, but I think it's true, was to build better technology than the rest of crypto and build what traders would want. And that's cool. But what really made money, and it was also what ultimately killed him. It's actually amusing and ironic. What really made the money was he was the first exchange trading derivatives. Remember, BitMEX was dominant when he started, dominant with a capital D. And BitMEX, if you wanted to trade a Bitcoin inverse perpetual, your collateral was Bitcoin. If you had Ethereum on BitMEX, you could trade the Ethereum perpetual, but you couldn't trade the Bitcoin perpetual using that as collateral, and so on. So Sam came up with the idea of saying, screw that. You can have Bitcoin as collateral, Ether as collateral, stable coins as collateral, dollars as collateral, anything as collateral, and you can trade whichever things you want to trade.
Up to 50-1 leverage, right?
Well, it started at 100. He lowered it to 20-1 a while ago. But in truth, no one who has half a brain in an asset with this kind of volatility would ever trade more than 10-1 leverage or even 5-1 leverage, because the volatility is so high, you're bound to get wiped out. It's sort of like, going to a poker table where you put your entire bankroll on the table against guys who can, put 10 or 20x your bankroll. If you play at those stakes, the odds are they're going to shove you all in so many times that unless you're phenomenally lucky, you're going to lose. Playing with that much leverage is a terrible idea. But the point is his innovation of creating cross collateralization was why FTX grew as incredibly fast as they did.
And I appreciate that distinction, because I was probably, not doing him a disservice by just saying, oh, he figured out this arbitrage trade and made a bunch of money. It wasn't that simple. Like you said, you had to not only have that, he had the right resources, right connections, had the vision, did something no one else was doing. But I had always admired that aspect about him, that he came into this industry like years later than most people. Completely, maybe it helped him that he came in with kind of more of a fresh. Because I remember reading interviews with him where he was like, it's not like I was super into crypto for 3 years and decided to start FTX. He really got into it around that time, or probably like a year before that, and then fell in love with it. But maybe coming in with that fresh lens and a different background than other people helped him. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, either way, I think it's just been.
I mean, look,
I never thought his story would end this way, essentially.
Well, the irony that the innovation that propelled him of accepting anything as collateral was also his undoing by accepting collateral that was not liquid enough to sustain the model. That is the ultimate irony here.
There's almost some like Shakespearean irony baked in there.
The word hubris is one that's been used a lot lately. And once again, as I said, I won't say Sam is a friend, but I've sat on multiple casts with him, panels with him, talked with him enough to know that I am actually very, very surprised that this was not something that had occurred to him before.
And I don't think you're alone in having that thing. I've seen that a lot of people have said that they're shocked, essentially, that the Sam they know, or that what they've seen him do, that would come to this.
Right. And I'm looking forward to the Netflix documentary, just because maybe they'll figure it out. That was a sort of tongue-in-cheek thing, but I do think you're right.
No, I kind of tongue-in-cheek, but I also am very much looking forward to that documentary. I think it'll be very exciting.
I mean,
Easy Mike's.
That bothers me. The real thing that bothers me is the likely impact of this on way regulators will look at how innovation needs to move in the crypto sphere. People will use it as an opportunity to damn the whole thing, as opposed to understanding what really went wrong and actually fixing it. That's the one thing I'm sad about today, but we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, and you mentioned it earlier too. I mean, outside of the legislative, legal ramifications that this could bring, it's on top of that, the social trust aspect that could be even more impactful than whatever happens on the regulation thing. Last thing, Dave, because we are running out of time, something I've seen has been getting a lot more traction. I don't know if you ever went back and read this transcript or listened to the interview, but a few months ago, I want to say maybe 4 or 5 months ago at this point, Sam went on the Odd Lots podcast with Joe Wiesenthal and Tracy Alloway from Bloomberg.
Yep.
A lot of people kind of point to that as the start of some greater unraveling, and I think right now a lot of people are revisiting that interview. Do you have any thoughts on that? Or if you haven't, maybe you should go back and read some of the things he was saying in light of everything that's going on.
That was the box. That was the box.
Yep, exactly. You put the money in the box.
I had Sam on a podcast that I had done after that, and we chatted about it. I mean, the truth of
the really?
Yeah, it's one that I did for a friend who runs an outfit called Trading Evolved. It's probably up on his website. But in any event, we talked about it. The fact of the matter is, a lot of what's going on in DeFi, this is a family show, so I won't use the words that I use. Let's just say that it's circular. I had a better word for it. If we weren't PG, the fact of the matter is, you get all these circular things where people are paying themselves. And there's a lot of crap that was going on. That said, just to be clear for your audience, I am massively bullish the long-term benefits and implications of how much DeFi can disintermediate what is a lot of economic rent being earned by financial intermediaries. We're just not there in the technology yet. And a lot of what's gone on there was bullshit. And because of that, Sam kind of pointed that out, and a lot of those things started to fail. Now, that said, it is really important to understand that if you look at the performance over the summer of Celsius and other lenders compared to Aave and other DeFi platforms, it's not even close which ones perform better. I mean, the code performed much better, but even code doesn't work if it accepts collateral that is too volatile and, more to the point, not liquid. So there is definitely room to go, lots of room in DeFi, and I believe it will emerge as a major disruptive force in the next couple of decades. But Sam did point out that a lot of what was going on in DeFi up to that point was illusory.
Yeah, and I think I gain a lot of respect from people in the crypto space, because I think crypto, and it's not just crypto, but I've noticed this problem where like people seem to think like you have to be so rah crypto everything, and if you're critical at all, then people, you know, whatever. And so I'd always I've personally been like critical of certain, you know, like NFT projects where I've been like, look, I understand the use case of the blockchain technology. There's going to be, you know, great need for this, but and all, you know, all that considered, for all intents and purposes, a lot of these projects aren't anything more than just an investment vehicle or a way for people to make money, and which is fine. I'm down for that. I do some degenerate trading too, but don't try to sell me on this project like it's gonna change the world when really all it is just tell me what it is. You can put $100 in and you might make 1,000, but it's most likely going to go to zero. Okay, I'm going to be more likely to buy in if you tell me that than you tell me this is the future of the world, yada yada.
Well, look, there is some element of future of the world here. There's lots of things, and it's a different conversation where what's gone on in crypto and digital assets will matter. With all due respect to Bitcoin maxis, who I am very sympathetic towards when it comes to understanding Bitcoin's use case as a store of value, there are other use cases that are being built in digital assets across the spectrum that will become important at some point. I'll leave you with just two. One, which is really weird that I'm saying it today, but real-time risk liquidation engines are a better way to trade derivatives, assuming you don't turn them off and assuming the collateral is stable. That I really believe. The second is true multi-currency. I mean, the fact that you could buy Bitcoin in dollars in the US, in yen in Japan, whatever, that sounds good. But what if you can buy in dollars, euro, or different stable coins all on the same platform? And then when you go to sell it, it's the same asset. Right now, if you go to buy IBM in Germany in euro, you can't sell that in the United States. You got to go to a bank who will transform it from a GDR back into an ordinary share. Too much plumbing and too much whatever, but there's a lot of intermediation in the current financial system. Payments is the obvious one everyone talks to, but there's a lot of intermediation. A lot of that can go away and ultimately end up democratizing finance, making it more available to billions of people, not just a couple of 100 million people or a few 100 million people that have access to top tier financial markets. It is a big deal, but on the way from here to there are many people who are opportunists. I mean, that kind of
Right,
money
and
is opportunism. And there's nothing you can do about that. The only thing you can do is keep your eyes clear, watching it, having good information, and it would be helpful to have regulators that actually wanted to work with the industry to do real regulation and not either be on one side, let's shut everything down, or on the other side, say, well, we're smarter, we don't need regulation, it's all in the code. There is a middle ground here, and that's where ultimately it needs to go.
Right, and that's where I you know, and if I didn't make my point clear, I'm sorry, but I was saying like I do 100% agree with you where those use cases are there for crypto, but in today where we're at right now, for the most part, a lot of those crypto projects, like your point, are a lot of opportunists, and that's where I've tried to be critical, and I've gotten backlash essentially from people in the audience, whatever, it's like, how dare you, whatever, say this about, and it's just like, look, I'm whatever. But yeah, I mean, and like I think back to 01.com bubble stuff. A lot of people thought the internet was just a bubble, going to be you know obsolete one day soon. And you had at the time, like you said, there were a lot of opportunists, right? There were a lot of companies that were going IPO with crappy balance sheets, trying to just cash out. But you also had your Apples, your Amazons that were building true value and true companies, not just pets.com. There were some opportunists, some real innovators.
Yeah, the ratio of look, I lived through that too. So the ratio of opportunist to real was probably 1 real for every 99 bullshit companies. It was that bad. People don't realize that, but there were not necessarily NASDAQ listed, but OTC companies constantly. My favorite, and I know we're running out of time, but this is the story that's so obvious, was a company called Net Taxi. In 1997, they changed their name, the end of 97, from Swan Valley Snowmobiles with a total market cap of like $100,000 to $200,000 to Net Taxi Incorporated. They then claimed to have this internet community and a payments processing gizmo that was going to basically be a lot like they wanted to be like we use toast today, which if you go into a restaurant, you see it everywhere. They claim to have something like that. They, of course, didn't really. It ended up at a market cap in the hundreds of millions of dollars. I think it hit $800 million of market cap, which sounds funny compared to some of the crypto valuations, but needless to say, it went crazy. I'm not going to lie. I bought some when it was worth, I don't know, a few million bucks. I sold some when it was, I sold some at a much higher price, but 75% of what I owned, I was holding on for the next big thing. And of course, that didn't go so well. Net, I made money, but my paper loss from the high was so staggering that I thought I would never measure it. Well, let's just say since then, that seems kind of cute by comparison compared to some of these other things. But the fact is, we've seen this movie before, and you know what? We're going to see it again because it's human nature.
Right. And that's where I think the story where you see like Shiba Inu's market cap trading in the $6 billion range might end up looking like a net taxi when it's all said and done, and not, an Apple and Amazon. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the people, the developers behind.
I get lots of hate mail, but when I saw that at $40 billion, I couldn't control myself. That was just ridiculous. Look, at the end of the day, if a community of people want to get together and say that we're going to have something to represent us as a community, and we're going to use it as something to trade with each other, and it's going to be huge, etc., then maybe it'll be worth a lot of money. Seems to me that most of these meme coins will never be worth a lot of money. And the only thing that keeps it up there is it's really, really hard to short those things, because if you do, you could get squeezed and lose lots of money. So nobody's willing to do it for the long term. But yeah, I've often thought that. But hey, people can do different things. You could talk about values forever, and that's a different conversation. Today, the conversation is the plumbing of the system broken? Is it going to work? Will it be self-healing? How long is it going to take? What's the actual story? And, yes, it's going to be self-healing. Yes, the plumbing is not arbitrary, not completely broken, but also, yes, there's a huge amount of dislocation going on. And, we need to be clear-eyed at looking at it.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of, essentially questions the industry as a whole will have to answer, like you said. Eventually, those will get answered. But Dave, I mean, this has been a great conversation. Again, I can't thank you enough for hopping on last minute. I can tell, again, I think you know more about not only crypto, but just finance in general. Probably you know more about it, or you've probably forgotten more about it than I've learned. So I'd love to continue this conversation sometime. I'm sure you've got a huge bank of.
Better today is, it's because of the hurricane coming into Miami. That's where we're located. We have a lot of people who are worried about getting out of here, etc. But
yeah, I was actually just looking on CNN. They had some up about I assume the same storm that's going to the Bahamas is one that might hit Miami.
In closing, how ironic is that the same day that FTX in the Bahamas has the financial hurricane hit them, they are having a physical hurricane hit them their headquarters.
And not to mention, Miami is the crypto hub of the U.S. Really.
Well, last I checked, although I haven't gone on weather.com recently, I think it's going to hit north of Miami.
Okay.
They're still saying that. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to hit whatever, but
is that Coral Gables, or is Coral Gables south?
No, it's going to hit, like, I think they're saying Boynton Beach.
Okay.
By West Palm, or north of Fort Lauderdale. So we'll still get a lot of rain, a ton of rain and stuff and whatever.
Yeah, it looks kind of gloomy behind you out that window.
Yeah, this is not the normal sunny days we had, but hey, it seems somehow.
Well, Dave, sorry, go ahead.
I said it seems appropriate given what's going on in the market.
A lot of irony today. I think somewhere maybe the ghost of Shakespeare is writing a little short story about all this.
I started a LinkedIn post. Irony abounds.
I like that. I'm gonna follow you on LinkedIn so I can see that.
Thanks,
Dave.
Aaron.
Also, I was gonna mention we have in next month. I'll connect with you offline about this, or off air. But we have a big crypto event in New York City coming up in December. I don't know if someone from our team's already spoken to you about it, but we'd love to have you there.
Going up to New York in December. I'm down in Miami, man. Why don't you come down here?
All right, we'll switch the whole event. We'll bring it down to Miami instead. Fontainebleau, same weekend it was supposed to be.
An event there tonight and tomorrow with TradFi guys talking about crypto. It's rather amusing timing. I don't know whether it'll get off with the.
Well, I was just at Salt in New York a couple months ago, and at Salt, Skybridge announced the FTX deal. I don't know, where does that stand now? Does Skybridge does Binance get the investment in Skybridge?
I was hoping that the Mooch would join Scott Melker this morning and maybe we'd hear, but I think it's probably too raw and they have to get too much information.
Yeah. Have you spoken to Anthony, by the way? I was actually very pleasantly, like, I thought I didn't really know what to think about him when I got there, but after meeting him and talking to him, I was like, this guy seems like a pretty,
I've only interacted with him on one podcast. I was very, very favorably impressed, but what do I know? I mean,
me too. And I was saying that though, and then someone said, well, he is a politician. That's his job. I was like, yeah, you got me there.
No, he's not really. He's a financial entrepreneur who got yanked into politics very briefly.
Yeah. But yeah, I had the same impression. I think that you did, that I was pleasantly, I think, impressed by his candor and everything.
Yeah, it is interesting. But anyway, thank you for the invite. I'm going to go get back to the real job now. But this is a topic that is very interesting, and we'll see how it plays out. And I'll be curious.
Of course, we'll spin up an article with some of your quotes in this interview, and I'll send it to you. But again, Dave, would love to have you back on again sometime when we have more time to talk. I know you're busy today. I'll let you go. Thanks again for hopping on. Last thing I'll say is if you want to drop your Twitter in the chat or something and let folks go follow you on Twitter, we'll do that.
Yeah, it's at Dave. It was at Dave Weisberger 1 because at Dave Weisberger got lost. The passwords and everything got lost to it, got hacked and lost. And then when I tried to get them recombined, Twitter wouldn't help. Not sure if Mr. Musk will help me recombine them, but that's who I am on Twitter.
I think he will. I think that's on his short list of things to do at Twitter is get the Dave Weisberger handle figured out.
I'm not the only one who's had account issues over time.
No, he did say if anyone has handles that haven't been used in like years, they're going to start deleting them so those usernames can be grabbed again. But I was thinking like, all right, someone's going to get back from a deployment or something and be pissed that their Twitter handle got taken.
Yeah, well, I don't have that problem. I'm a little old for being deployed. So there you go.
Yeah. All right, Dave. Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. We'll chat soon. Thanks again, man.
Ciao.
All right, guys, that was Dave Weisberger. Go ahead and give him a follow on Twitter. Great conversation. And shout out the Raz man, Jason Raz, for making that interview happen. You guys saw me, desperately throwing Hail Marys out there like I was Aaron Rodgers trying to get a guest with no luck. So Raz man came in to save the day once again. Got to shout him out as well. So make sure everyone, shoot an email to Jason or something saying thanks. At jason@benzinga.com. Say thanks for the great guest today on Benzinga Live. All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and bring my man Money Mitch on.
What in the crypto is going on here?
I don't know, but I've been live for over 2 hours now straight, so I'm going to go ahead and give it back to you, Mitch. I hope you enjoyed a few extra minutes there to hang out, get all settled in for Matt Kors coming on.
Yeah, I got Matt Kors. We're gonna keep going with the conversation.
Speaking of the devil.
I mean, if you want to join, you're welcome to join. It's only gonna be we'll probably be on about 10-15 minutes more. So
word. I gotta go. I'm gonna grab a sip of water, go to the bathroom, but I'm gonna come back here when you guys get going, and maybe I'll hop in, or maybe I'll just hang out and watch and let you guys do y'all's thing.
Sounds good to me. I'll go ahead and bring on my man, Matt Kors. I'll let you slide out of here, AB. Let's go ahead and bring on Matt Kors. Looks like it's a hell of a day in the crypto space today. And wild indeed. And it just seems to me like, I feel like the writing's been on the wall for a while now. Certain people have tried to ignore it, and certain people have tried to adjust their kind of positioning for it. And I feel like this is when you really need to be careful here, is usually you get at least a hint of knowledge before that there's trouble about. And I think we got it. I mean, it really all first started, Celsius and kind of the USD coin and the stable coins just starting to drop. That's when I started questioning. I said, well, what's not to make you question about, FTX, Binance, Coinbase, these different platforms. So tell me what you've been seeing out there, Matt. I know that you have also a great following. You've probably been keeping up with a lot of people that have been going through some struggles. So what's going on, Matt? What are you seeing out there?
Yeah, kind of like you alluded to, complete pandemonium in the world of crypto. Like whatever's been going on over the past 24, 48, 72 hours, this will be a historic moment in the world of crypto without a doubt. I'd bet any amount of money on it. And also, like you were talking about, it is really easy to Monday morning quarterback and kind of look how things have played out. Let's even say over the past, whatever, 3 to 4 months, like, oh, okay, now we see it. But in real time, it all just seemed like little side stories. Like even if you rewind back to August, we see the CEO of Alameda just kind of step down. And at first you're like, whatever, people do what they want with their lives. And maybe they just don't want that. And for those of you listening right now, Alameda is also under Sam Bankman-Fried, the CEO and creator of FTX. He has both of these. Alameda is more of a crypto trading hedge fund, while FTX is the exchange that all the craziness is going on. But really, the story involves those two, and also now clearly the top dog, Binance, just for a little bit of framework on the conversation. So anyway, if you look at how everything's played out, you have the CEO of Alameda, the co-CEO, step down in August. And then you have the president of FTX step down in September. And then a little bit after that, you have, I believe, like a Texas regulatory board start to probe into FTX. So when that was happening in real time, it was so easy for everyone just to overlook it, because also with that news, FTX was the one flexing. I mean, they looked like they were on stage with Mr. Olympia because they're buying this company, they're backstopping that company. It seemed like out of everyone, the fact that they were second to the whole crypto craze, a lot of the first guys got run over for exactly what you were saying. Terra Luna led to Celsius, 3AC, Anchor, Voyager, and FTX seemed to be the strong one.
Yeah.
And it was one of those things that we're all like, oh, okay. We kind of just took it as like they were second. Like, what's that saying? The first bird gets the worm, but the second mouse gets the cheese. FTX was that example. Everyone else got steam run. They kind of came up second, and they were a big, big beneficiary of it. And then everything really changed, and it became obvious in early November. About a week ago, people started to look at what the quote unquote assets for Alameda were. And it got really crazy because most of their assets, I believe it was 14.6 billion in assets and 8 billion in liabilities, and just under 6 billion of those assets was FTT, which is FTX's own local native token. It was like literally they were acting as their own Federal Reserve, their own central bank. And from there, Binance and FTX, the two CEOs, it's kind of rumored and it seems very real, especially being the fact that Binance just publicly slit the throat of FTX's business, but clearly they don't like each other. And a couple of days after that report came out of the suspect nature of their assets, they said, all right, like we're going to be selling all of ours. They were an original investor in FTX, Binance was. So they're like, hey, post-exit, we're exiting. And then I think the three words that really caused this digital bank run and all of that was the CEO of Binance tweeted, learning from Luna. That was part of his tweet. And as soon as that association was made, there was a full-on bank run to FTX. The reserves went haywire. It was just dipping. And the rumors are that as of yesterday, this is how much these guys don't like each other whatsoever. He was going everywhere in San Francisco. Sam Bankman-Fried, the CEO of I think he's still the CEO. I don't know. Everything's extremely dynamic. But he was going everywhere in San Francisco, Silicon Valley to raise money. No one would do it. So the final person was Binance. And that was the assumption as of yesterday. But as of today, apparently Binance is going to back out of the deal. The official CoinDesk report is they're leaning towards not going through with the deal. Bloomberg said FTX is $1. And just an hour ago, I don't know if you caught this, most of the legal team of FTX just quit. This is an absolute dumpster fire of a situation.
Just the story itself, Matt, gives me those goosebumps types of feeling. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's when you know that you're just like, man, there's some bigger, deeper stuff here that a lot of people are still gonna find out. But it's all about getting right to the story there. And it seems to me, I mean, clearly said it. You're printing your own money. You know what I mean? The printers when Burr is directly at it. And I mean, this is what this is the backing of cryptocurrencies, why we didn't want to do this, right? We didn't want to have an infinite amount of printing and relying on, of course, these, federal banks. This is exactly the path that crypto was supposed to be against. And it seems to me like Sam really took advantage of investors here that thought that he was, a great leader in the space, because it just seems to me like, being that smart, everything that he's had, all the experience that he's had the scene that, hey, this was starting to get to a dangerous situation.
Without a doubt. I mean, up until October, I would argue he was beloved by the community, but then there was some stuff of new DeFi related regulations and kind of just law related, regulatory, that type. And all of a sudden, it seemed as if he was supporting potential bills that very much go against the core tenets of crypto. And then all of a sudden, it just got worse and worse with Binance and the fighting. And it was just, he was almost speed running the destruction of his own brand. And unfortunately, speaking of speed running, I mean, right now this year, the only person he's number 2 to is in a one-day loss is Mark Zuckerberg. I believe he lost just under 30 million after their earnings report. And now in a 24-hour period, you have the loss of just under 15 billion from Sam Bankman-Fried. So now he's just down to his last, I guess, 800 million. And I don't know, thoughts and prayers. I hope he's able to pay his bills with his final 800 million.
I'm wondering, what comes out of this now? What happens to, let's say, like Voyager that was, supposedly bought up by FTX? What happens here? Any thoughts on this, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm no lawyer. I definitely don't speak legalese, but yes, you're 100% right. FTX seemed to be the main person who's going to buy out Voyager. And this is when maybe even if you could bring a lawyer on, because the distinction between FTX and FTX US, to my understanding right now, FTX US is from a legal structure, a different business. So right now, what Bloomberg is saying is worth $1 and what Binance is buying out is just, I guess, normal FTX. So FTX US, I don't think they might still be spending, but I don't think they're going to have the money to buy Voyager. So if I had to guess right now, I think Voyager is going to go back on like just the selling block and someone else might pick it up. Maybe Coinbase, maybe Binance. Those are two big players. And obviously you still have players like Kraken and KuCoin. So like they're big players within the space. But maybe, just maybe, we're going to see a whole nother different type of company try to swoop in here that's a little bit more solid, that maybe its funding doesn't come from the crypto world. So I think this is going to open up a lot more doors that as of 3 days ago, people thought the door was shut and it was a done deal with FTX. But I myself, I'm stuck on Voyager. I know many people that follow me, probably follow you, have heard of Voyager, maybe and have money on it. So that's going to be a whole nother can of worms that is once again, unfortunately open. When I first heard of FTX buying it and dove into it, it seemed like most people were going to get 72% of their digital assets back. And I was like, great, way better than zero. But unfortunately, we are back to square zero now, trying to figure out what in the world is going on.
Yeah, it seems like just more legal hurdles, and it sucks for people that have that capital tied down, right? I mean, that's also an opportunity cost there. And it seems to me like, this is really just going to leave a really sour taste in cryptocurrency investors. I mean, it's going to have a lot of investors trying to run away in a time when usually, you're going to get this at a discount. This is when you should be running to this area. So what do you think about bigger ramifications? Are there any platforms that are too big to fail?
I definitely wouldn't say that, but I 100% agree with you if people are going to get scared. And what's crazy about it is me and you yourself doing so much content related to not only what's going on with inflation and the Federal Reserve here in the US, but also talking about the EU and the ECB and all that stuff. Inflation's sky high. And a lot of the times it's fair to see what's going on with monetary policy at central banks across the world. To me, a leading solution to that is a core digital commodity such as Bitcoin. It's kind of outside of the world of really any government. We know there's only 21 million theoretically that will ever exist, ever. In reality, it'll be less just because people lost some. So I agree with you that it's going to almost besmirch the crypto name, unfortunately. But this really comes back to a hardcore lesson we all learned because of Terra Luna. In reality, I don't care where people buy their crypto. I'm still a big fan of something such as Bitcoin. But once again, this is the now 18th time we've learned, do not keep your crypto on exchange. I don't really care where people buy it, but those little interest payments that you get, it's just not worth the risk of losing everything. So for me, I would always suggest buy it wherever you want and then put it on a cold wallet, put it on a hardware wallet, take it off exchange so you can protect yourself. And as anything, the blue chip stocks that you commonly talk about, that's exactly how I think of the likes of Bitcoin. it's a long-term battle. In the short term, the day, the month, the year, yeah, there could be crazy volatility, especially with stories like this, because it is very, very damaging. In the short and medium term, I think crypto as a whole are going to be running into very serious headwinds. But in the long term, I'm still optimistic. I'm just protecting myself by storing it in places that I think to be of the highest safety value.
Definitely. And I think it's, we're not here for financial advice, but if you don't get education from that, I mean, that's exactly it. I mean,
Mhm.
everyone has said it. And even I remember when all the scams were out there and people, let's just get a little smarter here and understanding that protection, just like always, you always got to, like if you're trading, first thing is risk preservation. You got to preserve your capital, guys. If you're not seeing that, there's safety in this space, well, then you got to go back into your own thing and be safe on your own kind of currency and put it away. It's such an easy task too. It's not like it's, it doesn't cost $1 million to hide this and get it off and get it into a cold wallet. I think that it just goes to show you that you really need to be educated to be in this space. And so the uneducated investor that got destroyed, it's going to be hard to bring them back.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's definitely going to be true. But hopefully, at least this is reaching one person where they can maybe change their personality or their own opinion and outlook on the markets. That I'm hoping we can at least help one person out here. And just to reflect that back to you a little bit, it's interesting to me. I was thinking about this so much from last night until today of no matter how far back you go in history and no matter the size of the business, investing in markets, it really a lot of the time boils down to exactly what is your risk, what is your reward. And this is another example of using simply too much leverage. I think it's very easy as a human being to almost get like kind of the stars in your eyes and you're like, okay, well, if I over leverage it and it runs this hard, I'll make this much money. And it's maybe the second question, the third question, maybe even not on the list of like, well, hang on, if it goes south, how much am I going to lose? And whatever. Right now, FTX, too much leverage. I'm sure many people watching this, you've done it individually. Maybe you went in a little bit too much into degenerate YOLO calls that expire the next day. But even if you rewind, we saw this with long-term capital. There's so many examples of people truly not respecting their risk. So whatever you can do, the timeless lesson of the markets is always think about your risk first. And your second question is, how can you take even less risk for the same optimal situation?
I think it's an important thing to think about now is this kind of a bottoming event because it could be, right? I mean, it might take a little bit to play out, right? I would wait a little while, but this could be that type of event that could really get that capitulation low. I think about, Kevin O'Leary, he was talking about in crypto in this space that he expected to see, a catastrophic large player go into bankrupt. It's kind of interesting that he's on FTX board. So it's going to be really fun to hear from him at the future crypto event in December. But I'm wondering, is this kind of more that bottoming style event that traders overall will start looking in the long run and seeing as an opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny you brought that up because as soon as you were getting into it right away, Mr. Wonderful popped in my head. And I remember that. I believe he was on CNBC when he's like, it's not done until a big major player kind of sinks. This might be it. I mean, if you're looking at globally, FTX was number 3, which inherently that's a whole nother discussion of one was about to buy out number 3. Does that really help with decentralization? That seems to me like a centralization of power, but whatever, it's a moot point because it doesn't look like they're going to acquire FTX anyway. But yeah, it's weird that I didn't know he was on his board, but it seems like almost like his call out was spot on. And I don't think many people at all thought it was going to be FTX. So right now, I have a feeling that it's craziness now. I think the next remainder of the week, really probably the next whole week, will still be insane to see how all the dust is going to settle on this situation. But whether you're in the stock market, the futures market, the options, or even the crypto market, it all boils down to your risk reward management. When you're out there, please, please, please be safe.
And what do you think about the token coins overall? Because it seems to me like it's just a risk that it might seem smart to start in and you can, make that profit. But it seems to me like especially if you're dealing with that platform, why would I want to essentially always have that token? I know they give you like bonuses and kind of commission and fees lower, but I feel like this is a conflict of interest. That's the truth.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a fair way to look at it. And I think now, unfortunately, with this blow up, there's going to be a lot more scrutiny on all the individual platforms, their own tokens. But
Yeah.
really, like the FTX token, FTT, one FTT equaled one FTT. It wasn't backed by anything. And I know many crypto enthusiasts watching this are saying, well, no fiat currency is backed by anything. And I hear that as well. And that's where it gets a little bit murky. But let's just even expand the conversation out to tokens in general. I'm kind of deathly scared of holding them because the SEC, they just won the case against Library. They're still battling Ripple right now. And right now, it seems like there is a non 0% chance that they might crush everything that's not Bitcoin. So in general, I'm mainly paying attention to Bitcoin and Ethereum because Ethereum, it might have a little bit of a stronger argument. But right now, that's in the game of Chair Gensler. And we're going to see what the SEC, at least within the US, is going to say about all these other crypto coins and tokens outside of the world of Bitcoin itself.
Now, I'll leave you with just a question of what would you tell investors out there that are still thinking about getting into crypto, or at least thinking about it? What should they be doing in times like this to learn and get ready for that next swing?
Yeah, so I'm going to direct this a little bit more towards investors because if you're an active trader, hey, you're attempting to play the trend, and that's a little bit more of a short to medium term outlook. For me, let's talk about long-term Bitcoin investment. I'm still a believer in it, and that's more of just because I see some of the issues that are going on with central banks and Federal Reserves across the world. So I think we need some sort of currency or digital asset such as Bitcoin. So I do believe it in the long term. And it's one of these things that if you have a long-term outlet, obviously everything we alluded to of if you own something, be safe with it. I choose to store mine either in a cold wallet or offline. I split it up a little bit. But in terms of levels, I like to buy on discounts. Anything, even if we're talking about the best blue chip stocks, I wait for big percentage dips. And if I'm still confident in the long term, that's when I go shopping. So right now, this is obviously not financial advice, but personally, what I'm looking to do is as soon as Bitcoin, and it might be coming, unfortunately, very soon, but as soon as we get down to like 15, maybe even 12.5, that's when I'm going to start slowly adding a little bit more. And I still understand there might be some serious pain in the next couple months, but I'm thinking 3-4 decades down the line.
I'm with you, man. And I feel the same way. I'm looking at it in the same sense of trying to get it down there and starting to get a piece in and working my way. Because just like the overall market, I think it's going to be, time in the market versus timing the markets here. I think that's going to play out in the long run. I've talked about that. I've really felt like we've had two major waves in cryptocurrency. And I feel like this next one will be that third and final wave of the opportunity to join something that could really be, determining the future for generations like ourselves. So excited to see what happens in this situation. Thank you for coming on today, Matt, giving us a summary of what you're seeing out there, and truly appreciate you coming on like always.
Always fun. Thank you. We'll be talking soon.
Have a good one, Matt. All right, that's going to do it for us today on Benzinga TV. We still got a lot more to talk about. We'll get back towards the stock market action. Up next, you guys got, of course, at the close. That's going to be coming at 3:30. Don't miss it, team. We'll get back into the market action. We'll take a look at all the stock movement today. I've been doing some myself. We'll take a look at some stock trades that I talked about just yesterday on At the Close. So come over. That's going to be at 3:30. Hope you guys enjoyed the conversation today. Really diving deeper into what's going on in the FTX and Binance situation. Looks like it just started going because I'm even looking at Bitcoin now. We're down there towards 16.6. Where will we go to? Everyone keep their eyes open. Like always, investors, make your own investment decisions. But like always, protect yourself. We'll see you next time right here. Stick alone right here. You don't got to go anywhere. Benzinga has it all for you. Hit the like and hit the subscribe if this was your first time on the show.